Thank you. In advance of the House's consideration of private members' business, the Chair wishes to make a short statement concerning private members' bills and the royal recommendation. Members will be aware that constitutional and procedural constraints govern certain financial matters in proposed legislation. Any bill proposing to spend public funds for a new and distinct purpose must be accompanied by a royal recommendation, which may only be transmitted to the House by a Minister of the Crown. Any private member's bill that requires a royal recommendation must receive it prior to the putting of the question at third reading. Otherwise, the Speaker will not put the question, and the bill would then be dropped from the order paper. La Présidence.
The Chair has examined the items in the order of precedence. I wish to inform the House that on initial review, one bill appears to touch upon the Crown's financial prerogative. That is Bill C-222, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, death of a child. Standing in the name of the member for Burnaby North, Seymour.
J'invite à agir rapidement.
I encourage members who'd like to make arguments regarding whether this or any other bill in the order of precedence requires a royal recommendation to do so at an early opportunity. Furthermore, the Chair would like to remind members of the rules governing debate on private members' business items. For motions and bills at second reading stage, the debate proceeds as follows. The member moving the motion may speak for up to 15 minutes to start debate, and that's followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments.
Speak to the motion for up to 10 minutes with no period for questions and comments. And finally, just before the Chair puts the question to the House, the member moving the motion also has a 5-minute right of reply to conclude the debate. If members have any questions about private members' business, they can consult the table officers or contact the private members' business office. I thank members for their attention. It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-225, an act to amend the Criminal Code, standing in the name of Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo, seconded by Ms. Landsman, moves that Bill C-225, an act to amend the Criminal Code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, but today is a particular pleasure, a distinct pleasure, because today I believe I rise on behalf of all Canadians to report on an epidemic, something that touches all Canadians, and that is intimate partner violence. This is a non-partisan issue, Madam Speaker, and in drafting this bill, I deliberately made it as non-partisan as possible. I know sometimes things do get quite partisan in the House, but this bill, in my view, and I say this with the greatest of sincerity, is a non-partisan bill to address the epidemic of intimate partner violence. I know that I've spoken with a number of stakeholders, a number of people who've experienced intimate partner violence. I've received those notes, and to anybody who's watching today, anybody who's listening today, please know we hear your heartfelt words. When a victim literally pours out their heart to you in a note saying, I was a victim of intimate partner violence and I feel heard through this bill, it's my view that we should heed these words and pass this bill expeditiously. I know that watching online today is the family of Bailey McCourt. For those who are unaware, Bailey was a young woman, a mother, a survivor of intimate partner violence. This summer, her former partner was convicted of abusing Bailey. Within hours, he left the courtroom and murdered her. That allegation is before the court. Along with her was one of her friends, a relatively new friend, who survived. Bailey's family reached out to me a couple of weeks ago, and they asked that this law be known as Bailey's Law. Oftentimes, as politicians, we will sometimes attach a name to a law. I didn't feel it was my place to do that, but when a victim's family reaches out to you and asks that this be done, that is not something we should easily ignore. I know Bailey's Aunt Debbie is watching today, being the spokesperson for the McCourt family. I also had the opportunity to meet with her father, Shane, stepmom, Trish, this past week during the break week. And I hope I'm not paraphrasing inappropriately, but they provided unequivocal support for this bill. So people are watching. Canadians are watching. Victims are watching. Women's organizations are watching. I've received countless emails, correspondence, feedback from women's organizations. Why? Because what this bill does is it creates the distinct offense of assault intimate partner. Right now, assault in the criminal code does not distinguish between who you assault. The only distinguishment is actually if you assault a peace officer. So we distinguish between assaulting a peace officer and assaulting somebody in the general public, but we don't distinguish between punching somebody out at the bar and punching out your intimate partner. Two very different things. One is a relationship predicated on trust, intimacy, sometimes dependence, as in financial dependence, the commingling of assets. The other happens randomly. When it comes to intimate partners, they're the most likely to experience a homicide. And yet we as this House have stood idle, despite time after time after time this being brought up in the House. The second thing that this bill does is it creates the sentence creates a charge of first-degree murder when somebody kills their intimate partner. Right now, first-degree murder is colloquially when someone in the United States they call premeditated. In Canada, we call it planned and deliberate. The other aspect of first-degree murder, one can be found guilty of first-degree murder when they commit a predicate offense, as in they kidnap somebody. And then the third is killing of a peace officer. This bill will make a fourth category: killing of an intimate partner. We have to deter this conduct, we have to denounce this conduct, and more concretely, this House has to speak out about the killing of intimate partners with a loud voice. And this bill will do that. Thirdly, this bill creates a risk assessment. Right now, generally the only mechanism to bring somebody before the court who's accused of intimate partner violence is when they breach their conditions. Well, somebody may be escalating. An accused person may be escalating to the point where they are a risk to their intimate partner without having breached their conditions. This bill would allow a judge to compel a person to court for up to a 7-day risk assessment so that we can intercede before there's another victim. 7 days, in the grand scheme of it, I understand it's a deprivation of liberty, but compared to the number of victims we are seeing, we have to intervene. This would permit a court to independently, at the request of a victim or the prosecutor or the court's own volition, say, we are concerned about the safety of this victim, and we're going to make a determination of whether this victim remains safe or will be safe pending the trial, even if the person has been granted bail. Fourth, this bill updates the law of detention. This is something that most people don't know much about. Section 490 of the Criminal Code, which was written, well, I think it was probably written 30, 40 years ago when people went to trial within 3 to 6 months. Right now, a police officer has to go to court every 3 months to renew detention on something seized until charges are approved. I've been told this is the biggest time waster that police experience in British Columbia. Every 3 months. So if somebody's computer is seized with child sexual abuse and exploitation material, and that review takes 15 months, that officer will have gone to court 4 times, had to serve the application 4 times, written 4 affidavits. And in rural policing, you might be traveling 2 hours to deliver it. These are common sense issues. These are non-partisan issues. So the rhetorical question I have, and I'm not sure who's going to be speaking on behalf of the Liberals or the Bloc, but I invite them, Madam Speaker, to say this at the outset. Will they be supporting this bill? In fact, they can go one step further today. They can allow debate to collapse. What that means, Madam Speaker, is we would vote on this forthwith. I don't know why we would prolong the current law of intimate partner violence, or the lack thereof, another day. Why would we let the status quo exist another day? This House can resoundingly denounce the current state, where women are far too often intimate partners, period. Because there are men who experience intimate partner violence, although it is disproportionately women. This House can denounce it right here, right now. Allow debate to collapse. And we can get this to committee forthwith. So, whoever does stand up for the Liberals, Madam Speaker, I invite them to take the first 5 seconds of their question to say whether they will allow debate to collapse and whether they will be supporting this bill. As I said, Bailey McCourt's family is watching. Canadians are watching. When it comes to intimate partner violence, Madam Speaker, in 2023, 123,319 victims aged 12 years and older. Firearms present in over 1,000 cases. 2014 marked the lowest rates of IPV since comparable data became available. I wonder what happened in 2015. I'm trying to remember. Anyways, since then, from 2014 to 2022, police reported IPV rates increased 19% for women and girls and 21% for men and boys. In that period, intimate partner sexual assault increased 163%. Now, I actually introduced a bill last time, Bill C-299, that would raise sexual assault to life imprisonment maximum. I was actually heckled by 2 members of the Liberal Party when I did that. How do we stand in the way of this? How? How do we stand in the way of that when we have an increase of 163% of sexual assault against intimate partners? The people who are most likely to die at the hands of their partner. Intimate partner physical assault increased 14%. So I may sound like a broken record here, Madam Speaker, but my question is this. It feels like you could hear a pin drop in this place. Why are we waiting? Will the Liberals allow debate to collapse? Will the Liberals, if they're not prepared to do that, are they prepared to support the bill? Are they prepared to address this on a consent motion so that we can make this bill law as quickly as possible? Madam Speaker, most of my adult life has been spent in the justice system, and I can't tell you how many victims I have dealt with on this issue. There are people who live very good lives otherwise, that everything appears perfectly normal, yet behind closed doors, they are repeatedly victimized. This offense spans every socioeconomic group. Doesn't matter whether you're low income, working class, or rich. You are at risk for intimate partner violence. 55% of women who experience physical or sexual intimate partner violence feared a partner at some point. Being afraid of a partner can indicate intimate partner violence that is more coercive, more severe, and more likely to reflect a pattern of abusive behaviors. And in my home province of British Columbia, the Union of BC Municipalities, also known as UBCM convention, took place in Victoria from September 22nd to 26th of this year. The Union of BC Municipalities endorsed a motion for BC to declare gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and human trafficking an epidemic in the province and update its action plan to combat human trafficking. So we are expected to hear from the people on the ground in this House, Madam Speaker. We are expected to reflect that in the laws we pass. And often in the laws we pass, there are poison pills that are put in, wedge issues, things like that. There's no wedge here, Madam Speaker. There is simply a desire on my part and a desire for the people on this side of the House, I can only speak for my colleagues, to get this bill passed as soon as possible. The Union of BC Municipalities is asking, they're not asking specifically for this, but they're asking for action when they pass a resolution of this sort. Somebody who I've gotten to speak with, Angela McDougall, from the Battered Women's Support Services Program, attended that program organization attended the UBCM conference in Victoria to push forward for 5 actions. A municipal gender-based violence task force to stabilize frontline services, standardize a risk assessment. This bill actually has a risk assessment built into it, a mechanism by which the court can bring somebody before the court itself, to launch a province-wide prevention campaign, and to appoint a gender-based violence lead. Madam Speaker, I know my time is almost done. I'm grateful to our Deputy Leader, the member for Thornhill, for seconding this important bill and speaking on this important bill. I reiterate, this is a bill that should be passed. It should be passed quickly. It should go to committee as quickly as possible. Victims are watching. Let's get Bailey's Law passed. Will the Liberals do that? Will they agree to let debate collapse so this can get to a vote and get to committee? Those are my questions, because I know we have to address this, and now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to be in this House and to be able to represent the good people of the riding of Waterloo. And I'll tell you that I agree with the Honourable Member that we do need to represent the people on the ground. We do need to know that Canadians are watching. We do need to represent the very people who sent us here. And so constituents within the riding of Waterloo, we are a diverse views. But there are several who are saying, how are the Conservatives coming to this moment when they voted against capacity funding for women-serving organizations, who feel right now that the Conservatives want to see books balanced rather than supporting organizations who need that support? When Conservatives voted against pay equity, which gave those very individuals he's referring to the opportunity to exist and to be able to exceed. They voted against early learning and childcare. They voted against the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence. Constituents in the riding of Waterloo are saying, well, will Conservatives recognize that victims have the opportunity to exist and the federal government has a role to play? And if this budget supports women-serving organizations, will they stand with women, or will they continue to play the partisan politics they're playing with this bill?
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Nickel.
I can't believe that the member just said partisan politics with this bill. I will look this member right in the eyes. There is absolutely nothing partisan about this bill. And if I could please continue, if the honourable member would give me a chance to continue to speak about this. There is nothing partisan about this bill. This bill is the most significant intervention on the law of intimate partner violence ever. And yet the Liberals want to stand up and accuse us of partisanship? Good grief, Madam Speaker, this is so wrong. I asked whether the Liberals would support this. Not one word out of that member's mouth about whether they'll support this. Not one word out of that member's mouth whether this debate would collapse. Shame on the Liberals for not answering those questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola for his speech this morning and for his leadership on these issues. I would like to say that the member for Rivière-du-Nord will be laying out the Bloc Québécois position shortly, and I also acknowledge the work done by my colleague for Shepherd on this issue. Given that there are various initiatives that have been put in place or suggested to fight intimate partner violence, including special tribunals, I would ask my colleague, how will Bill C-225 ensure that federal criminal law take into account the progress that's already been made in Quebec? Is there a possibility that there might be a doubling up of efforts that might hurt efforts in Quebec? So I'd like to know what my colleagues' thoughts are on that.
Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I say merci pour votre question.
Thank you for your question.
I appreciate the member's thoughtful intervention, Madam Speaker. I don't see this being a doubling up of efforts. The end of the day, calling an offense what it is, that is assault of an intimate partner, is not the doubling up of efforts. Allowing the court more tools to bring somebody before the court in order to perform a risk assessment, that isn't the doubling up of effort. So I appreciate all that's been done. Obviously, I don't know every single thing and every single mechanism that's been done in his home province of Quebec, but I appreciate the words, and I look forward to working with the Bloc in hopes that they will support this bill as well. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. As the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary,
Speaker, I'm wondering if the member could provide his comments in regards to what shelters, what sort of consultation was done prior to the member introducing the bill. Madam Speaker, all Canadians are concerned about the issue. The concern I have is this is just another American-style type legislation being proposed without having due consultations with Canadians, in particular women's shelters and other stakeholders. Can he provide to the House what consultations he's done?
Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Well, I'll tell you that my 10 years as a Crown prosecutor was a substantial base to start with, Madam Speaker. I spoke with people from women's groups. I spoke with victims from intimate partner violence, police officers, countless people. You know, I am at a loss right now, Madam Speaker. This is quite possibly the most nonpartisan bill that could have been authored. There is nothing partisan about this bill. And the member from Waterloo says, keep drinking it. Shame. Order. Well, then what did she say? Keep thinking it? The most non-partisan bill that could have been authored. And that member from Winnipeg, who did heckle when I introduced the bill on sexual assaults, they're saying this is American-style politics. Shame on every single one.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Waterloo on a point of order.
I just think it's important when it's a serious topic like this that we represent members accordingly. He said what I said, and then he said what I said again, and they don't match. So we just ask the member to stay focused on the topic and have the debate, and sometimes tell.
That is more a point of debate, and we are going to resume debate with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola on
if the member wants to clarify the record, why doesn't she tell us what she said right here and right now?
Well, anything that was said without a mic open is not going to be open for debate. Order! Both members. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak about intimate partner violence in response to Bill C-225, a private member's bill introduced by the member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola. I want to acknowledge the sponsor of this bill for bringing it forward, while noting that addressing intimate partner violence is a priority for this government and is also a key commitment in our platform. Le projet de loi C.
Bill C-225 would propose 3 series of reforms to fight intimate partner violence. First, the creation of new offenses specific to intimate partner violence. Second, changes to the criminal code concerning seized goods. And third, changes to the bail process in intimate partner violence cases. While these proposals appear well-intentioned, these proposals and changes require evidence-based information before being put in place, and it is important to make changes that won't create new problems.
And decisive action to protect victims of IPV and hold offenders accountable. In 2019, through Bill C-75, we strengthened the criminal code by defining intimate partner for all purposes, including ex-spouses, creating a reverse onus at bail for accused with prior IPV convictions, requiring courts to consider those prior convictions, and clarifying that strangulation is an elevated form of assault. C-75 also imposed higher maximum penalties for repeat offenders, emphasized denunciation and deterrence, and ensured consistent sentencing for abuse against spouses, former spouses, dating partners, and family members. It is therefore very concerning that the Conservatives have said time and time again in this House that they want to repeal this critical piece of legislation. Former Bill C-233, introduced in 2023 by my friend and colleague, the member of Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle, brought critical tools like the electronic monitoring of IPV offenders, ensuring that courts could impose conditions to actively prevent repeat IPV. Bill C-233 also provided an opportunity for judges to further their education on coercive control and IPV, thus ensuring that the judiciary understands the complexities that so many survivors experience. De même, la loi...
Government Bill C-48 increased the scope of reverse onus in bail cases to target reoffenders in cases of intimate partner violence. This specifically responded to concerns of victims that reoffending offenders who had been released were putting them into continued danger.
This issue seriously. The safety of women and girls is a top priority. Studies and inquiries from Statistics Canada to the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls show that IPV and gender-based violence remain pervasive. Coroner's inquests commission, including the Renfrew County Inquest and the Mass Casualty Commission, have recommended new offensive on coercive control, modernizing criminal harassment, and addressing femicide, all recommendations which are carefully considering for comprehensive reforms. Je suis fière de dire.
I am proud to say that as a woman and a mother of 2 daughters, I understand the responsibility on a personal level that we have before us, the responsibility to protect women and girls in this country. And I would remind this House that our Women's Caucus is the biggest caucus in the history of Canada, and each member of that caucus works tirelessly every day to move forward new laws that will protect girls and women.
Conservatives have consistently voted against measures that protect women. They gutted essential women's and gender equality programs, leaving vulnerable women at risk. They opposed the National Action Plan to end gender-based violence, a plan that is now delivering, Madam Speaker, $539.3 million in crucial funding to women's organizations across the country, including $1.2 million in the writing of the sponsor of the bill, Kamloops Thompson Nicola. Madam Speaker, I know that the member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola cares deeply about his community, and I respect him for that. However, when it comes to voting for the safety of women in his riding, he has consistently voted against these measures following the instructions of his leader. Madam Speaker, I also want to highlight the voices of survivors and frontline organizations. Last month, I met with women's shelters across Quebec. I was deeply moved. These organizations told me the rhetoric around IPV must be less toxic, and they have asked us to work together in this House and Parliament to get it right. Madam Speaker, I am particularly concerned as a woman about Bill C-25's proposed to automatically classify all IPV-related killings as first-degree murder. Let me explain. This means that a charge of first-degree murder under the proposed Bill C-225 would also apply to women who have, as victims, have endured IPV abuse, possible coercive control, and who in turn have killed their abusers. While conservatives may argue that self-defense would still be available for these victims, they know full well that in IPV cases, when women have not reported prior abuse to police, self-defense becomes complex for them, and Bill C-255 would penalize abused women who killed their aggressor to 25 years of jail. This approach risks penalizing victims instead of focusing on the culpability of abusers, overriding decades of jurisprudence that recognize the cumulative effects of abuse. That's why we need laws that make practical sense, not measures that merely sound tough in name. This is serious. Our laws must protect victims, not punish them. Madam Speaker, the government's approach is deliberate and evidence-driven. We recognize that IPV is complex and cannot be solved with isolated legal tweaks. Our criminal law must reflect the full spectrum of IPV, including coercive control, assault, and strangulation. That is why our upcoming reforms, developed in collaboration with provinces, territories, survivors, families of victims, legal experts, frontline organizations, are carefully targeted to protect survivors and hold offenders accountable. From one colleague to another, I offer my hand to my colleagues across the aisle and hope that they will support our upcoming legislation that will address these issues in this House. To all women, I say this government has your back. We prioritize your safety. We listen to survivors. We work hand in hand with law enforcement. We invest in programs and legislation that prevent and respond to intimate partner violence, and the Ministry of Justice is actively working with survivors, families, and law enforcement to crack down on IPV offenders. This government will continue to strengthen protection. We will enforce accountability, and we will modernize our criminal laws, because every woman and every girl in Canada deserves to live free from fear. We will get this right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you'll allow me to start my intervention by reiterating my solidarity and my compassion to all victims of acts of violence, particularly victims of intimate partner violence, but particularly this morning to the family and friends of Gabby Leno, who was killed by her partner, or who has been charged with that. And yesterday there was a protest where hundreds of people came out to support the family of Gabby. This sort of thing should never happen, Madam Speaker. These are tragedies that must be prevented if they can be prevented, and as legislators, we must do what we can to do that. And to that end, I welcome, well, not with pleasure, it's really not the right word, but I'm very happy that my colleague has brought this subject forward and that we can debate it at committee. I would like to have good discussions on this, and it's hard to have good, calm discussions on this subject, Madam Speaker. People tend to get excited. They want revenge. It's revolting what's happened. But I think it's important that we take a step back and look at the situation with a certain maturity, with time, so that we can take decisions that can be applied and which will improve things in our society in 2025. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because our job here, yesterday I was really angry, and I wasn't, just angry with the situation, but I was angry with myself and with all lawmakers who so far haven't done enough to prevent these kinds of tragedies from taking place. But today I know that we need a certain balance, Madam Speaker, and I continue to believe that the presumption of innocence is essential in our society. And I continue, Madam Speaker, to believe that rehabilitation of offenders is something that is really valuable. It's something that we need to work on. And I also continue to believe that we must ensure the security of each and every person that that lives in our society. And I continue, Madam Speaker, to believe that we can and we should stand in solidarity with victims and people who might be victims of controlling or coercive behaviors, of violence, or any other behavior of that nature. We need to help them each and every day. And it's a responsibility that we share with our neighbors, our friends, and family. We need to identify situations that could be problems, and we need to intervene, each and every one of us, the best way that we can. But to come back to my job and our job as lawmakers, Madam Speaker, it's not going to be easy to find the right balance between the presumption of innocence, rehabilitation, and ensuring safety in our streets. But that's the challenge that we are called to meet, and I accept that challenge. And I look forward to hearing witnesses in committee, experts who will be able to help us identify the best way to move forward. And, we've already done some work on this, Madam Speaker. You'll remember you were there, as I was, in previous parliaments where this subject has been debated. In the previous parliament, there was a bill which was tabled by our colleague, unfortunately I've forgotten the riding name, but a colleague from Vancouver Island, and who had tabled a bill that would cover that aspect of coercive and controlling behaviors, and we were all in agreement with that. We were all open to moving forward with it, but unfortunately it went to the Senate, and with prorogation, the bill died on the order paper. So we need to study this issue again. And what our colleague from the Conservative Party has suggested today is a little bit different from what we looked at in recent years. But it's important that we look at this issue and that we work together to find solutions. Solutions, well, certainly, our reflex is always to look for simple solutions, Madam Speaker. We put everybody in prison, there won't be any more crime. Now, obviously, nobody is proposing that. I'm aware of that. But it's just an example. There is that mentality out there, the idea that once you put somebody in prison, everything's going to be fine. There's another mentality that suggests that, everybody should be presumed innocent, nobody should be in prison, and so much for public safety. I think we need to find a balance between those two extreme points of view. I also think that when somebody is accused of a violent crime for the 3rd, 5th, 10th time, at some point, it's important to realize that rehabilitation programs have not worked for that individual. And we need to do something different than what would have been done, for example, for the first offense. But we need to be careful not to fall into a trap where innocent people would be kept in prison. It happens, and it will certainly continue to happen. Error is human, and there are mistakes that are made, but we need to be prudent in our approach. And so when I talk about being careful, about taking a prudent approach and finding a balance between letting everybody go free and putting everybody in prison, I think that, there are processes in 2025 that we have now that didn't exist 40 or 50 years ago. For example, electronic records. And listen, there are some problems with, for example, individual freedoms and privacy. But imprisonment is also a limit to individual freedom. Should we not use electronic bracelets more often? Yes, maybe we should. Maybe in certain circumstances and not others. I'm not sure. But it's the kind of question that I would like to put to experts when this bill is before the Justice Committee.
And we need to show some imagination to find solutions to end this crisis. And I'd be interested in some statistics. We always talk about all types of things. As members of Parliament, we are always talking to our members, people in our riding, and that's fine. We have to be accountable to these people. But we hear about murders have gone up to a high degree over the past 5 years, perhaps. Others say, on the contrary, murders have gone down. Some say we have to put more people in prison, while others say our prisons are full of people who are waiting for trials. There would be, according to some, more people who haven't yet been tried yet in prison than those who have been found guilty. So that doesn't make sense. So where's the correct balance? I'm not sure, Madam Speaker, where it is, but all I know is that I have to seek it out. That's my job to do so, and it's our job, and we have to make sure that we hear from experts, as I said earlier, will help us to see things more clearly. But the case of Gabby is particularly close to my heart. I am committed to do everything I can so this doesn't happen again. And I would ask my colleagues in the government, Madam Speaker, because yes, we do have work to do as legislators, but we also have the work of the government. We have to find the necessary funds to fight against this type of crime. It's nice to talk about rehabilitation, and I believe in the values of rehabilitation, and that's what we have to seek. But are we able to rehabilitate people today? Perhaps as much as we would like. We need funding for this. We need organizations and programs to be established. Are we able to do this? If so, yes, go ahead. But if not, well, then let's be aware of this and make sure we do what is necessary to help people, because it is also provincial jurisdiction as well, Quebec jurisdiction. So let's put the necessary funds forward so that people who have to work on this are able to do so. And when we talk about presumption of innocence, there's also a balance in under the Charter and rights and freedoms. It's important, but also we have to look at this. The Supreme Court has maximum time frames for trials, but in Quebec we don't have the money to build courthouses, appoint judges, have the necessary personnel in place. It's nice to have principles, but they have to lead to concrete action. So I'd ask our government to free up the necessary funds, work with Quebec and the provinces so we're able to look at the presumption of innocence and ensure the safety of our streets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, let me first just say what an honour and a privilege it is to formally second this bill presented by my friend from Kamloops Thompson Nicola. And just to say that we all come to this place to leave a mark and make a difference, and I think this piece of legislation is one of the ways in which that is a really measurable outcome. This bill certainly does all of that, and I strongly support it, and as all members in this House should, because it takes meaningful and concrete action to protect people from the growing scourge of intimate partner violence. It's even been called an epidemic in Canada, and it seems like everybody has stories of their own experiences with intimate partner violence. We hear about it from a close friend or a family member. We read about it online or on social media. And in some cases, we've heard, even in this House, that people have experienced it themselves. I will never forget what happened in my first month of being a member of Parliament, so ill-equipped for this job, not knowing what was ahead. This woman sat across from me, veiled behind a brave smile. Her long sleeves were covering bruising, and her face was masked with heavy makeup in some places on her face, claiming with a quiet confidence that she told me that when she told me that she tripped, she'd know I would understand what she was saying without me ever asking for any more detail. The story that she eventually told me made me realize in that moment that behind closed doors, every single word in her old life was a weapon. Every single apology was a trap. And it all started with control and not fists. And then came the fear, and then came the silence, and for her, then came the isolation. The story she told me ended long after it first began. She ended up packing a small bag, and it took all of the courage that she had. And that first step out her door was her first step into freedom. And these are the stories of survivors, the ones that you have to believe, the ones that have to be protected. And we blur out the details of these stories, not for effect, but to protect those who are still silently struggling so long after they've walked out that door. I just want to say to those who are watching this today, if that person is you, please talk to a police officer. Please talk to somebody that you trust. It doesn't always look like that textbook experience that happened to me in my first month on the job. Kira Kagan's story was different. It was a story from right within my own community, a story that happened amongst my own peer group. Kira was a bright, beautiful 4-year-old girl. She had a smile that would light up a room, a sense of curiosity that made everyone around her know that someday she would go places. But tragically, she never got there. She will never graduate from school, start a career, start a family, or have kids of her own. Kira was killed 5 years ago by her father in a horrific act of domestic violence. Her life was stolen for her before it even had hardly begun. The warning signs were all there. At least 22 different risk factors were identified by a report after Kira's death. Her father was in custody, in a custody battle with her mother, Jen. He had a history of mental illness, domestic violence against Kira's mother and against other partners. He displayed misogynistic attitudes, he threatened others, even committed acts of violence against pets. But despite all of this, despite all of the red flags, the warning signs, the cries for help, Kira was still released into her father's custody in what only could be described as a colossal failure of the system. And she was killed just a few days later. In the last Parliament, the House unanimously passed a bill called Kira's Law, which expanded training for judges that included domestic violence and coercive control. And the bill introduced by my honourable friend picks up where that bill left off by modernizing detention of seized evidence, forcing those convicted of domestic violence to be released only by a judge, and threatening and treating the murder of an intimate partner as first-degree murder. Creating specific offenses matters. Specific offenses like assault on an intimate partner or criminal harassment on an intimate partner that could have helped in the tragic story of Kira. The legislation would allow the courts to detain the accused of intimate partner violence at any time for a risk assessment, the kind of assessment that would have been done before and not after things go wrong. That assessment could have saved Kira's life. We cannot and should not be complacent in fighting this scourge in this House. In just 10 years, intimate partner physical assault has increased by 14%. Harassment is up 38%. And intimate partner sexual assault is up a whopping 163%. We could talk all day about the reasons why this is happening, but nobody can deny that the lack of accountability in our justice system is a major reason why intimate partner violence and the crimes of all types are running rampant and out of control in this country. Let's take another case of somebody we've talked about in this House. Her name was Bailey McCourt. Bailey's partner, James Plover, was convicted of 3 counts of uttering threats and 1 count of assault by strangling in the case of intimate partner violence. He was released on bail and killed Bailey the very same day. She died in a parking lot, being beaten with a hammer. If our bail laws had been fixed, James McCourt would have not been allowed out on bail, and Bailey would be alive today to be the mother to her children. Her family is watching this right now. I actually spoke to her aunt in the lobby just a few minutes ago, and she's absolutely disgusted that this bill, frankly, won't be supported by the other side. She's disgusted at the comments coming from the other side. The same could be said for the over 120,000 victims of intimate partner violence in 2023 alone. Every case of this isn't just a statistic that we talk about in Parliament as a number. It's not an excuse to tell Canadians when they ask serious questions about the government to do something on bail that the government says it's coming tomorrow, next week, next month, or someday. Even one case of intimate partner violence should be enough to make this place act. Every preventable act should be a wake-up call to get people in the chairs in this place to do something about it. But instead, the changes that we propose in this place on the bail system or on sentencing requirements to the criminal code are voted down time and time again, only to be told again, it's coming tomorrow. But for Bailey and for Kira and for countless others, tomorrow never comes. Every day that we delay is another day for a serial abuser to harass their victims without consequences. That more men and women suffer physical and emotional trauma, that innocent lives are put in danger. Taking action someday, frankly, just isn't enough. Someday won't put the bad guys in jail. And now, the message to anyone who is watching and everyone on the other side is this: act now before more preventable tragedies happen, because the only thing worse than a case of intimate partner violence is a case that we had the ability to stop. This piece of legislation will save lives. It will prevent escalation and intimate partner violence. It will stop the warning signs when they first occur. It will keep those with a track record of violence behind bars. Police unions have told us we need this. Advocacy groups, frontline workers, women, victims, survivors, they've all told us that they need this. They all told us to strengthen the penalties of intimate partner violence, to make murder an intimate partner automatically first-degree murder, regardless of why it happened and how it happened. They told us most importantly, to put victims first. And that's exactly what my colleague's bill does. And I can only hope that everybody reconsiders in this place and stands up and does the right thing and remember exactly why we came here and support this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me start off by recognizing I don't believe there's a member of Parliament in the House that does not appreciate the need as parliamentarians to look at what happens to the victims of intimate partner violence. It is a very, very serious issue, Madam Speaker, and I believe that at the end of the day that there is every member of Parliament, it doesn't matter which political entity that they believe that they're a part of. We all want to do what we can to minimize the amount of intimate partner violence that takes place in our nation, Madam Speaker. And to the families that have been affected over the years as victims, and families and friends of those victims, Madam Speaker, I would extend my personal first condolences, thoughts, and prayers for those individuals. I can understand and I can appreciate the destruction that it causes within a family unit, Madam Speaker. And when I talk about the family unit, we're talking about extended families. It has a profoundly negative impact. And that's why I say without any hesitation that all members of the House of Commons, I would like to think, are very sensitive to this very important public issue, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. I would also, thinking in terms of the victims, I'd like to turn it around a little bit here and emphasize there are many victims, Madam Speaker, of intimate partner violence that goes unreported. Unfortunately and sadly, we have individuals in society that are constantly abused, whether it's physically or mentally for years. And as it has been pointed out, and I know the person proposing this legislation is aware of it, Madam Speaker, imagine, if you will, being a young woman who has been subjected to all sorts of mental and physical abuse in a relationship. But out of fear, you don't necessarily report it. And there's reasons why that happens, Madam Speaker. If this legislation were to pass, that victim that I just described could be a victim of this legislation. Because ultimately, this individual that I have described, for some form of something that takes place that triggers the death of her partner or his partner, Madam Speaker, would automatically say then that it should be first-degree murder, and the impact that that would also have. We know for a fact that there are endless victims of domestic violence in our communities that do not report, Madam Speaker. I know firsthand where I have dealt with victims where they're coming to talk to me to share the experience, and you try as much as possible to encourage, to look for support groups such as women's shelters, to look at ways in which society and our system can support that victim in order to receive some sort of justice. Because often, Madam Speaker, it's just not the one victim. If you are a victim of domestic abuse, a lot of those victims also have young children. And they too, in essence, become victims. And that's why I say, at the end of the day, I would like to think that there's not a member inside the House of Commons that is not sympathetic and wanting to see actions taken in regards to domestic abuse. The member brings forward this legislation and he says, well, two things that come to mind. One is, let's pass this legislation. Let's pass it immediately. Well, Madam Speaker, you know, Madam Speaker, I have often articulated the importance of passing government legislation. This legislation is actually programmed. Could you imagine, Madam Speaker, if I were to put limits on saying every government bill, there's only 2 hours of debate in second reading, and then it goes to committee, yet this particular individual says that this legislation should be going to committee virtually without debate, just like they attempted to bring through an an opposition day motion on the issue, Madam Speaker. I wish we would get that sort of sympathy towards government legislation that deals with the victims of crime, such as the bail legislation that's going to be coming out very soon, Madam Speaker. But I suspect we won't see that. The member was critical of me many months ago because of some sort of so-called reaction that I did when he brought in the legislation, Madam Speaker. Absolute bogus. Tried to bring forward, Madam Speaker, an issue that had nothing to do with the content of the legislation. It had everything to do with the behavior.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicoll on a point of order.
There are a couple of things, Madam Speaker. Number one, the member cannot call another member. The member from Waterloo does not seem to want to give me the chance to speak today. Perhaps it's because... So, the member spoke about the conduct and what I said as bogus. He cannot do indirectly or directly, he cannot impugn another's character like that. And second,
to be a pretty tough debate that we're not going to have right now, and we are going to finish with the member's intervention, and I'm going to ask the honourable member to try to avoid using order.
We'll play the clip.
To try to use adjectives to describe other members. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, the point is, the member tries to raise this as an important issue, and let there be no doubt, intimate partner violence is an important issue.
Members will come to order. We have to let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary finish the debate, finish his intervention. Order! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The second part, what he was asking for, was to try to depoliticize. This government has taken action that has been apolitical, and we have seen nothing but political reaction coming from the Conservatives day in and day out. In fact, on the example that I was providing, the member used a false pretense on social media in order to generate negative feelings towards the legislation, Madam Speaker, or towards myself personally. At the end of the day, we recognize the issue as being important. That's why we have taken many issues, whether they're legislative initiatives or budgetary issues, to support women. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Department made it very clear of the tens of millions of dollars in which we as a government have invested in the issue of domestic violence, in supporting women in our communities. And time again, we get Conservative after Conservative standing up, voting against that, Madam Speaker. That is the reality. So when a Conservative member stands up and says, well, look, I have a bill, and yes, I will emphasize time and time again how important it is as parliamentarians we do whatever we can to support the victims of partner violence, Madam Speaker. I will stand up all the time advocating that we do what we can. But my question to the member was, tell us what sort of consultation you have done. And his response was, well, you know, I was a Crown attorney. Well, I was a critic for justice when I was an MLA. It doesn't necessarily mean it disallows you or doesn't allow you to do the proper consultations, whether it's with provinces, many different stakeholders, women's organizations, shelter abuse centers, Madam Speaker. It's important that we look at legislation, and I hope to be able to continue my remarks.
The honourable member will have a minute to conclude his remarks when we next debate this bill. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government bills. Commons. Debate at second reading of Bill C-12, Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act. Second reading. Mr. Ananda Sangari moves that Bill C-12, an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's borders and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system and respecting other related security measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate.
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honourable colleagues. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Bill C-12, the Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act. C-12 is important legislation that will keep Canadians safe by strengthening immigration and border security. Les menaces qui...
The threats to our security and the dangers they pose to our national and economic security are constantly evolving.
It's true when it comes to transnational organized crime groups which seek to facilitate illegal border crossings, smuggle fentanyl, precursor chemicals, other harmful drugs, and illegal firearms into our communities. Notre gouvernement est déterminé.
Our government is committed to ensuring that law enforcement agencies have the right tools to keep our borders secure.
Utile, adéquate pour assurer la sécurité de nos frontières. We have listened to the concerns raised by stakeholders and by my colleagues during debate here in the House. This new bill, C-12, strikes the right balance between the need to protect our borders and concerns about Canadians' privacy. Bill C-12 draws on Bill C-2's elements that are designed to combat transnational organized crime and those that seek to exploit our immigration system. These include stopping the flow of illegal fentanyl, cracking down on money laundering, bolstering our response to increasingly sophisticated criminal networks, and enhancing the integrity and fairness of our immigration system. It's
essential that we take urgent action on these issues.
Why Bill C-12 was introduced. It will enable Parliament to quickly advance these legislative priorities where we see the most agreement, while taking the time necessary to debate the provisions that remain in Bill C-2 that we have raised concerns. Responding to these changes and cracking down on transnational organized crime groups and their illegal activities is essential to maintaining the safety and security of our country. Border security is a priority that we share with our neighbors to the south. Addressing it will further strengthen our relationships with the United States. Nous pouvons toujours faire.
We can always do more, and we are doing more, but I want to confirm to members that the border is secure. Every day, our law enforcement and border agencies identify, neutralize, or mitigate threats. And we're building on those operational successes.
Canada launched several key measures as part of a comprehensive border plan. This plan is bringing meaningful operational and policy changes, but we need legislative change to advance the plan and further strengthen border security to keep our communities safe. The amendments contained in Bill C-12 will help our law enforcement have the tools to respond more effectively to the evolving security challenges. There are two main themes to Bill C-12, Madam Speaker. First, securing the border, and two, combating transnational organized crime, illegal fentanyl, and illicit financing. Under the first theme of securing the border, we're proposing to amend the Customs Act to ensure our borders against illicit drug trafficking, weapon smuggling, and auto theft. This will obligate owners and operators of certain ports of exit and entry to provide, equip, and maintain facilities for any purpose related to the administration and enforcement of the Canada Border Service Agency's mandate. Cela comprend l'examen.
This includes the examination and retention of goods intended for export.
Change would allow the CBSA to access premises under the control of transporters and warehouse operators to perform examinations in places where goods destined for export are reported, loaded, unloaded, or stored. Second, Madam Speaker, Bill C-12 would amend the Oceans Act to add security-related activities to the Coast Guard. This will allow the Canadian Coast Guard to conduct security patrols and collect, analyze, and dismantle information and intelligence for security purposes. Third, we're proposing amendments that enhance the ability of the RCMP to share information collected on registered sex offenders and domestic and international law enforcement partners. Fourth, related to immigration, the bill introduces measures to protect the asylum system against sudden increases in claims by introducing new ineligibility rules, as well as improve how asylum claims are received, processed, and decided. The bill also proposes to strengthen authorities to cancel, suspend, or change immigration documents and to cancel, suspend, or stop accepting new applications. This will give us the ability to respond to potential crisis in the event that a large number of immigration documents are affected with the same issue. Finally, the proposed measures would improve how client information is shared within Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, or IRCC, and with federal, provincial, and territorial partners. The components related to the second theme include, first, amending the accelerated scheduling pathway that allows precursor chemicals that can be used to produce illicit drugs to be rapidly controlled by the Ministry of Health. This will allow law and border enforcement agencies to take swift action to prevent the illegal importation and use of precursor chemicals and will ensure strict federal oversight over any legitimate use of these chemicals. Second, the proposed measures would strengthen Canada's anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing regime, including through stronger anti-money laundering penalties. And third, the measures contained in the bill would enhance supervisory collaboration and support high standards of regulatory compliance by adding the Director of the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, or FINTRAC, to the Financial Institutions Supervisory Committee. FINTRAC would also be enabled to exchange supervisory information on federally regulated financial institutions with FISC. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to say these proposed measures will complement ongoing efforts to secure our border from coast to coast to coast, including $1.3 billion made in December of last year for increased resources dedicated to border security. Meanwhile, Bill C-2 will continue to advance the elements with further study that would facilitate law enforcement access to basic and subscriber information, introduce the Supporting Authorized Access to Information Act, expand the inspection of Authority of Canada Post, introduce new restrictions on third-party deposits and large cash transfers, and clarify public to private information sharing provisions to help better detect and deter money laundering. We heard the concerns, and it's important that we take this right. Madam Speaker, as a result of our strong partnership with the United States, last year nearly $3.6 billion of trade and about 400,000 people crossed the Canada-US border every single day, and we want to make sure that this continues. Following both the former and current Prime Minister's discussions with President Trump, Canada committed to a set of measures that would further strengthen security at the border and expand on our $1.3 billion border plan. In support of the plan, in February, a new intelligence directive on organized crime and illegal fentanyl was signed that will be backed by a $200 million investment. This includes the creation of the Joint Intelligence Cell, which builds on existing cooperation mechanisms between law enforcement partners and security agencies to better leverage information sharing to target transnational organized crime, money laundering, drug trafficking, and improved border security. The Integrated Money Laundering Intelligence Partnership was established with Canada's largest banks, which is enhancing our capacity to develop and use financial intelligence to combat fentanyl trafficking and other organized crime. Canada
has also appointed its first fentanyl czar, who serves as the main liaison between the Canadian and U.S. governments in order to strengthen our collaboration in the fight against fentanyl.
Additionally, we have listed 7 transnational organized crime groups as terrorist entities under the Criminal Code and are constantly monitoring if more should be added. Listing is an important tool that supports criminal investigations and strengthens the RCMP's ability to prevent and disrupt criminal activities. Canada
has also committed to providing 24/7 surveillance at the border.
Set à la frontière. Nearly 10,000 frontline personnel are working on our border, and as we announced just last week, we're committed to we will be hiring 1,000 new RCMP personnel and 1,000 CBSA officers to bolster these protection efforts. We'll mobilize law enforcement with new and modernized equipment to make them even more effective for our communities. Ces équipements comprenant
This equipment includes state-of-the-art technology, drones, surveillance equipment, K-9 teams, and helicopters.
All of this important work takes place every single day at border crossings right across this great country. I'd like to note that while illegal crossings from Canada to the U.S. are already down by 99% since the peak in June of 2024, we've also deployed new drones and helicopters to the border. Cela nous permet.
This allows us to thwart more illegal cross-border activities.
The plan makes investments in both agencies, allowing them to procure tools for better detection, to build even stronger collaborative relationships, both between those, the CBSA, and the RCMP, and with law enforcement across the country and the United States. Through our border plan, we're building our information and intelligence sharing capacity between federal, provincial, and territorial authorities, as well as the United States and other international partners, including our Five Eyes partners. Enhanced information sharing allows authorities to identify, monitor, and collaborate with partners to intercept high-risk individuals and goods attempting to travel between countries. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, as too many families know, illegal fentanyl has a devastating impact on both sides of our border. While less than 1% of illegal fentanyl seized in the United States is linked to Canada, we're working to ensure fewer drugs and their precursor chemicals cross our shared border. To increase our fentanyl detection abilities, we've trained and are deploying border detector dog teams that specialize in fentanyl detection. With respect to immigration, under the border plan, we've already strengthened our visa screening and integrity to keep those who seek to remain in Canada illegally or cross into the United States illegally out of Canada, and we have increased our ability to remove bad actors from Canada. As well, the CBSA has removed over 18,000 inadmissible people in 2024-25, the highest in a decade and an increase from approximately 16,000 the year before. The border plan provides $55.5 million to support immigration and asylum processing and to increase CBSA's capacity to reach 20,000 removals for the next 2 years, including this year. With our current focus on the border and plans to introduce further measures to strengthen the criminal justice system in the future, Canadians can be confident that Canada has a strong border and we continue to build an even stronger one. We will always ensure that the actions we take will have appropriate safeguards in place to ensure due process for all. We'll continue to work with our U.S. partners to ensure that our border remains secure while we continue to manage the fast and efficient movement of people and goods between our respective countries. These additional measures we're taking to further strengthen Canada's border will help sustain these partnerships and friendship for many years to come.
Before concluding, I'd like to thank the dedicated officers of the RCMP and the CBSA who work tirelessly every day to keep us safe.
Through security. I was able to visit several Canadian ports of entry this summer, and I saw firsthand the crucial work that our frontline men and women of the RCMP and CBSA do each and every day. This is integral legislation, Madam Speaker, and I hope that my honourable colleagues will support Bill C-12 today and ensure that we can provide law enforcement with the necessary tools needed to keep Canadians and our communities safe. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Nicola, and I listened with great interest to the minister's speech. C-12 is obviously a reiteration of some of the portions from C-2. Now, Conservatives have been very vocal on problematic aspects of C-2, and he framed it as, we've listened to Canadians, as in the Liberals have. Will he admit that the Liberals simply got it wrong with C-2 based on Conservative pressure and otherwise from Canadians, and that this is their attempt to salvage a very flawed piece of legislation? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, C12 is being introduced with three major elements that's left off of C2, which includes lawful access, postal services, as well as $10,000 amount as part of money laundering. These elements are quite important to law enforcement, Madam Speaker. I've heard from law enforcement across Canada as to the need to ensure that there is a lawful access regime. Canada remains the only country where lawful access is not entrenched in law. I had a meeting with Grand Chief Fiddler this morning who talked about the need for inspection of mail that's coming into First Nations communities where we know that in some cases fentanyl and other illicit drugs go through. So quite contrary, what we're trying to do here is to ensure that C12 passes with the expectation that we can work together on passing the elements of C2 that's left behind.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the Minister for his speech. The Bloc Québécois has been asking for a long time now for better control at our borders, whether that be in fighting against the exportation of stolen cars or managing asylum seekers in Quebec and fighting fentanyl and money laundering. We are happy that Bill C-12 has eliminated some of the most problematic elements that were in C-2 when it comes, for example, to protecting privacy rights. There is still one major problem that we'd like to ask for clarification on. The minister has said that they will be adding 1,000 RCMP agents and 1,000 Border Services agents to the staff, but the 1,000 new RCMP agents were in the throne speech, but not the 1,000 Border Service agents. And the union is saying that it would take at least 2,000 or 3,000 more Border Services agents to really fulfill their mandate. So I'd like to hear the minister's thoughts on that point. The Honourable Minister.
Merci.
Thank you very much to my colleague for that question. And I thank him for his work.
Acknowledge that the work my colleague has done for many years on a number of issues, including on medical assistance in dying, so thank you for that. I do want to talk about the 1,000 new CBSA officers. It was announced last Friday in Niagara Falls with my good colleague from St. Catharines on hiring and training and deploying the 1,000 new CBSA officers. We are delighted to be able to do that, Madam Speaker. It is a promise that we made during the campaign, and it's a promise that we intend to execute. I do want to note that as part of the work that we have done, there is a retention component of CBSA, which includes enabling CBSA officers to retire as early as with 25 years of service, along with increase in their stipend from $125 a week to $525 per week, which are substantial elements to ensure that we have proper retention and training of CBSA officers. And we look forward to the new men and women joining CBSA over the coming years.
The questions and comments, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to take this opportunity, given the Minister's role with regards to the RCMP of Canada. Madam Speaker, the RCMP are recognized worldwide as a first-class law enforcement security agency. Let there be absolutely no doubt in terms of to the degree in which they are apolitical. We have the leader of the official opposition, and this is my question, Madam Speaker. We have the leader of the official opposition calling into question the leadership of the RCMP. That has got to cause concerns amongst Canadians in terms of confidence in the RCMP. I'm wondering if the minister would take this opportunity to reinforce the RCMP in the important role that institution has played in the past and continues to play into the future in the irresponsible comments from the leader of the official opposition.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me just thank my colleague for the very important comments and this very important question. The RCMP is an organization that's sacrosanct in Canada. They have defended Canadians for over 150 years. They are an internationally recognized leader in policing. In Canada, we have the separation of the executive branch from police functions as well as judicial functions. RCMP is an independent body that is accountable within its system. It is not accountable to a minister or the prime minister, or it is not biased in any way. So for anyone in this House to suggest that the RCMP is acting in a partial way is outrageous, Madam Speaker, shameful, and I do call upon the Leader of the Opposition to retract those statements and ensure that public trust is restored in the RCMP.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just want to ask the Minister, I'm going through Bill C-12, and I appreciate the fact that the Minister took Conservatives' advice and listened to Canadians and took out the sections of C-2 that were egregious and violating our charter rights and civil liberties of Canadians right across this country, that they're talking about moving the Coast Guard over to the Department of National Defence. However, when you start reading Part 4, it doesn't actually move or name the Department of National Defence or the Minister of National Defence. It's rather open-ended on the Coast Guard being still under the control of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, underneath the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, since their creation underneath the Oceans Act. So my question is, will they formally announce or put in place the legislative powers to make sure that the Canadian Coast Guard is part of the Department of National Defence and under the control of the Minister of National Defence, not some ambiguous statement within the clause itself? And will they also ensure that since they are going to be asked to take on the role of security, that they will be given the tools to defend themselves when they're doing any interdictions or the ability to encounter any ships at sea when they're doing border security? That is very important since right now they're unarmed and they're all, as surveillance, all they're going to be is just eyes and ears. Even the Canadian Rangers are allowed to carry guns where the Canadian Coast Guard does not.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just confirm that the Coast Guard plays an integral role in protecting Canadians, and the measures that we're taking will enhance their role with respect to their role in terms of surveillance, making sure, particularly in Northern Canada, making sure that information is shared with law enforcement agencies as well as the Department of Defense. As you're aware, we're investing 2% of our GDP to defense starting this year, Madam Speaker, something that the previous governments have been unable to do, and I'm very proud to say that the Coast Guard will play an integral role in that work.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the Honourable Minister, I echo some of the questions you've heard from members on the opposite benches about the similarities to C2 and whether C2 remains as it does on the order of precedence. But my question is to the question of RCMP training, and it's really critical. I want to know if the Minister for Public Security has read the report of the Mass Casualty Commission that was compelled after the deaths of 22 Nova Scotians in preventable deaths, largely due to RCMP incompetence, and the Commission's recommendation that we expand training for the RCMP to a 3-year required course instead of the current 26 weeks. In hiring 1,000 new RCMP officers, is the government looking at improving the training and looking at the recommendations of the Mass Casualty Commission?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with respect to the new RCMP officers that will be onboarded, the commitment we have is that those RCMP officers will be mandated to do federal policing. They will receive training that is consistent and customized for federal policing. So it's something that the Commissioner Duhem, as well as his senior team have been working on with the depot to ensure that they have the right training to be able to do their work more effectively.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Nicola. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge a few people from Kamloops Thompson Nicola. I want to acknowledge the life of Dana Evans. I was very saddened to read about Dana's passing. She was mother to one of my friends in high school, Derek Luce, and his brother Louis Luce. I didn't know this, but she was born in Yakima, Washington, which is a place that I spent a great deal of time. Attended in Ellensburg. I've got a good friend from Ellensburg, but what stuck out to me most was that she graduated from Thorpe High School. Now, I have a couple of friends from Thorpe. It is basically a postage stamp in Washington. I always used to make fun of how small it was to my friends, and lo and behold, my friend's mom was born there. I have distinct memories of sleeping over at the house, and Ms. Evans being up early to make us pancakes and send us on our way, and making sure that her sons and their friends didn't get into too much trouble. So I would like to express my deepest condolences to the Evans family, to Louis Luce and Derek Luce, and all others who are impacted by her passing. May perpetual light shine upon her. Madam Speaker, I also want to acknowledge Les Kozenheim, a resident of Kamloops Thompson Nicola, for his outstanding contributions to democracy. He's been a huge help to me, and I'm so grateful that people like him are so involved. He recently sponsored an event that I was at just this weekend, wherein people would bid on art based on volunteer hours. So if somebody liked an art piece, they could actually volunteer, say, for 100 hours to an organization. Among those organizations being the Canucks Autism Network, an organization that's very close to my heart for those who know me. So I thank Mr. Kozenheim for all he's done for the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. Madam Speaker, let's start at the beginning. Bill C-2 was tabled as what I would call a panacea. It was meant to be a cure-all, a reaction piece, something to contain a number of liberal promises, or not so many promises, requests, bureaucratic lingo, things like that. Now, I can still remember, even though I wasn't here, how the Liberals spoke about omnibus bills and how bad they were. The big, bad Conservatives passing these big, bad omnibus bills, and they would never, ever pass omnibus bills. And yet, here we are. One of many omnibus bills comes to us in the form of Bill C-2 with a number of problems. Bill C-2, if memory serves, enacts or alters 15 pieces of legislation. It was about 120 pages long, if memory serves. And the Liberals told us, you know, you should just pass this. Just trust us. And given some of the rhetoric in the House today, it's somewhat comical that they would use this type of language. Just pass this. Just trust us. As a member of His Majesty's loyal opposition, our job is to listen to Canadians and to closely scrutinize government legislation. In a 120-page bill, there were problems. And I'm going to highlight one of those problems, and I really hope the member for Winnipeg is listening closely on this one, because it was the warrantless search. Now, he has spoken to this House ad nauseum about the fact that Canada Post cannot open up mail without a warrant, no less than 5-6 times. They have a number of lawyers on the Liberal side. We have a number of lawyers here, but the legislation actually speaks really clearly. So I'm going to actually read the legislation into the record, just so that we're really clear on this, and then speak about what we've been through with a number of bureaucrats here. So this is what the legislation says at Section 41 in Part 4. The corporation may open any mail if it has reasonable grounds to suspect that. And then the reasonable suspicion part, it relates to regulations. So if any regulation is suspected to be breached, Canada Post can open your mail. Now, I understand the intent of the legislation. If I'm understanding it clearly, the intent of the legislation is to cover up a gap in that mail cannot be opened with warrants. That's my understanding. In other words, we want to make it so that anybody shipping 499 grams or less can be subject to a warranted search, as in a search in which a judge authorizes it. Okay? But let's look at this, because the member, I admire his zeal for sticking with this position, a position I thought was untenable. So let's go through that again. The corporation may open any mail. So any mail, that includes letters, parcels, anything. I think we're all on solid ground there. We all know what any mail means. Okay? And may open. So it's not compulsory. The government doesn't have to open mail. It is permissive. The government can open any mail if it has reasonable grounds to suspect. So Canada Post, the corporation, it says. So this is very interesting. The corporation, legally has air quote personhood, but the corporation is made up of people. Those people generally are not going to be peace officers. In fact, I don't know if Canada Post has any peace officers under its employ. So it doesn't even require a peace officer. So theoretically, somebody in the mailroom with no training, we hear all about RCMP training and things like that. Somebody with no training can open up mail, they may, not shall, if they have reasonable grounds to suspect. Now, the member from Winnipeg has told us so many times, you need a warrant. So I went to a briefing with top officials from his government. And guess what they told me, Madam Speaker? You don't need a warrant based on these provisions. Imagine that. The words are so clear that you don't need a warrant. So let's just go through it one more time for clarity. The corporation may open any mail if it has reasonable grounds to suspect that. It doesn't say the corporation may apply for a warrant. It doesn't say the corporation shall apply for a warrant. It says they may open any mail. And here's the real kicker. Okay, reasonable grounds. Now, I haven't practiced law for about 4 years, but my recollection is that a search warrant is issued by a judge when there are reasonable grounds to believe, based on oath or affirmation, that an offense has been committed, that there is evidence of that offense, and that the place to be searched will yield evidence of the offense. So you have to have those three characteristics with reasonable grounds to believe. Okay, so let's go back to the language here. Again, the plain language. The corporation may open mail if it has reasonable grounds to suspect. Wait a minute. That's not reasonable grounds to believe as you need in a warrant. And yet the Liberals have repeatedly stood up in this place and said, you Conservatives are just full of conspiracy theories. You need to get a warrant. When it says right in here, Madam Speaker, you don't need to get a warrant. Now, I know the member from Winnipeg is very active in questions and comments, and God forbid that any member in this House would misspeak. So I really look forward to him addressing this issue in questions and comments. In fact, I'll even ask, perhaps a page can run him this, because it says right in there, he can tell us whether he still believes in this or acknowledges, perhaps, that Conservatives were correct on this issue. And that leads me to C2 generally, Madam Speaker. C2 was a mess. The government went very far. Now, we can all acknowledge that border security is an issue, right? But this went very far, and we heard about it from Canadians. So the Liberals have said, we need this, we need it done. How dare you stand in the way of border security and things like that? But we as Conservatives played our role as opposition, and we did so very clearly. We took issue, and if you will notice, the matters with which we took issue are not matters in Bill C-12. I take great pride in that, because that is what an opposition does. An opposition scrutinizes, an opposition considers, and an opposition opposes when it is appropriate and where it is appropriate to oppose. So lo and behold, Part 4, which speaks about the inspection of mail, it's no longer in Bill C-12. It remains languishing in C-2. it's by no coincidence that that occurred, because we as Conservatives consistently raised the plain language, which I think I'll quote again: the corporation may open any mail if it has reasonable grounds to suspect that. And then it goes on to the regulations. What are the other things that are missing here? Conservatives raised substantial questions about privacy concerns. Parts 14, 15, what are colloquially called lawful access. People will have said, you know about the Bykovitz decision, and I know about the Bykovitz decision very well. I think I was still practicing law when it came out. This was a decision that said there's a reasonable expectation of privacy in an IP address. Okay? As Parliament, we have to remedy this. And we've actually seen the Liberals, when they want to remedy a decision that is untenable for this House, they have no problem doing it quickly. And I will note that they have failed to do it on bail, because there have been 3 or 4 decisions on bail in which they actually codified, which means they took the language from the decision and put it in legislation. They didn't push back on it. But under Section 33.1, the defense of extreme intoxication, it was struck down. We had legislation before this House, Madam Speaker, within weeks of that happening. They didn't want a law on the books they didn't want a lack of law that said extreme intoxication is an excuse for a general intent offense. As in, you don't have the ability to commit the offense legally. I believe it goes to the actus reus of the offense, but it's been a while. But in any event, the Liberals responded with legislation very quickly. Bail, we don't really care so much about that. But now, we're tough on crime, they say. This is after Ministers of Justice Virani and Lametti stood in this House, stood just over there, and told us there is no problem with bail. They literally stood there and said there is no problem with bail. So the Liberals have no problem responding when it is consistent with their agenda. Here in C12, what they won't acknowledge is that it was robust opposition that led to elements that should be debated in C12, or in C2, forming C12, and the other very questionable issues in C2 remaining in C2. It also begs the question, what's going to happen in Bill C2? I mean, perhaps we can have another debate on Bill C2 and the member from Winnipeg can stand up and speak about warrantless searches of mail. They could also discuss cash transactions and how much money should be permitted and whether we should actually be telling Canadians how much cash they can or cannot use. Madam Speaker, I just want to pause here. I want to acknowledge somebody here who has done tremendous work when it comes to democracy and participating in democracy. That person is named Dawson McKay. He's a Crown prosecutor in British Columbia. I admire his passion for the rule of law and what's right, and I want to thank him for his contributions to democracy. He's somebody with a deep conscience, a deep desire to do what is right, and I do thank him for his work. I would also like to thank somebody else, another prosecutor, Alex Wheel. He actually works out of the Kamloops Crown Counsel office in Kamloops, Thompson Nicola. Somebody who I've had the pleasure of, I actually met him when he was in law school, when he was just thinking about becoming a prosecutor, and we spoke. I taught his now wife in the Faculty of Business back then, and very proud to call Alex a friend. I'm so grateful for his work in contributing to democracy. I'm also proud of his work in contributing to public safety. And I want to recognize that formally in the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. So we've spoken about the mail provisions. We've spoken about C2 generally and how we got here. Now let's focus on C12. What's in it and what's not in it. I know my colleague from Selkirk Interlake Eastman is going to be giving a speech today. I'm sure that he will give it with characteristic zeal and great detail, as he is so often known for in this House.
That's a compliment.
What's not in Bill C-12, Madam Speaker? There's no mandatory prison time for fentanyl traffickers. One thing that we heard, I believe we heard it from the Secretary of State for Crime. She said, liberals are tough on crime. That actually was said in this House. Like, really? Really? Tough on crime? Now the liberals are going to come out, apparently, we haven't seen the legislation, but we're being told we should support it. We haven't even seen the legislation yet, but we're being told we should support it. I would think that the House would support a bill on intimate partner violence, for instance, but that remains to be seen. And I'm told it has good stuff in it. It actually speaks about sex offenses and no longer having house arrest. You know, for people who commit sex offenses. Madam Speaker, I've probably raised this issue 15 times in this House, and the Liberals have literally openly mocked our views when it comes to justice. They've mocked them when we've raised this. I actually raised this issue with the Minister of Justice at one time. Oh, don't worry. When somebody commits a serious crime, they will get serious time. Well, what happened to that mentality of trusting the judges? The Liberals told us, you should just trust the judges. They're appointed. Now, wait a minute. No more house arrest for sex offenses. We don't trust the judges anymore. We're tough on crime. Something they mocked us for. The whiplash that I'm getting. I'm worried I'm going to wake up with a stiff neck tomorrow based on the whiplash I'm getting from this government now. Tough on crime, Madam Speaker. What else don't we have in here? No mandatory prison time for gangsters who use guns to commit crimes. You can actually get house arrest for a drive-by shooting. And what's worse, Madam Speaker, that's not the courts doing. That is the Liberals doing. Bill C-5. Minister Lametti, as he then was, said, well, I don't know that somebody has to go to jail for popping off a couple shots into a barn after having a couple of pops. They're drive-by shootings. Discharge with intent, okay? Intending to discharge a gun. You do that in a car, it's called a drive-by shooting. You do it otherwise, it's called a shooting with intent. There used to be a 4-year mandatory minimum, which was constitutionally upheld in a case called Oud, I might add, for the Liberals who say that we as Conservatives, just everything has always been struck down. So it went from a 4-year sentence to house arrest potential. And now the Liberals are tough on crime, but not tough enough to put this into an omnibus bill to keep us all safe. The Liberals have created what I would characterize and what I would call a porous border, Madam Speaker. And that porous border is allowing firearms to get in like never before. And what should we be doing? Because people will say, well, you know what, Frank, denunciation and deterrence, they don't work. They are our sentencing principles in the criminal code from time immemorial, but they'll say they don't work. But I'm starting to have serious questions about the fact that people can repeatedly commit crimes and they believe they're untouchable. And I've seen this. I've seen it happen on so many occasions just in my employment before I was blessed to be present and in this House. Madam Speaker, when you let somebody operate with impunity when it comes to the criminal law, you will invariably have an outcome that they repeat the behavior because they have learned that there will be no consequences from it. And Bill C-12 is silent on that. I hope that the Liberals will give credit where credit is due as to how C-12 came here. We will scrutinize this legislation, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess if it was the will of the Conservatives, they tried to give this impression that whether you're a letter carrier for Canada Post or you're a mail organizer in Canada Post, that they're going to start opening up the letters of Canadians. I find it amazing. I'm going to sidestep that particular issue because, Madam Speaker, I think there's a more serious issue that we had over the last number of days. When the member's leader, the leader of the Conservative Party, made very serious statements against the RCMP at the highest level. And I think that the member would agree with me that the RCMP as an institution is recognized as around the world as a first-class institution. And when his leader starts providing the type of comments that he has put on the record, false comments I would suggest, at the end of the day he is doing displaying a great deal of disrespect to the RCMP. I'm wondering if the critic or the shadow minister would agree that the leader of the Conservative Party crossed the line when he says that the RCMP are despicable, Madam Speaker. I think Canadians need to hear what he has to say about the comments that his leader has actually made. Does he support those comments?
Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Well, what I find very despicable, Madam Speaker, is how the Liberals an hour ago refused to support my private member's bill in the form of C-225, and I hope that they reconsider that. On the mail issue, I really hope he does reconsider this. I mean, I'm just going to read it again one more time into the record in hopes that he will concede this. You know, we have had our back and forth in this House many, many times, and, you know, perhaps some of them have been draws, if you will, when it comes to debates, okay? But this one here, I just won't concede it, Madam Speaker. Let's just go one more time. The corporation may open any mail if it has reasonable grounds to suspect that. And see, he actually made my argument for me, saying, well, what's a mail carrier going to be able to do this? Well, obviously Canada Post has policy, but the legislation as written would actually allow that if that person was part of the corporation. So I commend him for helping me with my argument. Thank you.
The honourable member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the union for the CBSA agents. Thinks we have to increase the number of officers from 2,000 to 3,000 to really ensure better control at the borders. And does he also think, what does he think about the fact that the Coast Guard has the mandate to control and surveil, but not to intervene? They're not integrated into national defense.
Thompson Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. Through you, I say, with respect to my colleague, I've heard him very often. My French is not the best, but I would say, il a une belle voix.
He has a nice voice.
Hearing his voice, because he speaks with such power in this House, so I really appreciate that. Madam Speaker, I can actually say to my colleague, I've had several meetings with the union leader from CBSA. I will be meeting with him very shortly. This is a concern. The border officers issue is quite vexing to me because the minister actually said, oh, they said an announcement that was re-announced and then re-announced, and I think maybe re-announced twice more, about 1,000 officers. But then just the other day, the minister caught himself, personnel. Well, what does that mean? So I stand with the union in saying that our border is porous. We do need more people. I actually had opportunity over the summer to visit the border and see this. Morale is low. They want change. They need change. And these are people who are working on the front lines to do their best. We need to support them to the best degree possible. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to congratulate my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Public Safety, for his great intervention today. And just wanted to follow up on some of the comments man made. Like in C2, which this C12 has taken the parts that we kind of agree with and moved them over. But C2 is still sitting on the order paper. And C2 still has in there, as he was mentioning, giving the power to Canada Post employees to do search and seizure, which is in complete violation of our charter rights. We know that in C2 they also wanted to take cash and make it illegal to make deposits over $10,000. Last time I looked on the back of any currency that we have here in Canada, $20 bills, $10 bills, $5 bills, it said by Government of Canada. We're talking about legal tender here, guaranteed by the government itself and the Bank of Canada, and yet they want to make cash illegal. And so I just wanted to ask him if he believes that the Liberals are going to turn away from C2 and let that flawed policies that they have still in C2, and whether or not we should be making some suggestions about them, or whether you see it in C12, whether or not they're going to empower CBSA officers to be able to police the entire border, not just ports of entry.
And for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Wow, where to start, Madam Speaker? My colleague proved his intellectual fortitude one more time here, Madam Speaker, with that brilliant intervention, if I might say. The issue of enforcement with ports of entry, my colleague raises a very important point here, something that I don't believe gets enough coverage here in this House. And that is if somebody commits an offense, despite the fact that border officers with the CBSA are peace officers, which grants them specific powers under the criminal code, their mandate does not permit them beyond the port of entry. So let's say somebody had a kilogram of cocaine and it was dropped outside of the port of entry, even if it was in sight. The CBSA could not actually go and get that. Now, this is something that has been stated to the government time after time after time. If they want to make meaningful changes, I think that's something that we really should be debating in this House. When it comes to his comments on C2, I can't agree more. C2 remains on the order paper, and we need to scrutinize it. I wonder if the Liberals will pull back from it. They've obviously showed some willingness to do that, given that C12 is now before us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Salaberry, Solange-Huntington. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really pleased to hear my Conservative colleague, support the Bloc's proposal at the end of the day, which is to optimize the work of our border officers by allowing them to leave their position to intercept either migrants or merchandise that are beyond the port. CBSA officers are trained for defense. They are armed. They have everything they need to be able to better cooperate with the RCMP, which is often far away from the port of entry, particularly in rural regions like mine. Does my colleague agree to mention this during our study on border security so that it can be included in a recommendation from the committee report from the Public Safety and National Security Committee?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I say merci pour votre.
Thank you for your question.
Good experience working with my Bloc colleague, who is the critic for public safety, and I hope that we can maintain a good relationship in working together to create the best possible legislation. Madam Speaker, we shouldn't shy away from asking the hard questions in this place. And sometimes they will be contentious. Sometimes the answers will be very easy. Sometimes they will be difficult. I know that somebody had an idea in mind when they restricted CBSA's border mandate, or their mandate to you cannot go beyond this. But we shouldn't shy away from discussing these things. So in answer to my colleague's question, I would be happy to include this in a study. I think this is something that we should be debating. We shouldn't shy away from these. These are sometimes very tough questions. They're often difficult questions to ask because we have to consider the RCMP, who currently have the mandate. How far are they from the borders? There are going to be borders where they might be 15 or 20 minutes away in a response time. That's unacceptable, in my view. So I think that the time has come for us to have a robust discussion. My colleague pointed out that the CBSA members are armed. That's actually something that was done under the Harper government. They are well trained, and I thank them for all they do to keep us safe. They don't always have the tools to do it. They don't always have the resources to do it. But let's give credit where credit is due. These people put their lives on the line for us every single day. And we, as Conservatives, we as Canadians, ought to be grateful. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauharnais, Salaberry, Solange, Huntington.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor to speak with you in the chair. allow me, as a member for Quebec, to give a shout out to all the mayors in my riding who were acclaimed because, as you know, there were general elections, municipal elections all across Quebec last week. So I'd like to congratulate Alain Dubuc, the mayor of Beauharnois, Fraser Dabhid of Dundee, Deborah Stewart of Elgin, Mark Wallace of Hinchinbrook, André Brunette of Huntington, Michel Proux of Les Cèdres, Sylvain Brazeau of Les Coteaux, Peter Zinsinski of Pointe des Cascades, Sylvie Tourangeau of Sainte-Anisette, Mylène Labre, Saint-Clair, Daniel Pinsonneau, Saint-Barbe, Sean Campbell, Sainte-Justine de Newton, Jimmy Brunel, Saint-Marthe, Martin Dumaresque, Saint-Étienne de Beauharnois, Yves Daou, Saint-Louis de Gonzague, Jean-Pierre Ménard, Saint-Polycarpe, David McKay of Saint-Hélesphore, and Miguel Lemieux, the mayor of Salaberry de Valleyfield. So, as you know, 25 mayors were re-elected by acclamation in my riding, and I'd like to wish them all the best in their next term of office and in the next year. Now, what are we talking about here? We're talking about Bill C-12, and basically, this bill is almost a complete copy, except for 3 parts, a complete copy of Bill C-2, which was presented with great fanfare by this government. And for those watching, Madam Speaker, we know that C2, that number means that the government felt it was very urgent to push that legislation through. And so why today, in mid-October, do we have another bill that has the same purposes, and now it's called C-12? What it means is that the bill C-2, the initial formulation, was really just put there to appease the U.S., to make them happy because they raised some very high security concerns about Canada, and the Prime Minister made some promises in that arena. He said, yes, we're going to come up with a very strong piece of legislation to make our borders safer. And that was C2. Now, I'll tell you, we studied C12, and we'll say right off the bat that we're all for having this bill referred to committee where we can study it more closely. But what concerns me is that I read and I heard the Minister of Public Safety saying that C2 was just, they were going to take a rain check on that bill. It was delayed because there were parts of C2 that had to be withdrawn, the controversial parts. And in fact, there was unanimous opposition to certain parts of Bill C2, things having to do with privacy, or there were some potential charter violations. The Bill C2 was not charter compliant, so there was a whole list of potential violations of the charter, including the protection of life, liberty, and security of the person, and Section 8, which provides protection against unreasonable searches and seizures. And, of course, Madam Speaker, we heard a lot about that. Everything about opening mail without a search warrant. So there was a risk of arbitrary discrimination under C2, and I didn't see a single, all organizations, there was no one who thought there was anything good about C2 and that only parts of it should be removed. But this is how we came to where we're at today, debating C12. There was even one witness who said, an expert, Madam Speaker, who you know very well, who said to me that with parts 14 and 15 of Bill C2, it would be the end of protection of privacy. It was not something that could be fixed. It was going to be the death knell of privacy protection. So C2 was written hastily, and so they went back to the drawing board and drafted C12. But if it had been a majority liberal government, C2 would have passed. It would have been rammed down the throats of Quebecers and Canadians because it was meeting a very high demand from the Americans who don't value the protection of privacy as much as we do here in Quebec and in Canada. So it doesn't mean that C2 won't rise from the ashes. It's still there in C12, at least in part. But the minister is still nursing the hope that the parts that were so highly controversial in C2 might also see the light of day again. So as an opposition, we did our job, we played our role. The government did a bad job with C2. They went a little too quickly with C2, and it simply didn't meet the needs of Quebecers and citizens of other provinces. So C12 is a bit of a step backwards. It's a bit of a climb down from C2. So there are some parts of the bill that we are looking forward to discussing. We're not here just to criticize and oppose things. Where improvements can be made, we're in favor, especially when those improvements are in the interest of Quebec and other Canadians. So the whole issue of border safety, border security, this is something that the Bloc has been talking about for a long time. We've always wanted stronger measures but apparently it took the U.S. president complaining about our border being too porous before the Liberals did anything. As you know, we decried the situation at Roxham Road for a long time, and we were called racist and unwelcoming to refugees and so on. But gradually, Ontario joined the chorus and the other provinces, and all of a sudden, the problem of Roxham Road and irregular entries was dealt with. We also heard we've made some proposals. We in the Bloc have some ideas about better protecting the border. And one of our ideas was the idea of creating a minister of borders. And when I asked the minister a couple of weeks, the minister turned to the head of CBSA to answer on behalf of the Minister of Public Safety. And the minister should be able to field those questions. It's quite concerning. The government should really create a Department of Borders, and we should have a Minister of Borders. And then maybe we could have a minister who is truly accountable and responsible. And we also, in the Bloc, propose some measures to beef up border security. We talked about giving border services officers more leeway in their work. I attended one of the training facilities in Rigaud, where CBSA officers are trained in my neighbor riding. And I was happy to see how CBSA officers are trained. It's a very rigorous training, and it provides for highly skilled people dealing with border security. So why not, if there was a need, why not allow those people to actually go out and apprehend people in between crossings? Because as it is, they're stuck at their border crossing and they can't do anything about people crossing illegally in between border crossings. I don't understand the government's reluctance to allow for that, because it's a good idea. Everyone in the business agrees. There's a lack of resources, but also there are resources that aren't allowed to be used appropriately. So that's one of the things we suggested. The Bloc continues also to call for better control of illegal and prohibited firearms. As you know, I'm in a border riding where there's Lac Saint Louis, there are waterways along the border. along the U.S. border with New York State. So we know that trafficking of illegal weapons is going on. So we want more patrols, more resources dedicated to this part of the country where we know there's a lot of contraband, including human trafficking, and often it's by boat, not by land, that these illegal crossings are occurring. We also would like to see a cleanup of the links between Toronto's big banks and money laundering by organized crime. There should be tougher penalties for border smugglers. We see them get caught and sent home, and then they get caught again in Quebec in the exact same way. So there's something that's not working with our border patrols when people can keep coming back. Then there's the fentanyl crisis as well. This is first and foremost a public health crisis. The Bloc Québécois agrees that we need huge investments in healthcare funding, and that can be done through federal transfers. And I think the government should be more attentive to the needs of Quebec and the provinces when it comes to support and funding and rehab and so on, rapid access to emergency care, social workers, supervised consumption centers, and harm reduction. So obviously, Madam Speaker, the Bloc is of the view that border measures against organized crime remain necessary in cooperation with U.S. and Mexican authorities. That's, of course, necessary in order to respond better and catch the criminals, because they've been having an easy time of it for too long now. There are too many gaps in our system. The criminals know about it and use them to their advantage. Also, C-12 also has a lot to say about asylum seekers, or refugee claimants, as they're also known. And we look forward to debating those issues at committee so that we can better understand the provisions that would amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Now, with respect to C-12, we have some questions. I know that, and it says in the bill, that railway companies will have to create some space in their yards for offices and so on, because currently customs officers are unable to investigate rail cars leaving Canada and heading for the U.S. So in order to do that type of inspection, CN and CP and any rail company will have to create infrastructure in their rail yards. And my question is, will those companies pay 100% of the cost for that new infrastructure? Just to tell a bit of an anecdote here, if we're talking about scanning rail cars to see whether or not they contain explosives or all kinds of things that might affect national security, well, that might cost a couple $1 million. I don't know the exact number, but let's say in total over $30 million, because that was the cost for housing customs officers at ports facilities to scan containers. So are railway companies going to have to shoulder the cost of that very expensive new infrastructure? Will they have a certain amount of time to comply with the requirement? So these are all questions we have, and we don't have that information yet. So hopefully we'll be able to hear from a lot of witnesses, and maybe CN will tell us, no problem, we're going to invest millions in this because we do want to create that infrastructure so that inspectors can inspect our cars. But maybe I'm a pessimist, but I don't really know if the railway companies are going to be all that willing to invest all that money. So, and that might affect how long it takes for these measures to actually get implemented. Now, the whole issue too of allowing CBSA officers to go into the rail yards. This is a change for the railway companies and a change in their practices. So C12 provides for a lot of changes, but in order for those changes to be implemented and to have any practical effect and for practices to change, it could take months or even years. There are bills that were passed 2 years ago, and there are still no regulations. So that's just an example. I'm thinking of the Official Languages Act. That's one good example. So with C12, there's also a provision for the Coast Guard to be able to, it's going to change their mandate because the Coast Guard is there to travel around different parts of Quebec and the provinces by water, but they can't relay any of the information they gather to any other authority. That's not allowed. I don't know if they do it anyway, but they're not allowed. So this bill would give Coast Guard permission to contribute the information they gather about, for example, suspicious vessels, for example. And as you know, Coast Guard's budget, if it comes under national defense, will Coast Guard officers be armed? Will they be able to intervene? Anyway, I haven't seen anything about that in the bill, but that could change. So it's a bit strange that it's strange the idea that the Coast Guard would report or be part of national defense, but not carry weapons. That seems a bit odd. So we do have many questions about the nitty-gritty of this bill. So meanwhile, since we don't have any answers, we can only wonder, is Coast Guard truly going to come under national defense's umbrella? Because there's definitely no question that the Coast Guard is needed for the high Arctic, for our sovereignty. But in my writing, there's the Akwesasne Reserve, there's the U.S. border. And what I've seen is that at least a 50% drop in the number of patrols by boat. And I think it's a matter of resource management. So if resources are given to beef up the Coast Guard's mandate, well, what is that? How's that going to affect other services or other patrols? How's that going to affect fighting trafficking in illegal weapons and humans? So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, it's been a year and a half. This government's been giving us announcements. I think there's been 5 now official announcements about hiring 1,000 more CBSA officers. And of course, CBSA officers don't grow on trees. It takes at least 18 weeks of training plus extra training in various campuses in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. So we don't really see in this bill who's going to train those officers. Will the 1,000 people be assigned to the border? No, it looks like only 800 new border services officers will be posted on the border. So 200 of them might do something else. They might be doing administrative investigations. So these are questions we'd like answers for at committee. And to conclude, Madam Speaker, one thing's for sure. We will deal with this bill seriously. We will contribute to improving it, and we hope that the governing party will be open to our amendments and our recommendations. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate many of the comments that the member has put on the record this morning, Madam Speaker, and A lot of the questions that she poses are no doubt concerns that people will in fact have going as we debate the legislation. And ultimately, my question to the member is with respect to a standing committee. The Bloc seem to be supportive of the principles of Bill C-12. Is there anything within the legislation that the member is aware of that she would like to see amended specifically? And the follow-up to that would likely be something to the neighborhood of clarity in terms of the Bloc is supporting the bill going to committee. Is that not correct?
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntingdon. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, it's clear, and I think I said it, and maybe my colleague missed it in my introduction to my speech, but I did say that from the outset, Bill C-12 for the Bloc Québécois, well, we agree with having it go to committee so that we can listen to witnesses and hear what experts have to say about how they think this bill meets the needs that exist, and we'll listen to witnesses and we'll see if we're going to propose amendments and see if there are ways that we can improve the bill. So to his first question, yes, we would like to see this bill go to committee. And in terms of what amendments we might propose, well, I think it's very important that we hear from witnesses. So before we submit amendments or ideas for amendments, we'd like to take the time to listen to witnesses, to listen to experts who are going to help us make the right decisions and improve, if necessary, this bill.
The Honourable Member for Kenora, Kiwetinuk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important in this discussion that law-abiding Canadians should not lose their liberty to pay for the failures of the Liberals, but unfortunately, Canadians are often finding themselves paying for the failures of this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, that is the case when it comes to trade. Madam Speaker, the Ear Falls sawmill has announced an indefinite shutdown affecting nearly 150 workers, citing U.S. tariffs as the reason behind this decision that will absolutely devastate the community. This comes months after the Prime Minister promised to negotiate a win for Canada. Canadians are still paying for his failures. It's time for the government to step up and support workers in northwestern Ontario and across the country, Madam Speaker. To that end, I'd like to ask the member if she agrees with my initial premise that law-abiding Canadians should not lose their liberties to pay for the failures of the Liberals on borders and immigration.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntingdon. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, listen, I stand in solidarity with the first part of my colleague's question because it's true that right now, as we're speaking, there are workers who are losing their jobs because of American tariffs. And it's clear that the government isn't moving fast enough to support local regions and small and medium-sized businesses that don't have the liquidity that they need to meet the challenge of these tariffs. And, after the election campaign, there were very high expectations for the Liberal government in this area, and unfortunately, there's a lot of disappointment. If you look at, for example, the aerospace sector, secondary processors, in my riding and across Quebec, there are businesses closing, there are layoffs, and unfortunately, we're seeing that there's less attention being paid to those businesses from this government. The government's not they haven't been very quick off the mark on this one. They haven't met the very serious needs of these communities. Now, in terms of C-12, the elements that were very problematic in C-2 that really interfered with privacy rights, well, those were taken out of C-12 because they didn't, pass muster. Canadians were against this major intrusion into the privacy rights of Quebecers and Canadians. And when the government realized that its bill wouldn't go further than this chamber if they didn't make those amendments, well, they saw the light and they presented C-12 and took out the most problematic elements of that bill. But what I'm afraid of, Madam Speaker, is that the government doesn't seem to have completely set aside those problematic parts, and I hope that people will maintain pressure on this government to make sure that those 3 parts of Bill C-2, which were very intrusive, will never be passed. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Beauharnois Salaberry Soulange Huntington for her very relevant speech under the circumstances. Now, if this is Bill C-12, if it's, it's clear that this bill is important for this government and that it's important to act in the climate of fear that the Trump administration has put in place. But with C-12, we also see that the government has taken out a number of problematic elements from Bill C-2. Now, how is the American president going to react? Do we expect reprisals from the Americans over some of what was taken out of C-2? And, those problematic elements should never have been in the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois Salaberry Soulange Huntington. Well, it's a very good question because, listen, we're working on hypotheses here. We don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but the American president's team must be disappointed that what they asked for hasn't been delivered by this government. The Liberal government has taken a step back on several decisions that were taken in this House to please the American government in the hope that there would be some influence on the tariffs that were imposed on Canadians. And unfortunately, that strategy hasn't brought results yet. Madam Speaker, businesses continue to suffer the consequences of American tariffs. And I think that C-12 is a first step. And I'm convinced that in the back rooms where there are discussions ongoing behind the president and the prime minister, there will be discussions about how they're going to try again. They're going to try again to have us vote in favor of Bill C-2, which contains parts that allow mail to be searched and privacy rights to be violated to be passed. I suspect that it's just been delayed, and I would encourage everyone to be very vigilant because that's what the President of the United States wants. And I think we have to come to the conclusion that the Liberal government will do everything that it can to satisfy the American administration.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola. I'm just wondering whether what my colleague thinks about the remainder of C-2. Does she have any advice for the government on what is clearly a flawed bill, a bill that Canadians have spoken out against in droves? What are her thoughts as to what should occur with what remains in C-2, given the privacy and civil liberties concerns? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois Salaberry Soulange Huntington. Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague with whom I have the privilege of sitting on the Public Safety Committee. And I would say, Madam Speaker, that to calm things down, the Minister of Public Safety would have to say clearly that the elements that were taken out from C-12, the 3 concerning parts, should be abandoned forever, that C-2 should die on the order paper, and that there's no strategy or no negotiations underway to bring that to debate and to get that passed. I think that the minister needs to be very clear, and so far, Madam Speaker, I have to say that the minister has been trying to play both sides on this one. We're not clear what his point of view is on this. Sometimes you'll read one news article and it says one thing, you'll read another article and something else will have been said. So I think the best thing would be for the Minister of Public Safety to say clearly that the 3 points taken out of Bill C-12 won't come back in any form.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I indicated in my question, I appreciate many of the comments that the member from the Bloc Party has raised here this afternoon, Madam Speaker. I think that it's very much a responsible approach in dealing with the legislation that we have before us. Many of the concerns and questions that she has raised. I can assure her during the committee process will no doubt be talked about extensively. And hopefully she'll be able to get the answers that she's looking for. I think that we have obviously a minister that is committed to getting the legislation through. I appreciated the frankness in terms of the manner in which the Bloc appear to be supporting the legislation. And ultimately, we'll have to wait and see in terms of what sort of a priority collectively the opposition will put on this legislation. I think it's important for us right at the beginning to recognize why it is that legislation of this nature has become such a priority. Canada's new Prime Minister, along with the Cabinet, and I would suggest you members of the Liberal caucus and others, understand that things have changed a great deal over the past year, Madam Speaker. We have seen a great emphasis in terms of the border between Canada and the United States, concerns in terms of border security that have been elevated to the degree in which I have not seen in my many years of being a parliamentarian. We have a Prime Minister that has recognized just how important it is that the government act quickly on addressing a number of those concerns. And that's the reason why, Bill C-2 was introduced as early as it was. The Prime Minister was amplifying just how important it is in regards to border controls and some of the crimes that are being committed in Canada, and made it a priority in Bill C-2, Madam Speaker. Now, in listening to the many comments thus far, both from the Bloc and the Conservatives, I can appreciate that there's aspects of Bill C-2 that they are concerned about to the degree in which the legislation was not receiving the type of support that would have seen it go into committee in a quick fashion. In fact, I believe we were just over 18 hours of actual debate on Bill C-2, Madam Speaker. So there are some issues within Bill C-2 that are somewhat contentious, and concerns have been raised in regards to them. But just because they're not necessarily incorporated into Bill C-12, what we're debating today, does not take away from the importance of other measures that were within Bill C-2. I think it's important that we recognize that it's not just the government's opinion, but also stakeholders, in particular law enforcement agencies, that recognize that there are many aspects of Bill C-2 that address concerns that Canadians are justifiably wanting to see some form of an action taken. And to those that have been following Bill C-2, the government is not saying no, but recognizes that we need to get other aspects that are incorporated into Bill C-2 to move quicker through the House of Commons. So we believe that within the legislation as we are proposing today, that it deals with the concerns to the degree in which hopefully we will see the bill actually get to that committee stage. When I said, Madam Speaker, that we need to take a look at the changing dynamic that Canada is facing today compared to where it was a year ago, one only needs to look at the last national election in the United States. And President Trump has made it very clear on a number of fronts the concerns that he has with respect to Canada and Mexico, and wanting to see specific actions taken in order to support or foster more cooperation, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker. I use the issue of fentanyl as an example. When the United States raises the issue of fentanyl being this huge problem coming from Canada into the United States, I believe it's less than actually 1% of what's being brought into the United States. But still, we take it seriously, Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister has been very clear in regards to the impact that fentanyl is actually having, not only in our communities, but also in regards to other nations. And the impact that drugs coming into Canada also play such an important role in terms of recognizing. So, for example, when you take a look at fentanyl, back in late spring, the government was attempting to address the issue of what concerns have been expressed on many occasions. How Canada Post, for example, was obligated to deliver first-class mail, size 10 envelopes, just a standard envelope. And how fentanyl was being using Canada Post in order to distribute fentanyl into, in my province in particular, northern communities. This is a legitimate concern, Madam Speaker. A concern that comes from stakeholders in rural Manitoba. And the government is responded by ensuring that there's more checks in place to ensure that we can minimize the amount of fentanyl that's actually going through Canada Post. That is the goal. That is what it is that the Prime Minister wants to be able to see, and Cabinet and the Liberal caucus want to see. Less fentanyl in our communities. So whether through C2 or C12 and talking about the principle of it, that is what it is that we're hoping to be able to accomplish. Stronger borders is another issue that has been of great concern in regards to the last 12 months, Madam Speaker, or actually less than 12 months. And again, we have a newly elected Prime Minister just back in April that has committed not only legislation, Madam Speaker, but also budgetary measures. And we have a budget that's coming on November 4. We often get the question in regards to, what about the RCMP officers and the Canada Border Control officers and the commitment that the Prime Minister has made. It is no small commitment. The Prime Minister says, we are serious about securing Canada's borders. And that meant not only bringing in Bill C-12 or C-2, Madam Speaker, that does provide that extra strength, but it also factors in 1,000 new RCMP officers and 1,000 new Border Control officers. That is a significant commitment that goes over and above the legislation. Because as a government, we recognize that you can bring forward the legislation, and in this situation, there is a need to put more boots on the ground. And that's something in which we are and will be materializing on, Madam Speaker. And I suspect we'll hear more about that on November 4 when we present the fall budget to Canadians through the House of Commons. And the legislative component to it, Madam Speaker, is absolutely critical. The sharing of information is so important. Things have changed over the years. We all know that through technology and the advancement of the internet and the type of things that can be done through the internet, through the many different types of weapons that are out there. And I'm not just talking about guns, Madam Speaker. Weapons can take many different forms. And when you take a look at it, there is a need for legislation of this nature. Bill BC-12 has actually two pillars to it, Madam Speaker. One is securing the border, and the second one is combating transnational organized crime, thinking in terms of things like illegal fentanyl and illicit financing. these are the types of issues that are actually being dealt with within this legislation. I want to be able to recognize the efforts of our border control officers. You know, it was interesting stats, and we always like to be able to talk about stats. And whether it's the RCMP or our border control officers, I don't think we give them enough credit for the fine work that they actually do. And when I say we, I'm talking about parliamentarians as a whole, even beyond the House of Commons, provincial politicians also, Madam Speaker. To give you a sense of the type of work that the Border Control officers do for us, Madam Speaker, here are some stats from January 1 of this year to September 19. And this is all through Canada Border Security agents, Madam Speaker, in terms of things that have been seized. When it comes to grams of cannabis products, you're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of $37,467,000. When you talk about grams of hashish, $379,000. When you talk about grams of cocaine or crack, $2,702,000. Grams of heroin, 73,946, Madam Speaker. And I shouldn't have been saying dollars on those last two. It would have been actual amount of grams. There's 770,534 grams of other opioids. 22,237,913 grams of other types of drugs. Interesting on firearms, it's something that constantly gets discussed, Madam Speaker. We have seen 662 firearms, 11,119 prohibited weapons. When you think in terms of currency, hard dollars, as previous, I meant grams, I didn't mean to say dollars. Here in currency, 29,961,000. In suspected proceeds of crime, 2,919,000. This is work that's been done in the first 9 months of the year, Madam Speaker. And that's why I say, when we think in terms of the type of work that our Canada Border Control officers do for us, is so critically important, as is the RCMP. You know, the Conservative shadow minister or critic, whatever one wants to call it, I had asked him a very specific question related to the RCMP. And I did want to raise this, Madam Speaker, because I take it very seriously, as I know Canadians take the issue very seriously. And when I posed the question to the member of the Conservative Party, the opposition critic on the issue, he chose to sidestep the issue and not answer the question. It's the same question that I wanted to get highlighted when I posed the question to the minister responsible for introducing Bill C-12. And it's in relation to our RCMP. I'm offended because over the last number of days, there's been a lot of news and social media about a statement that the leader of the Conservative Party has made. And I will quote from the Winnipeg Free Press over the weekend, Madam Speaker, where it indicates that the leader of the Conservative Party called the leadership of the RCMP despicable. I believe that's a very important issue. As we debate, when you get the government that says that, look, we are going to be increasing security at our borders, we are going to be reinforcing the strength of our RCMP by investing another 1,000 RCMP officers, that we collectively should be supportive of those two agencies, of those two institutions, Madam Speaker. As I indicated, the RCMP as an institution is recognized around the world as a first-class security law enforcement agency. Let there be absolutely no doubt about that. And when you get a politician that says that the leadership of the RCMP is despicable, and it goes on in great detail, Madam Speaker, I think it does a disservice not only to the institution of the RCMP, but to all of us that sit inside the House, let alone the leader of Canada's official opposition making that statement, Madam Speaker. And that's why I had posed the question earlier to my colleague across the way from the Conservative Party, who is appointed by the leader of the Conservative Party to take on that role as shadow minister. Does he support what it is that the leader of the Conservative Party is saying? I respect to a certain degree. He chose not to answer the question because I suspect that he understands why it was not an appropriate thing for the leader of the official opposition to be saying. I believe that the leader of the official opposition owes an apology to all Canadians on this issue. What is despicable, and I would add a few other words to it, Madam Speaker, is the leader of the official opposition when he makes comments of that nature and the damage that it causes. And I would suggest that the leader of the official opposition owes a sincere apology inside this House to all Canadians for saying what it is that he has said. When you take a look in regards to Bill C-12, Madam Speaker, it amends the accelerated scheduling pathway that allows precursors, chemicals that can be used to produce illicit drugs to be rapidly controlled by the Minister of Health. This will allow law and border enforcement agencies to take swift action to prevent the illegal importation and use of precursor chemicals, and will at the same time ensure strict federal oversight over any legitimate use of these chemicals. The legislation also strengthens or provides more strength, I should say, in terms of the anti-terrorist financing regime, including through the stronger anti-money laundering penalties. Madam Speaker, when we take a look in terms of the substance of the legislation, the bloc member made reference to the Coast Guard and saying that the Coast Guard is getting an expanded responsibility. I believe the sharing of information that a Coast Guard can receive can be exceptionally valuable in terms of the security of our nation. And as such, I do agree that there needs to be checks in place related to privacy and actions that would not adhere to our Constitution. But at the end of the day, that is valuable information. And I would suggest to you that that information, if accessed appropriately, can ultimately save lives and a whole lot more. And that's the reason why, when we take a look at some of the initiatives that Bill C-12 has brought in, I think adds more value to the legislation itself, Madam Speaker. It becomes a question of whether or not we want to see that sharing of information, whether, as I point out, with the Coastal Guard, or I could talk about immigration. And if I had another 20 minutes, Madam Speaker, I could go into the details as to why it is that we need to protect the integrity of the system and being able to recognize that there is abuse within the system and the potential for significant abuse. These amendments are absolutely critical in being able to deal with the issue of asylum, for example, Madam Speaker. And many issues that I have whether it's related to asylum or other issues related to security, I think can best be addressed in the one-on-one discussions and debates and the presenters that go before the Standing Committee. We've had C2 now. Now we got C12. Hopefully we'll see this legislation pass.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Salaberry-Soulanges. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciated the tone, the constructive tone of the parliamentary secretary in his whole speech on C12, and we share a lot of points in common. We both agree that we need to better protect border security, to have much more robust interventions to ensure security. And I think we agree the Coast Guard needs more power for surveillance and information transmission. Other information with respect to privacy violations or information. It's civil society as a whole that has stood up against this. They've contacted all of these members of parliament for all parties to express their fears. And if these parts are so important, like the parliamentary secretary says, we need to talk about them, inform people, make them aware, and to have a debate outside of the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. So I'm happy with the tone, and I can assure him with our cooperation at the bloc when we study C12. But does he not agree with me? When we're talking about resources, we also have to listen to workers, RCMP officers, border officers that need technology and infrastructure that's adapted. And right now, what we're seeing is, yes, they're hiring more personnel, but they don't say much about support, for example, with technological tools that are more advanced. Could he say more about this? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it was posed to the Minister earlier, based on a report, that we should look at expanding the number of weeks in the training of RCMP officers. I do believe that there is room for discussion in regards to the whole issue of training. So, for example, when I had listened to the question earlier, I was sitting with one of my colleagues, and I thought to myself, and shared that thought, that it would be valuable to have, every 4 or 5 years, an ongoing training opportunities that reinforce the changes that take place in society. I think that we need to approach the issue of security of our borders and other forms of security with an open mind. And that means, at the very least, let's be open to ideas and let's have that discussion. And where we're in a position to take action, that we look at doing that. I think the Prime Minister has been very much open to ideas and thoughts.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Oh, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Montbreton-Lacadie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague earlier explain, and I have a question for him. Can he explain how this new legislation will impact Canada and, of course, make our borders more secure? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think if I was to encapsulate it, I would suggest to my friend and colleague, who posed a very good question, I would say that it does two things. It complements budgetary allocations in a very real way because it puts in significant changes in law to ensure that there's more information sharing, as an example. And as I say, it also is complemented in terms of the significant budgetary measures that we're taking, as I mentioned earlier, for example, in the hiring of 1,000 new RCMP officers and 1,000 new CBSA employees. I see those two issues will, in fact, make a profoundly positive difference for the citizens that he represents, that we all represent. And I would hope, Madam Speaker, for that reason in itself, that we would get more cooperation in seeing this legislation get through to that committee stage.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, many interest groups have looked at the immigration provisions that were in former Bill C-2 that are now contained in Bill C-12, and they've raised concerns about the constitutionality of these principles. There's actually been several groups that have done this. Now, the minister has suggested that she thinks it's constitutional. My concern is that if you have all of these groups that are saying it's unconstitutional, the minister thinks it does, and there's no other provisions to deal with the massive backlog in the asylum claims, then how is the Liberal government going to functionally reduce the asylum claim backlog? What I'm worried about with this bill is that the Liberals are actually just punting the problem to the courts and potentially past the next election date, as opposed to taking serious structural reform that would reduce the incentive to abuse Canada's asylum system by economic migrants. And I kind of don't see that. So could my colleague comment on the fact that many groups have said it's unconstitutional, the minister has said it's constitutional, and this is likely an attempt by the Liberal government to punt the problem of the asylum claim system to the courts. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it a little bit surprising
just a tad
that the Conservatives, while in opposition, it seems, are really concerned about constitutional and the charter when it comes to the government bringing in laws, because they sure weren't. When she was sat around with the Harper government, they were not concerned at all on the issue, Mr. Speaker. And Supreme Court or court rulings have clearly demonstrated. I would suggest to the member that the government is very much aware of the issues facing immigration today, including asylum seekers and potential asylum seekers. This legislation is very important in terms of protecting the integrity of the system, Mr. Speaker. I understand the issue in great detail in regards to the immigration file and the issues dealing with asylum. I understand why it is that the problem is there. And it's just not Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. You can talk about provinces, you can talk about post-secondary institutions, you can talk about unethical employers. It's a combination of things. But as a government, as the Prime Minister has said, we are going to bring stability to the immigration file, Mr. Speaker. And this is a part of it. We have a new Prime Minister that has made that commitment, and that commitment will be fulfilled.
Questions and comments?
Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And on the topic of immigration, I've heard this member speak about immigration quite a bit in this House, probably the thing I've heard him speak about most. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that, our country is a relatively new country. It's a country that, unless you are of Indigenous descent, we've all immigrated here over the last couple hundred years. To think my father, who was 8 years old when he immigrated from Holland with his parents, was able to thrive in a country like this because his parents chose Canada to come to. I'm wondering if he can talk to the importance of having a healthy immigration system in a country that is relatively new, such as Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I truly appreciate the question. And the reason being is that I have been consistent over the years, as I believe that the Liberal Party has, in regards to the true value of immigration. Contrast that to the far-right leader of the Conservative Party. The far-right leader of the Conservative Party goes against what I would argue many of the thoughts that Prairie MPs would have in regards to some of the statements that he has made publicly, Mr. Speaker. This anti-immigrant messaging that is coming from the leadership of the Conservative Party is very concerning, Mr. Speaker. And I would challenge, as an example, to my Manitoba colleagues in the Conservative Party, we have a province that is desperately wanting to be able to retain people's working visas that are expiring. My Conservative colleagues from Manitoba know that, Mr. Speaker. Yet, they sit on their hands and they're quiet when we have rural communities in Manitoba advocating something in which their leader is saying absolutely no to. That is irresponsible leadership coming from the Conservative Party, whether it's immigration or even the issue of the RCMP.
Unfortunately, it is now 2 p.m. and it's time for statements by members.
Statements by members. The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, it's with deep pride in the North that I'd like to congratulate L'Aurore Boréale, named Newspaper of the Year at the 2025 Francophone Press Awards last December. This is an exceptional honor that reflects the heart and soul that the team puts into each edition. L'Aurore Boréale was also recognized for its magnificent bilingual digital project, 125 Years of Francophonie in the Yukon, produced in cooperation with the Société d'Histoire Francophone du Yukon. This project is a vibrant tribute to the rich and resilient history of Francophones in the territory. In addition, for the third consecutive year, the newspaper was awarded the Award of Excellence for its digital presence. Mr. Speaker, may L'Aurore Boréale continue to inspire, inform, and bring people together for many years.
The honourable member for Columbia-Kootenay Southern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, in Columbia-Kootenay Southern Rockies, forestry isn't just an industry, it's a way of life. From small family-run mills like Hushcroft, Kolesnikov, Atco, Porcupine, Martis, in the Kootenays to the dedicated men and women working across the Southern Rockies, the forest sector is a backbone of our local economy. Yet, once again, these hardworking Canadians are being left behind. The Liberal government has failed to secure a new softwood lumber agreement with the United States, leaving our producers facing uncertainty and unfair trade barriers. Despite these challenges, our small mills continue to push forward, investing, modernizing, and finding innovative ways to stay competitive. But they're doing it without the support of the Liberal government that should be standing up for them. They're not asking for handouts. They're asking for fairness, stability, for leadership that will fight for their livelihoods. Conservatives will always stand by our forest families and the communities that depend on this vital sector. Thank you.
The honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday we celebrated the 96th anniversary of the Persons case, when the famous five fought to have women recognized as persons in Canada. Their courage reshaped democracy in this country. Across Canada, women are transforming government, business, and public life. We're delivering on the National $10 a Day Child Care Program, a national action plan to end gender-based violence, a permanent national school food program, and soon, free contraception for more choice and control. All of these initiatives have a profoundly positive impact on all Canadians, especially on mothers, sisters, and daughters. But progress is not equality. In 2023, women's workforce participation lagged 6.6 points behind men's, a gap that, if closed, could add $150 billion to our economy. Gender-based violence still costs Canadians $7.4 billion every year. Mr. Speaker, nearly a century later, the fight for equality is far from over. It's our turn to finish what the famous five so bravely began. Thank you.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, the world desperately needs more people who don't fold under pressure, but who are guided by grace and use their influence not for personal gain, but for justice. Those who are willing to stand in the gap for others, to boldly speak the truth, to protect the vulnerable, to fight against injustice, and to take risks to do what is right. I believe that's the kind of people we are all called to be. People who are willing to step up and speak out, even when it's uncomfortable or perhaps even risky. Too often we shrink back from those moments. We choose silence. We fear conflict. We act impulsively or we accuse. But there is a better way. We can choose our moments carefully, deliver our words with wisdom and clarity, act with courage, and always be respectful. Courageous people don't wait for safer circumstances. They step forward in faith and trust God with the outcome. Remember, your influence matters. Your voice can be used to bring justice, freedom, hope, and life, but only if you're willing to use it. Thank you.
Good job. The honourable member for La Prairie Atataken. Mr. Speaker, this month, as we celebrate women who inspire, innovate, and transform the world around them. I'd like to share an encounter that left a deep impression on me. I had the pleasure of speaking with Cindy Ouellette, a woman whose journey commands admiration. Cindy is a high-level Paralympic athlete in wheelchair basketball, a demanding discipline in which she has excelled for years. She has represented Canada at 4 Summer Games and even at the Winter Games in Paranordic skiing. She trains up to 6 hours a day while pursuing 2 doctorates, one in biomedical engineering and the other in neuroscience. But what touched me was her ability to turn challenges into opportunities. She doesn't just push her own limits, she works to improve the lives of others, including by developing new prosthetics. She turns challenges into opportunities. She is living proof that women can excel in all fields. They can be athletes, scientists, leaders, and models of resilience.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the chamber to join families of Brampton West, millions of Canadians and billions around the world in celebrating Diwali, the Festival of Lights, and Bandi Chhor Divas. Though the tradition may differ with different cultures, their message is universal: hope, unity, and renewal. In a time when many are struggling and the world feels heavy with pain, these celebrations remind us to look forward with optimism. I am proud to join our Conservative leader and colleagues in celebrating Diwali here on Parliament Hill and across our beautiful country. Conservatives will always stand up for the values that unite us: faith, family, and freedom. To everyone celebrating Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas in Brampton West and across Canada, may this Diwali bring joy, peace, and prosperity to all. Happy Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas. Thank you.
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, this week, members of the Intentional Community Consortium are in Ottawa for their annual Day on the Hill. Representing more than 60 agencies across Canada, the consortium advocates for affordable and supportive housing solutions for individuals with developmental disabilities across Canada. Earlier this summer, I had the opportunity to visit one of their member projects, the Frankfurt Family Arena residence, located in my riding of Eglinton Lawrence with Chair Gary Gladstone. This project will provide homes for an estimated 168 individuals and will include specialized units for complex health care, along with options for independent and shared living. At a time when we need to build not only more housing, but also a greater diversity of housing, I would like to thank the Intentional Community Consortium for the important work they do to build stronger communities where everyone can live with dignity and care. I hope members will join myself and honourable colleagues from the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois at a reception this evening from 5 to 7 in the Speaker's Lounge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Central Newfoundland.
Congratulations, Premier-elect Tony Wakeham and the PC Party of Newfoundland and Labrador on their victory in last week's provincial election. A special thanks to all who put their names forward, regardless of political stripe. This willingness to be involved strengthens our democracy. So after 10 costly years of Liberal government, one that too often collaborated with their federal friends and ignored our fishery, stifled opportunity in our offshore oil and gas, and ignored the rising crime, the people of Newfoundland and Labrador have chosen a new direction. Tony Wakeham ran a positive, solutions-based campaign that put working people, rural communities, resource development, and healthcare back at the centre of the province's future. This victory is a clear message that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are ready for leadership that listens, acts, and delivers results. I look forward to working with the incoming PC government for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, from October 20th to 26th, we celebrate National Early Childhood Educators Week, and I'm sure everyone here knows someone to honour today. I know my colleague, the member for Mirabel, has a special thought for his mother-in-law, who is an educator herself. And for my part, I'm thinking of the kindness and warm smile of Mrs. Awa, to whom I entrusted my little boy this morning. Early childhood professionals are the first real school for our little ones. They're much more than babysitters. They stimulate, listen, reassure, and encourage. Day after day, our children are in good hands with them, but their role is even greater. Thanks to their commitment, kindness, and creativity, they are shaping and helping to nurture an entire future society. They are builders of the future. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, and above all, on behalf of all the little ones for whom they make all the difference in the world, I offer them my warmest thanks.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, during Women's History Month, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary female athlete from my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's, Sarah Mitten of Liverpool, Queens County, Nova Scotia. Sarah is a history maker, one throw at a time. Born and raised in Liverpool, she's become one of Canada's greatest track and field athletes. A national champion in her junior years, Sarah burst onto the scene internationally by capturing gold at the 2019 Summer Olympiad and the University Games. In 2022, Sarah made our country proud once again by winning gold at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham and setting multiple Canadian records in shot put. She also became the first woman ever to reach world champion finals in her event, a remarkable milestone. She went on to represent Canada in both Tokyo and Paris Olympic Games, proudly wearing that maple leaf on the world's biggest stage. And while she competes among
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Since 2015, 11 mills have closed in my region. That's over 2,700 jobs lost. 2,700 families that can't feed their kids, can't pay their mortgage, can't pay their hydro bill. Vanderhoof, 500 jobs. Prince George, 1,000 jobs. Williams Lake, 170 jobs. Quesnel, 150 jobs. Hunter Mill House, 160 jobs. Mr. Speaker, British Columbia used to be the largest producer of softwood in our nation, but since 2015, over 30 mills have closed and thousands of British Columbians are out of work. Communities destroyed, families unable to put food on the table. This Prime Minister promised a deal with the U.S. Instead, tariffs on Canadian softwood have tripled. Conservatives are calling on the Prime Minister to do what he promised, get a deal on softwood and protect our hardworking loggers, truckers, and mill workers. Mr. Speaker, forestry families matter.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, last week was Italian Language Week in the world. Canada and Italy share deep ties, shaped by a common history and decades of cultural, economic, and political cooperation. As the son of Italian immigrants, I'm proud of the wealth of this relationship, which has shaped my journey and that of millions of Canadians of Italian origin who have made significant contributions to our country. On behalf of the Canada-Italy Interparliamentary Group, I invite all my colleagues to join us tomorrow at 5 p.m. for a reception on the theme of Italian language, Language Beyond Borders.
Speaker's dining room in the presence of His Excellency Alessandro Cattaneo, Ambassador of Italy to Canada. It will be an opportunity to reaffirm the deep and lasting friendship between our two countries, and yes, there will be Italian food.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, for generations, families in Windsor have been beating hard of Canada's auto industry, building not just cars, but hope, stability, and opportunity for countless Canadians. That hope is being tested today. While auto workers are wondering what the future holds, this Liberal government is refusing to release the Stellantis contracts, the very documents that could show whether the promises made to our community are being kept. Canadians deserve accountability, responsibility, and transparency. They deserve to know if their tax dollars are protecting Canadian jobs or simply adding to corporate welfare with no accountability. Mr. Speaker, Windsor has carried Canada's industrial future on its shoulders for over 100 years. Our people have done their part. They built the engines, the factories, and the future. Now it's time for this government to show some integrity and do its part. It must release the contracts today.
The honourable member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to highlight the beginning of Diwali, the Festival of Lights, celebrated by millions of people all around the world, including right here in Canada. Diwali is a time of rejoicing, spirituality, and renewal. It symbolizes the victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. It's also a time to gather with family, share meals, light lamps, and renew community ties. I'd like to wish a happy Diwali to all those who celebrate it in my riding of Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie and all across the country. May this holiday bring you peace, prosperity, and light. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York Durham.
The Prime Minister is fond of giving Canadians so-called economic lessons, as though he alone commands the keys to wisdom. Well, let me share with him a lesson from the unforgiving school of real life and reality. When governments run huge deficits, they unleash the scourge of inflation. And when inflation rises, it strikes at the heart of our communities. The Georgina Food Pantry now feeds twice as many families because they can no longer afford to feed themselves. But we have 4 simple things the government can do to reform themselves and reverse course in this upcoming budget. Eliminate the industrial carbon tax on farm and fertilizer, get rid of the fuel tax on the trucks that deliver our food, and scrap the industrial carbon tax, scrap the food packaging tax, and stop printing money. The Prime Minister is fond of giving lectures, Mr. Speaker, but unfortunately, he remains stubbornly unteachable.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to welcome a new local newsroom serving Coquitlam, Port Moody, New Westminster, and Burnaby. It's called The Freshet, and their first edition went online on Sunday. Local news is not a luxury. It's how neighbours learn what councils decide. It's what local sports team won the game and which small businesses recently opened. The launch follows a community effort to save local news after local newspapers closed. 4 veteran reporters stepped forward with a plan to build trusted coverage. I thank Janice Clue, Cornelia Naylor, Mario Bartel, and Teresa McManus for their leadership and service. The Freshet will value verification, reflect our diversity, and ask tough questions to make public policy better. I welcome that scrutiny and will keep an open line. Congratulations to the Freshet.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
In 10 budgets, the Liberals doubled debt, doubled lines at food banks, and doubled the cost of housing. Every dollar that the government spends comes out of Canadians' pockets. And fridges are empty, Mr. Speaker. Has the government learned the costly lessons that its deficits and taxes increase the cost of living? And will they reverse these inflationist policies in their budget? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we'll be talking about those issues quite a bit in the coming weeks, but last week the Leader of the Opposition questioned the independence of our legal system, of the police, and the integrity of police officers, the police officers who put their lives on the line to protect us. Today he has the opportunity to make amends in an honourable way before this House. In the next 30 seconds, the Leader of the Opposition has the opportunity to make amends. Will he do that?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are trying to distract Canadians from their inflation with their corruption, Mr. Speaker. They now have 4 inflationist taxes on food. The industrial carbon tax, which applies to equipment on farms. The packaging tax at grocery stores. The diesel standards tax, and their inflationist taxes. Canadians can no longer pay their bills. They can't afford their groceries. Will the Liberals reverse these inflationist policies so Canadians can eat? The Honourable Government House Leader.
A lot of opportunity to talk about the taxes, the imaginary taxes that the Leader of the Opposition comes up with. But last week, the Leader of the Opposition put into question the independence of our judiciary, of the independence of our prosecutors, of the police, in fact, the very police that put their lives on the line to protect him, Mr. Speaker. The Leader has the next 30 seconds to make amends, to apologize, to tell the people of this chamber and this House that he is sorry for what he said. We don't do that in Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Liberals are trying to distract from their inflation and rising cost of living by talking about their corruption. This will be the 10th Liberal budget. Already, they've doubled the debt, food bank lineups, and housing costs. Every dollar the government spends comes directly out of the pockets of Canadians who can no longer afford to eat, heat, and house themselves. Their fridges are empty, Mr. Speaker. Will they learn these costly lessons? Will they cap their inflationary deficits and get rid of their insane taxes on groceries?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is inventing scenarios to distract from the story. The Leader of the Opposition has had 2 opportunities to apologize to the RCMP, our judges, and our legal system. He has refused to do that. In terms of inflationist spending, so-called inflationist spending, from the opposition leader, well, he still hasn't suggested one single way to cut or identified what spending, what support for which Canadians he thinks is inflationary, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, tragically, 3,000 auto workers in Brampton learned that the Prime Minister had sold them out and failed them in negotiations with the United States of America. To make matters worse, this Liberal government and this Liberal finance minister forked over $15 billion tax dollars to the company that is moving their jobs south. So surely the government would have negotiated a jobs guarantee for every single Canadian Stellantis employee. Will they release that guarantee and the entire contract so Canadians know where their dollars went?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, of course, what Stellantis announced for the Brampton plant last week was completely unacceptable. And Stellantis has made solemn commitments to this government and to their workers, and they need to honor their commitments. And that's why we will hold them to account. While my colleagues are just right now talking, we already know that in committee we said that we would agree to the production of documents. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, surely Stellantis would not be announcing that it is moving a 3,000 worker plant to the United States of America if this government had negotiated job guarantees in that contract for $15 billion. To put this into perspective, $15 billion is $1,000 for every single family in Canada that was supposed to create jobs. So, simple yes or no question. Is there an ironclad guarantee of every single worker's job here in Canada in exchange for that $15 billion handout?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, let me be extremely clear. We will fight for these jobs because Canadian auto workers are the best auto workers in the world. And we will make sure that Stellantis face all consequences, including legal ones. That being said, an hour ago, I met here in Ottawa with the head of Canadian Stellantis, with the head of Unifor, and also with the Minister of Economic Development of Ontario. We're one strong team, Canada, and we will make sure that these jobs stay in Brampton.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, still no answer. It was the finance minister, the present-day finance minister, who is in charge of a $500 billion forthcoming Liberal budget that was the one who signed this deal. And amazingly, barely 2 years after he signed it, and forked over 15 billion Canadian tax dollars. The company receiving it is moving the jobs to the United States of America. That minister claims she might take legal action. She can't do that unless there's actually a job guarantee. So will she tell us, yes or no, does every Canadian Stellantis worker have a job guarantee?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, when this government negotiates contracts, they're good ones. And so my colleague will have the chance to see these contracts. That being said, we will make sure to put full pressure on the company. These jobs need to stay in Brampton. These jobs need to stay in Canada. And ultimately, the future of the auto sector is bright, and we'll continue to fight for it.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the preacher Uthman Ibn Farouk is giving speaking conferences across Canada despite his history of hate speech. For example, he believes it's acceptable to capture women and turn them into sex slaves. This type of rhetoric has earned him a ban from the United Kingdom and even from Canada, but he'll have no problem repeating these remarks in his video conferences because they're protected by the Criminal Code. In fact, the Criminal Code exempts hate speech from consequences if it's made in a religious context. Will the government finally abolish this religious exemption? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Culture. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. As she knows very well, hate speech has no place in Canada. The federal government has a number of tools to fight hate speech, and we will do everything that we can to work to ensure that Canadians are free from this kind of speech. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, UQAM quickly banned a conference by the preacher on its premises, and we must applaud that decision. But fans of hate speech, misogyny, homophobia, and more will still be able to attend 7 of his conferences across Canada and even in Quebec in Brossard. This rhetoric has no place in Quebec or in Canada, yet the federal government protects it under the Criminal Code. When will the Liberals finally have the political courage to abolish the religious exemption that allows hate speech? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague has noted, there is a conference that was cancelled because it was hate speech. We have a number of tools, and we've tabled a bill in the previous Parliament to fight online hate speech. I will work on this issue as Minister of Heritage, and we will continue to work to fight hate speech in all its forms across the country. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is speaking out of both sides of its mouth when it comes to hate speech. Canada has banned Uthman Ibn Farouk because of his hateful comments. It's true, he's too dangerous to be allowed into the country. We agree. But these same hateful comments are protected under 319 of the Criminal Code. It's allowed in Canada to engage in hate speech if it's done under the guise of religion. Mr. Speaker, if the preacher's speeches are hateful enough for Canada to ban him from entering the country, does the government not agree that they're hateful enough to be prohibited under the Criminal Code? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, beyond the bill that we tabled in the previous Parliament on hate speech online, in Bill C9, which is before the House right now, Mr. Speaker, which is going to be debated in the coming weeks, there is an element that is specifically focused on hate speech. The federal government is very proactive on this question, and we will continue to be.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
The Prime Minister's broken promises are costing Canadians. The Prime Minister said he would lower grocery costs for Canadians, but in fact, food prices are rising twice as quickly now as they did under Trudeau. And it's because of the Liberal hidden taxes on food. And it's not imaginary. The Liberal government's own analysis said their food packaging tax increased costs on Canadians by $1 billion. Wow. A Deloitte study said it would increase fresh produce costs 34%. Will the Prime Minister scrap his hidden taxes on food, or will he break another promise to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, good news for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Prime Minister announced that we're making the school food program permanent. So I take from the question of the member opposite. That means, Mr. Speaker, that Canadian kids all across the country are getting good quality food at school, saving families about $800 a year at the grocery store. But I hope from the nature of that question, Mr. Speaker, we can count on the party opposite to support this budget.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
But it was the Liberals who voted against scrapping their hidden taxes on food. And now we have 1 in 4 Canadians not knowing where their next meal is coming from. Bans on plastic food packaging, front-of-pack labeling, those will increase the cost of fresh produce 34%. The Liberals were warned these policies would increase costs on consumers, and those warnings were heeded. There is 4 million Canadians going to be forced to use a food bank this year, up 345% from 2015. Will the Prime Minister scrap his hidden taxes on food so Canadians can afford to feed their families?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, most Canadians know or ought to know that there isn't tax on food, and in fact, these are imaginary taxes. You know what's not imaginary, Mr. Speaker? The $8,000 in the Canadian family's bank account for a child under 6 that will be deposited today. Something that those Conservatives have voted against time and time again. When they have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to make life more affordable for Canadians, they vote against the interests of Canadian families time after time.
Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told Canadians to judge them by the prices they pay at the grocery store. So let's do just that. Sherry, a senior in Cambridge, wrote to me this week. She sent a photo of her grocery receipt, $197 for a few basics that won't last the week. The cause, hidden Liberal taxes like the industrial carbon tax on farmers who grow the food. These taxes are buried in everyday essentials. Runaway Liberal spending has turned the grocery aisle into a luxury lane. With the budget coming, Canadians like Sherry want to know, will the government axe the hidden taxes and rein in the spending so they can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every time there's a chance to stand up for Canadian families, these Conservatives vote against their interests. Whether it's increases to seniors' benefits, Mr. Speaker, voted against it. Whether it's ensuring that food costs remain low for Canadians, voted against it. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect governments to work on their behalf, and they know they can't trust these Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, same old answers. Let's talk about those so-called programs. 9 out of 10 kids do not get fed by this failed food program. The Liberals take food away from families to instead feed the government's constantly expanding bureaucracy. If those programs were working, then food bank visits would be going down, not up. Since this Prime Minister took office, beef strip loin is up 28%, sugar is up 19%, apples are up 13%. These aren't luxuries, they're everyday essentials being priced out of Canadian diets, forcing kids to go to bed hungry. So I'll ask again, will the government finally listen to the evidence and stop their reckless spending so families...
The Honourable Minister.
You know what, Mr. Speaker, when you visit food banks, one of the things they ask is to make the school food program permanent. And we listen, Mr. Speaker. That's what responsible governments do. We work with partners to make sure that we have programs across the country that reach hungry bellies. And that's what we're doing, saving Canadian families on average $800 a year. But these Conservatives vote against families time and time again. Mr. Speaker, they literally take food out of kids' mouths.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are feeling the financial squeeze not just at the pumps but across the board. While the Liberals claim that these are imaginary taxes, the truth is they're hidden fuel taxes on buried regulatory fees and carbon pricing, quietly driving up the cost of groceries and transportation. These aren't just line items. They're daily realities for working families in Kitchener Centre. Will they axe their 17-cent fuel tax on their upcoming budget so Canadians can finally afford to live?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
While the Conservatives continue to suggest these imaginary taxes exist on food, we are ensuring that there is real food for real bellies. Children in schools get fed. They vote against feeding children, while over here we're ensuring that children have the food that they need, that Canadians have the support that they need, while they continue to suggest imaginary taxes and work against Canadians' interests.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. The Prime Minister said he should be judged on grocery prices. And it's clear that his taxes, like the packaging tax, are driving prices up. And it's hidden from you, Mr. Speaker. These taxes are so sneaky that they're built right into the prices you see. They don't even show up on your receipt. But what we've now learned, Mr. Speaker, is that the packaging tax will cost Canadians $1.3 billion by 2032. Can the Prime Minister put an end to these hidden taxes on food so that Quebecers and Canadians can afford to eat properly?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opposition is talking about imaginary taxes. What we're doing on this side of the House is we are delivering for Canadian families. We've delivered a national school food program for kids across Canada, and our government will continue to be there to help families and children. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les-Etchemins-Lévis. You know, we're not living in the same world, Mr. Speaker. There will be over 4 million visits to food banks this year. That's a 128% increase under the Liberals. Here in Quebec, the organization Les Frigos Pleins has provided more than 1,600 emergency food deliveries in just 4 months. That's almost half the total for all of last year. The industrial carbon tax, the food packaging tax, clean fuel regulations. These are all measures that increase the cost of transporting, producing, and marketing food, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said he should be judged on grocery prices. Does he realize, Mr. Speaker, that the judgment is in and it's not in his favor? The Honourable Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Federation of Teachers has said that it's fantastic news concerning our school food program. That program is now permanent, and they thank the government for making it a priority. We are there for families, for children, to help with the cost of living. This program is putting over $800 in parents' pockets by helping them with food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has made 6 demands for the upcoming budget, which can be summarized as follows. Quebec must be given the means to take care of Quebecers. There has to be an increase in health transfers without conditions. Given the cost of living, we need an increase in old age pensions for people aged 65 to 74. We also need to reimburse Quebecers for the $814 million the federal government stole from us to give Canadians election bribes in the form of fake carbon rebates. Those are our conditions. Will the government respond to the needs of Quebecers? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, you'll allow us to be a little bit perplexed on this side of the House. First of all, the leader of the Bloc Québécois said that it was unimaginable that they could support the budget. And now the Bloc has come up with a series of non-negotiable demands. So maybe there's some openness on that side to support the budget. I think, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois should read the budget and then make a decision. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, this budget must also allow us to meet the great challenges of our time, and that includes housing, which requires a permanent transfer to Quebec without conditions for the construction of social and community housing. There's also access to home ownership, which requires loans for first-time home buyers to cover the down payment. There's also infrastructure, which requires a new unconditional transfer to Quebec. These budget requests are unavoidable because the challenges are unavoidable, Mr. Speaker. Can we count on the government on November 4th? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, Mr. Speaker, as a member for Gatineau, I can assure you that Quebecers are already counting on the support of this government when it comes to housing. We have very strong agreements with all of Quebec. We have put in place a new program which allows young people to ensure that they have the funds they need to buy a new home. We've acted across the line. We didn't need the Bloc Québécois to ask for that because we have 42 strong MPs from Quebec, and we know what Quebecers want and need in the budget, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
Every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of hard-working Canadians. His finance minister was industry minister for the same Trudeau government that doubled the debt and promised that it would lead to more investment. The result? The worst per capita GDP growth in the G7 and more than a 10% drop in investment. Now the Prime Minister is set to double the Trudeau-era deficits. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise and keep the deficit under $42 billion?
Well done.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the members opposite have been, but over the last week we've announced a series of affordability measures, automatic tax filing, school food program. We've got taxes for 22 million Canadians. We've got the GST for first-time homebuyers. Interest rates are down. Mr. Speaker, we were elected on this side to build the strongest economy, most resilient economy in the G7, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Clark.
Mr. Speaker, if more government spending was the solution, then Canada would have the most prosperous economy in the G7. The result, we have the slowest in the G7. The Liberals can call it all they want. They can call it the government spending, government investment, the fluffy kitten fund. The result is the same. It comes out of the pockets of hard-working Canadians. Once again, will the Prime Minister keep his promise and keep the deficit under $42 billion?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on November 4th, we are going to table the most transformational budget in our country's history. We're going to spend less. We're going to invest more in nation-building projects, in infrastructure, in homes. Mr. Speaker, we are elected on this side to strengthen our economy. We've got a leader who is serious about the economy versus a leader who's never worked in the economy. Mr. Speaker, we were elected to deliver for Canadians. That's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were told that borrowing billions would make their lives better. But 10 years later, the only thing growing faster than the debt is the cost of living. This year alone, they have to refinance $473 billion in debt, and that will only get harder if this government keeps spending like the bill will never come due. You can't spend your way out of inflation. So will the Prime Minister keep his word and hold the deficit under $42 billion in the next budget?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
The Conservatives keep talking about cuts that they want to make to programs that Canadians rely on. They keep expecting us to make decisions that would take food out of children's mouths, Mr. Speaker, that would ensure that seniors have no old age security. We know that on their record that they vote against increases to seniors' benefits. We know that they have a record of pushing the retirement age higher and cutting benefits and leaving seniors behind. This is what they want us to do on this side of the House. We won't do that, Mr. Speaker. We will stand up for Canadians.
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
When a family can't balance its books, they lose the trust of the bank. When a government can't, it loses the trust of investors. And that's dangerous when we have to refinance $473 billion this year alone. If Canada looks reckless, borrowing will only get more expensive and every Canadian will pay the price. Canada needs a budget that shows fiscal discipline, but our current finance minister is the same guy who helped Trudeau double our debt as the industry minister. Will this Prime Minister show some fiscal discipline and commit to not exceed his $42 billion promise in the upcoming budget?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
We are investing in Canadians. We're investing in a future that ensures that Canada is the top of the G7 countries fiscally, whereas the Conservatives want us to achieve economic goals that will ensure that children don't have food in their bellies when they're at school. They want us to achieve the economic goals that they're looking for on the backs of Canadians. These are real programs, Mr. Speaker, not like the imaginary taxes that they keep referring to. These are things that Canadians really rely on and will ensure that all of us have what we need to position ourselves for the future.
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been a CPA for 26 years, and I've worked with Canadians as they navigate their personal taxes and finances under fiscal mismanagement of this Liberal government. Budgets do not balance themselves, as the Prime Minister knows well with his background. So there is no excuse to continue the fiscal disaster he inherited from his predecessor. My question is simple. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise and ensure the deficits will not exceed the outrageous $42 billion deficit of Justin Trudeau?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Excuse me.
This government...
I didn't hear the mic didn't seem to be on. Could the member start from the top, please?
Bringing out the big guns. Canadians know that this government was elected with a strong mandate to build the strongest economy in the G7. And I know that we're on the right track. You know how I know? Because the experts say so. I know the opposition members may not agree, but who said Canada is fiscally sustainable? Former Parliamentary Budget Officer Kevin Page. Who said Canada is attracting the attention of global investors around the world? The CEO of our largest pension plan. Who said diversifying trade and investing in infrastructure will boost productivity? The Bank of Canada Governor, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oakville West.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-12, Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act, which is before the House today, reflect our government's commitment to protecting Canadians. By expanding border security resources, fighting transnational organized crime, stopping the flow of illegal fentanyl, and cracking down on illicit financing at the border, while supporting our frontline officers and reinforcing the integrity of our immigration system. Could the Minister of Public Safety tell Canadians how this critical legislation enhances our ability to protect them and keep our communities safe? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the member for Oakville West for the very important question. I also want to thank her for the hard work that she does with Halton Regional Police. I had the opportunity to visit her last week, Mr. Speaker. From January 1st to September 19th, CPSA seized close to 2,600 grams of fentanyl, 770,000 grams of other opioids, 662 firearms, and over 11,000 prohibited weapons, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-12 will enhance law enforcement's ability to do their work, as will the additional 1,000 CPSA and RCMP officers we'll be hiring to keep Canadians.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
The Liberals signed a $15 billion deal to subsidize Stellantis to produce electric vehicle batteries in Canada, promising it would secure Canadian jobs. But now planned production for Brampton is relocating to the U.S. and 3,000 jobs are at risk here in Canada. At the same time, Stellantis has announced $13 billion of investment in the U.S. that will create tens of thousands of American jobs. So under Liberals, taxpayers are subsidizing a company that's moving billions of investment and jobs out of Canada. How could the Liberals make one of the biggest corporate subsidies in Canadian history without a Canada-wide jobs guarantee?
Honourable Minister of Industry.
The decision by Stellantis to move its production from the Brampton plant is completely unacceptable, and that is why this morning we were with the Conservative government of Ontario, with Unifor, with Stellantis, to make sure that we would be one strong Team Canada, because we need to make sure that the 3,000 jobs in Brampton are back. So I hope that I can work with my colleague, with all the MPs in this place, because we need to be Canada strong on this. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
The fact is, Canadians are paying $15 billion for EV battery production. It's a 100% subsidy for those batteries, Mr. Speaker, but there's no public evidence the Liberals have secured job guarantees for the broader Stellantis footprint here in Canada. There are thousands of auto sector jobs on the line here, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve to know, in exchange for $15 billion of their tax dollars, did the Liberals secure a guarantee to protect every single Stellantis job in Canada? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I know my colleague is very interested in this issue, which is normal, and of course this is my #1 priority right now, but she already knows the answer. The documents will be presented and produced before the committee, and of course she'll have access to the information. My goal is to make sure that we work together, because we need to fight as one Canada strong on this issue.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I'm very interested to know what the Minister of Industry knows about these contracts. Perhaps she can answer this simple question. How many Canada-wide jobs did the Liberals guarantee for $15 billion that they gave Stellantis? How many jobs? Can she tell us?
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, let me be extremely clear. The auto sector in Canada is victim of unjustifiable and unjustified 25% tariff by the American administration, period. Meanwhile, the auto workers are trying every day to make sure that they develop the best product on the face of the earth. And that's what will continue to help them
them to do while we're facing trade tensions with the American government. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, we will work with Doug Ford's administration, with Unifor as one Canadian team, because we need to do it for the sake of our country and the sake of our work.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After Stellantis was handed $15 billion for an EV battery plant in Windsor, they have now sent 3,000 jobs from Brampton to the United States. In my community, workers are now worried about their own jobs. How are they going to pay their mortgages? How are they going to feed their family? Canadians deserve transparency about these multi-billion-dollar contracts they paid so much for. Can the Liberals even confirm that their contract included a Canada-wide jobs guarantee for workers? Or will they continue to cover up for their incompetence?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, the decision by Stellantis is not only completely unacceptable, but we'll make sure to hold them to account. And that's why we'll make sure that we use all the full force of the law should the company doesn't bring the production back to Brampton. Meanwhile, the documents will be produced before committee. My colleagues will have access to it. And we'll make sure also, obviously, that all forms of support for Stellantis is being checked into, because obviously we need workers to be back in Brampton. Thank you.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister failed to negotiate a win with President Trump, and Canadian auto jobs are on the line. Stellantis was handed $15 billion, and they've now announced they're moving 3,000 jobs to the United States. The current finance minister negotiated these deals and bragged about it, and now these auto jobs have left Canada for the U.S., and he refuses to be transparent. Liberals are hiding from the Canadian auto workers they sold out.
Failure.
Simple. Is there a Canada-wide jobs guarantee, yes or no?
Total failure.
The honourable minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade.
Mr. Speaker, just because our colleague asserts with great indignation a series of conspiracy theories does not make them true. Mr. Speaker, what is true is our government is standing up for Canadian workers and Canadian businesses. The Prime Minister met with President Trump in Washington 2 weeks ago. We have engaged in a series of conversations and negotiations precisely to get a deal that's in the interest of all Canadian workers, including auto workers and other sectors of the economy in every region of the country. Mr. Speaker, that's the work that we're doing every day.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
And the result of that meeting of the Prime Minister and President Trump was the export of 3,000 auto workers' jobs from Canada into Trump's America. Talk about failure. Meanwhile, this finance minister signed a $15 billion deal for jobs with Stellantis in Canada. It was supposed to include money to retool those plants. So what we keep asking, it's simple. If there's actually a job guarantee in this contract, and if there isn't, it's absolute negligence, why don't they just tell us how many jobs will this contract guarantee for Canadian auto workers?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, our colleague knows very well, as my colleague, the Minister of Industry, has indicated, all of that information, of course, appropriately will be put before the parliamentary committee. Mr. Speaker, just because our colleagues on the other side assert some falsehood with great indignation doesn't mean that it's accurate. What is accurate, Mr. Speaker, is our government is standing up with the province of Ontario, the government of Premier Ford, to defend these workers, to defend all sectors of our economy. That's the work we do in Canada. That's the work we're doing in Washington. And, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do that work.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
That is unbelievably cold comfort for the 3,000 auto workers and their families whose jobs have vanished to Donald Trump's America after the Prime Minister's meeting with Donald Trump. They have to think, how am I paying my mortgage? How am I going to put food on the table? And these are the kinds of answers these Liberals give. It's a very simple question. $15 billion went to Stellantis. And in that $15 billion, if you had a clue how to negotiate, you would have included a guarantee of Canadian jobs. We don't need to wait until these contracts are released. This member should know the answer. Is there a job guarantee for Canadian auto workers? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that our Conservative colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't like to work with Premier Ford and his government. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will work with all premiers, every political stripe, groups representing workers and businesses, precisely to defend those businesses from the unjustified tariffs imposed from the American administration. We'll do that work in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and good news, we're also doing that work in Washington, D.C.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. 10 years ago, this Liberal government was elected on a commitment, one specific one. It would run very small deficits and then balance the book during its first term. A promise that generated investment here in Canada. 10 years later, Mr. Speaker, what about this promise? Liberal debt has doubled, and Canada has the lowest growth in the G7 per capita. Will this Prime Minister at least keep his promise so that the next deficit will not exceed $42 billion? The Honourable Government House Leader. Obviously, the member across the way will have to wait for the budget to see the figures and the investment that will stem from this. But what we have said during our election campaign, and it remains our commitment, is that we will spend less to invest more. We'll build Canada strong and focus on major projects, on job creation in all regions of this country. And the member across the way is invited to read this document properly that we'll be presenting on November 4th. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. I'll translate what he just said. He talks about generational investment that will cost future generations and for 10 years they've been promising their deficits will encourage investment in Canada, but the finance minister has done nothing but run up deficits with his spending policies. Since this Prime Minister has been elected, we're talking about tens of millions in investment that has fled Canada. Will this Prime Minister stop this crazy spending spree and at least keep his promise of keeping the deficit under $42 billion? The Honourable Government House Leader. What is striking, Mr. Speaker, is that this member has risen and talked about inflationary spending, but he never identifies what exactly is the inflationary spending. Is it the Breakfast Club? Is it the enhancements made for seniors to their benefits? Is it daycare? What is the inflationary spending that he speaks about?
Honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I was thrilled to hear the Government of Canada's announcement on the Build Canada Homes initiative. This transformative program is a bold and critical step towards making housing more affordable for Canadians by accelerating the development of affordable homes all across the country. I had the honour of attending one of the many announcements in Toronto and saw firsthand the excitement and hope that this program is bringing to all of our communities. Could the Minister please give the House an update on the great work that's being done under this housing initiative?
Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and we know Canadians urgently need more affordable housing, and Build Canada Homes is set to deliver that. We just announced last week the first Build Canada Homes project, Arbro Downsview, which is 550 new homes. Wow. This project is a perfect example of how we're making real progress using innovative construction materials, prioritizing Canadian materials to build faster and smarter, ensuring Canadians have access to affordable housing. And that's just the beginning, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
While Canadians are tightening their belts to make ends meet, this government keeps running up record deficits. This Prime Minister's reckless spending and record-breaking deficits delivered the worst per capita growth in the G7, and investments in workers are down by 10%. Now this Prime Minister is set to double the deficits, even beyond what Trudeau planned. Will this Prime Minister ensure Canadians that this deficit will not go over $42 billion in the next budget?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I know the party opposite may not like it, but let's look at some facts. Strongest credit rating in the world. AAA credit rating from S&P and Moody's. Lowest deficit in the G7. Lowest debt level in the G7. Lowest net debt to GDP in the G7. Biggest potential in the G7. Mr. Speaker, the leader opposite said he was going to bring it home. He didn't bring home the election. He didn't bring home his riding, and half his party want to send him home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, this kind of reckless spending is just breaking the backs of our children and grandchildren. For 10 years, this Liberal government promised that billions in deficit spending would lead to more growth and investments. Now the results are in. Canada has the worst per capita growth in all the G7, and billions in investments are fleeing this country every single month that this Prime Minister remains in office. So, when will this Prime Minister tell Canadians just how much more he plans to impoverish future generations?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative leader continues on auditioning to be opposition leader, we are focused on building the strongest economy in the G7. Canadians on April 28th had a clear choice between two leadership styles, one with world economic experience and business experience. The others never worked a day outside of this House. Canadians made a choice. They went with our side to build the strongest, most resilient economy in the G7, and that is exactly what we're going to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, the Liberals have been promising that their deficits would drive investment. The result? The lowest growth in the G7, a drop of more than 10% in investment, and a declining economy. Every dollar spent by the PM comes directly out of Canadians' pockets. Mr. Speaker, the people of Beauce deserve better. And after doubling the debt, the Liberals are now preparing to double the deficit. Mr. Speaker, on November 4th, will the Prime Minister keep his promise to hold the deficit under $42 billion? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition had 45 minutes to think about whether he wants to apologize to the wonderful men and women who work to defend Canadians every day and that work at the RCMP. He attacked the integrity of our national police in a way that is totally inexcusable. Why does the Leader of the Opposition not take a moment? He says he supports the police. Why doesn't he not take a moment to apologize to the men and women who serve Canada through the RCMP rather than attacking their integrity?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby, Maillardville.
Mr. Speaker, every community has been affected by the crisis of toxic drugs and overdoses, and those in British Columbia are no exception. Earlier today, this government announced support for 40 projects in Western Canada that would give communities more tools to respond to critical emergencies and provide care for people struggling with addiction. Can the Minister of Health explain to the House how this government is working with communities to fight the drug crisis? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, no community can tackle the drug crisis alone. We have a cross-government approach, and we are participating in solutions. The projects we are supporting today will save lives. One of these projects is the Dr. Peter Centre in Vancouver, which has a proven track record of helping people struggling with addiction. The center will offer services in this area, and fighting the drug crisis shouldn't be based on ideology, but on various action that is evidence-based and not ideology.
Mr. The Ring of Fire project in Northern Ontario would be a game changer for our region at a time we desperately need it. Yet the Prime Minister continues to delay by refusing to move forward with the project. That would create thousands of jobs, that has billions of dollars in investment. The project did not make the cut on the Liberals' project list, and the road won't even start until 2028. When will the Liberal get shovels in the ground and finally get the Ring of Fire project approved and underway?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised the member didn't ask about Cap Paper because, in fact, Ontario and Canada have worked together to give Cap Paper the breathing room, bring back its employees, and keep those employees hired while the mill looks for new business opportunities. In his riding, but all across Northern Ontario. Mr. Speaker, we're going to be there for industries that are hard hit, including pulp and paper, including mining. And Mr. Speaker, this is the great honour that we have to work on behalf of constituents.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, in August, the Prime Minister promised $1.2 billion to support the forest sector in response to Trump's tariffs and softwood lumber duties, which we're still waiting for, Mr. Speaker. And just $50 million of that is earmarked for workers. That's not a plan. That's an insult. Almost 50,000 direct jobs in British Columbia alone are on the line. Will this Prime Minister step up with a serious plan to protect forestry workers across Canada in their hour of need?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we've been clear the U.S. tariffs on Canadian softwood lumber are absolutely unjustified, and we're working every day to solve this problem. We've committed $1.2 billion to the sector, and just last week we put the $700 million liquidity facility in place to help this sector. We will build Canada strong.
It being 3:06, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Lanceman relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Ms. Lanceman, seconded by Ms. Cronus, moved that. Given that One, in 2015, the Liberals promised that deficit spending would fuel investment, yet investment per worker fell by 10.8%. Dispense? No, obviously not. Okay. Two, Liberal deficits fueled inflation and drove up interest rates, while Canada had the worst economic growth per capita in the G7. Three, the current Liberal Prime Minister is following the same plan and is already yielding the same results, with 86,000 net job losses, the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. Food inflation doubled the Bank of Canada's target, and $53.9 billion in net investment leaving the country. Four, every dollar that leaves the country means lower wages and lost jobs for workers. Five, every dollar the government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians. The House call on the Liberal government to stop plagiarizing Justin Trudeau's failed policies and recognize that deficits drive investment and jobs down and the cost of living up. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Landsman.
Miss Landsman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Schmall.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Miss Cobina.
Miss Cobina.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mrs. DeReeder.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Groslo.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Googlemin.
Monsieur Googlemin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Monsieur Hardy.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Conant.
Mrs. Conant.
Miss Cronus.
Miss Cronus.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Oljevski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Desneti, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger. Desanesi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Miss Chartrand.
Miss Chartrand.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Miss Alty.
Miss Alty.
Miss McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich, Suk.
Miss McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich, Suk.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Minard.
Madame Menard.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Miss Scrove.
Miss
Sorry.
Grove.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Isassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Leteo.
Mr. Bardizzi.
Mr. Bardizi.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Beach. Correction, Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Zerowitz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Klassen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Miss Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschaines Thériault.
Mr. Deschaines Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Miss Miedema.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Wien.
Miss Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Mr. Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss Royer.
Miss Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Miss Tessa Dirksen.
Miss Tessa Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss May.
Miss May.
La Chambre
The House.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 163, 163. Nays contre 173, 173.
I declare the motion defeated.
Oh, we do that before. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 12 minutes.
I'll give members a moment to leave the chamber quietly so that we can continue with the day's business. Okay. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de...
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de...
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm presenting a petition on behalf of the people of Keswick in my riding of York Durham, and specifically in the community of around Young's Harbour, about a new invasive species that was discovered in Cooks Bay in Lake Simcoe last year called water soldier, Mr. Speaker. This petition identifies that water soldier is a threat to human health because of its serrated leaves. It is a threat to our native plant and fish species, and it is possibly a threat to our agriculture given its proximity to the Holland River. Mr. Speaker, this petition draws attention to the good work of the Water Soldier Working Group, chaired and led by the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters, who this week will be hosting an information session on it in my riding. Therefore, the petition calls on the government to do three things, Mr. Speaker. Number one, to list or identify water soldier as an invasive species, to nominate a single federal department to take responsibility for this issue, and third, to allocate sufficient funding to the Water Soldier Working Group so that they can undertake remediation efforts. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, businesses across British Columbia, namely in Surrey and in Abbotsford, are sick and tired of the catch-and-release policies of this Liberal government. They are calling for immediate action to address extortion and the catch-and-release policies that have hurt their businesses, hurt their way of life, and hurt their profit line unnecessarily. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of constituents from Saskatoon West today regarding tent encampments in the city. They note that what begins as temporary setups turns into a hub of criminal activity and public safety concerns, endangering vulnerable individuals, and that under current law, authorities already have some authority to act, but ambiguity and weak enforcement have left cities throughout Canada hesitant to dismantle these camps, and that the government's reckless soft-on-crime approach and radical drug policies have allowed this crisis to spread unchecked across the country. So they are asking to amend the criminal code to provide clear and unequivocal authority for law enforcement to dismantle illegal encampments, to ensure the police are empowered to act quickly and decisively to restore public order, to end the failed policies of safe supply and decriminalization that have only worsened the addiction crisis and undermined public safety, and finally to support real recovery by investing in treatment and rehab programs, not policies that perpetuate drug use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. The member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to petition today on behalf of Canadians who are asking for the government to ease up on the restrictions under the Custom Tariff Amendment that was made back in 1992 that restricted imports down to $20 for personal use. And after that, you have to pay customs and taxes on it. Now, we know that we have over 200,000 Ukrainians that have come to call Canada home that are in refuge because of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Right now, for them, the cost of living right now in Canada, they're asking for more and more of their personal belongings from Ukraine to be shipped here. The European Union has recognized that, and they've implemented a €150 limit to allow them to bring in more goods as needed from home. They're calling on the government to implement a $150 tariff rate increase to allow them to import more of their personal belongings so that they'd have them here in Canada to help ease the cost of living crisis caused by these Liberals.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise to raise an issue of deep concern to constituents. Petitioners are writing about the threat to our pollinators. It's a global threat here in Canada. The petitioners note that our government has not taken the steps that have been taken in the European Union, where following the precautionary principle, those governments and the European Commission have begun to implement a full ban on the use of one of the pesticides, insecticides, that is most toxic to pollinators. They're nicotine-based pesticides called the neonicotinoids, and we're hoping, well, the petitioners are hoping, that the government of Canada will follow Europe's lead and ban the neonicotinoids. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
I'm honored to table a petition from Canadians and people from Courtenay Alberni that are deeply frustrated with the chronic service failures at the Canada Revenue Agency. Petitioners note that across the country, especially among seniors, those without internet and rural residents, people face serious difficulties accessing timely CRA services. In regions like mine, in Courtenay Alberni, there are no in-person options. The online portal cannot resolve complex issues, and many are left waiting hours on hold only to have calls dropped or accounts locked. They cite that since the previous Conservative government closed many offices and the Liberal government cut thousands of workers, services have deteriorated dramatically, that Canadians often wait weeks or months without help, while even MPs and their staff struggle to assist constituents. The petitioners urge the government to increase staffing, restore in-person options, fix technical barriers, and ensure complex cases are resolved promptly. Canadians deserve accessible, reliable service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. The Honourable Member, I wish to inform the House that I have received 2 notices of requests for an emergency debate concerning the same subject. Members will be invited to rise and make brief interventions in the order the requests were received. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to request an emergency debate on Stellantis' plan to shift production from its plant in Brampton, Ontario, to Illinois, and what this means for Canadian workers, communities, and our very economic independence. This follows the announcement of General Motors that it intends to lay off 2,000 workers at its Oshawa plant in January. 3,000 workers are affected in Brampton. Mr. Speaker, it was shocking to hear news of Stellantis' betrayal. And make no mistake, this is a betrayal. It's a betrayal of the thousands of workers who are directly involved and the thousands more indirectly so. And it's a betrayal of both provincial and federal governments and taxpayers who had supported Stellantis in exchange for an explicit commitment to manufacture vehicles in Brampton. This decision will have major repercussions across the country. Our economy is under attack. Donald Trump has been clear that he wants to hurt our economy and extort companies to shift production from Canada to the United States. We cannot let that happen. Notre économie.
Our economy is threatened. Donald Trump has clearly said that he wants to hurt our economy and force businesses to delocalize their production from Canada to the United States. We cannot let this happen.
We already have record unemployment, particularly among young people. We have a jobs crisis. These attacks will only make life harder for workers and for families. And as Unifor President Lana Payne said last week, if Stellantis can get away with this after making a direct pledge to government, what's stopping the next corporation? This Prime Minister was elected on a commitment to stand up to Donald Trump. But instead, we have seen concessions and a piecemeal approach which has led directly to Stellantis' decision. It is imperative that parliamentarians be afforded an opportunity to discuss this attack and to discuss how to mobilize all available resources to meet the threat we face. Workers and communities, Mr. Speaker, deserve no less. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, and thank my honourable colleague, the Leader of the NDP, for raising this issue as well. I rise today to discuss the emergency in the lives of 3,000 Brampton area families who got the news that one day after the Prime Minister's meeting with the President of the United States that their factory would be moving to the U.S. For these families, it is not just an emergency, it is a tragedy. They ask how they are going to pay their bills, feed their families, whether they might have to uproot their kids from their schools and hockey teams to move to a faraway place just to put food on the table, Mr. Speaker. This is part of a larger trend. 100,000 more people are unemployed since when this Prime Minister took office, promising to protect jobs. $54 billion of net investment has fled since he was elected, promising to bring investment back to this country. And our economy is the fastest shrinking in the G7. These statistics might seem like they're just interesting to the economists and the accountants, but Mr. Speaker, in fact, they are human lives that are at stake. This is particularly important to Canadian taxpayers but because the federal government has contributed $15 billion tax dollars to the company that's now moving these jobs, that works out to almost $1,000 for every single family in Canada. Families that cannot afford groceries or homes are paying to subsidize the export of our jobs to the United States of America. In the past, this House has granted, and the prior Speaker has granted, emergency debates on the Oshawa GM plant back in 2018. That was the 2,500 jobs that were at risk at that time. Now we have an even bigger number as part of a larger phenomenon, and therefore I ask that you acknowledge the emergency in the lives of these 3,000 auto workers and so many like them across this country by granting an emergency debate. Thank you.
I thank the honourable members for their interventions. However, I'm not satisfied that the request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. That being said, I know that this is a topic of great interest to many members. I want to assure the House that I'm open to reconsidering the request at a later date if the situation warrants.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Order du jour, Order Manadzgo.
Government orders, government business, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-12, an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's borders.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's asylum system is deeply and fundamentally broken after 10 years of Liberal government. This was not the case 10 years ago, but today Canada's once compassionate asylum claim system has been absolutely ruined and absolutely abused and absolutely made a mess of by this Liberal government. So today I rise to speak to Bill C-12. I will direct my comments to parts 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the bill, which amend the Department of Citizenship and Immigration Act, as well as the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. These parts are similar to the immigration provisions contained in Bill C-2. A decade ago, Canada's asylum claim backlog sat at less than 10,000 cases. Today, that backlog sits at several 100,000, with thousands more claims being made every month. While there are many highly persecuted persons around the world who are legitimately seeking refuge in Canada, there are many claims that are currently in that massive backlog that are bogus. Worse, those claims are taking years, not months, not weeks, years to process. And worse, even after being found to have had a bogus claim, an applicant can appeal their process for years more and then not be deported for years after that, if they are deported at all. During this time, bogus claimants can draw social benefits that Canadians don't have access to, like vision care. In effect, over the last decade, the Liberal government has allowed Canada's asylum system to veer far away from the original principles of its design and turned it into a backdoor, skip-the-line economic migration stream, which is not accounted for at all in federal immigration levels planning, including the impact on housing supply, healthcare access, and jobs. This Liberal failure has had many negative impacts, which I will outline today, with the two most noteworthy, I believe, being the destruction of the fairness and compassion of Canada's asylum system, and in turn, the inability of the system to prioritize the world's most vulnerable persons. When the Minister of Immigration claimed that the immigration provisions contained in C-2 and now in this bill would do something about this problem, she said it would improve the flexibility and responsiveness of the asylum system. However, in reality, the immigration provisions of this bill are structured to do one thing: shift the responsibility for addressing Canada's deeply broken asylum system to the courts and away from the Liberal government that broke it in the first place, potentially past the horizon of the next election. As such, it's my assessment that the immigration provisions in this bill are likely to fail without substantive amendment and additional measures to both reduce the incentive for economic migrants to abuse the asylum system, to swiftly remove bogus asylum claimants from Canada, and to restructure this asylum system to ensure that the world's most vulnerable persons do not continue to be let down by the Liberal government. I'll now demonstrate to colleagues and to the IRCC bureaucrats who are listening in the government lobby why this failure is likely to occur and what changes are likely to be, what must be made. To begin, it's important to understand the extent to which Canada's asylum system is broken and how we got to this point, because we can't fix something if we don't understand what the problem is. In 2017, the leader of the Liberal government tweeted, quote, #Welcome to Canada, in a tweet that was designed to encourage failed asylum claimants in the United States whose temporary protected status had been revoked via due process to come to Canada instead. And come they did. After that tweet, well over 100,000 people illegally crossed the border into Canada and claimed asylum, many in spite of the fact that they did not have valid asylum claims in the United States, which is considered to be a safe third country. Said differently, if somebody had a failed asylum claim in the United States, they never should have been allowed to claim asylum in Canada after illegally crossing the borders. But the Liberals opened the floodgates in 2017, even putting up infrastructure at the illegal border crossing most used at Roxham Road and instructing RCMP officers to help people with their baggage. In many instances, scammers, unscrupulous consultants, and even human traffickers exploited the system at the expense of the integrity and compassion of Canada's asylum system and the safety of all involved. And the Liberals encouraged this for years. I have been standing in this place for years now, saying this, and here we are. At the time, I remembered that the Liberals implied that I was a racist for saying these things. And here we are with Bill C-12 in front of us because of this failure. Well over 100,000 people have entered Canada illegally from the United States since 2015 and claimed asylum. Most have bogus claims, most are still in the processing queue, most have work permits and access to health care, and many have been put up for years in hotels at the taxpayer's expense. At the same time, the Liberals lifted visa requirements from countries that have had a long history of high level of bogus asylum claims, like Mexico, without any plan in place to prevent those claims from skyrocketing again. At that time, I raised many concerns about this issue, which fell again on deaf ears. It's unfortunate because since that time, there have been over 60,000 asylum claims made by Mexican nationals due largely to the visa lift. Most have bogus claims, most are still in the processing queues, and many have also abused the government's payment of hotel rooms for people. It's actually insane. We're here having this debate again. Experts have raised concerns that there are likely many more asylum claims on the way from the record 3 million temporary residents the Liberals allowed into Canada over the past 2 years whose visas are about to expire. Social media posts have encouraged people to attempt to extend their temporary resident permits by making a bogus asylum claim. The result, Canada's asylum claim system is drowning in over 296,000 claims, with average processing times of 29 months or more. At current rates, estimates suggest it could take 25 years to clear the current inventory, while thousands of more claims keep pouring in. The prolonged uncertainty and volume created by this backlog strains resources and also people with valid claims alike. This backlog is failing the world's most vulnerable who actually have real claims of persecution. Nearly $1 billion have been spent by the Liberals on something called the Interim Federal Health Program, which provides benefits to asylum claimants which in some cases Canadians don't even have taxpayer-funded access to. Since this Liberal government came into power, that program has increased in cost by 1,200% because of the backlog in the asylum claim system. This is on top of the billions of dollars that have been spent on providing funding to house asylum claims, many of whom are bogus, in hotels and affordable housing, while Canadians struggle to afford rent. A shocking number of claims do, in fact, appear to be bogus, with news reports revealing nearly identical stories in many applications, hundreds of applications, under one immigration consultant, that had coached them unscrupulously. These often originate from low-risk countries with high volumes of issued temporary visas, serving as a backdoor to extend stays after student or work permits expire. Loopholes abound, easy inland claim, fraudulent labor market impact assessments, and consultants peddling fake persecution narrative for fast-tracked permanent residency. Lax enforcement and limited oversight of immigration consultants have massively exacerbated this problem. The determination process of these claims in itself is inefficient, with inconsistent decisions that plague an already massively clogged system. Some experts suggest that the higher rates of acceptance in recent years are due to a desire by bureaucrats to rubber stamp application in an effort to clear the backlog, when in fact this type of action does what? Incent more abuse of the system itself. Said differently, the Liberals' breaking of the asylum system is a direct affront to the principles behind the 1951 Refugee Convention, which aimed to protect individuals fleeing true persecution. It was never meant to support economic migration. Today, thanks to the Liberals, many of the claimants in Canada's system are trying to claim asylum for reasons far beyond what the scope of the Geneva Convention imagined or proposed, and most are likely economic migrants. So we find ourselves here with the provisions in Bill C-12 today. The provisions outlined herein will undoubtedly face, without a question, charter challenges, and given the state of Canada's judiciary, are likely to be struck down by the courts. Consequently, considering the Liberal government's history of not appealing court rulings on immigration matters, as evidenced by the events that precipitated the current federal Bill C-3, this will probably result in further clogging of Canada's already overburdened judicial system and the continued deterioration of the asylum system. Advocacy groups have claimed that Bill C-12 may precipitate tens of thousands of court cases. The Refugee Law Lab, for example, in their report on provisions inherited from Bill C-2, highlights potential infringements on Charter Section 7 due to the one-year bar on refugee claims, as well as Section 15 on equality rights. This group has also suggested that it's doing what? Already planning empirical research for litigation. The Canadian Immigration Law Association suggested that because the immigration provisions in Bill C-12 could be challenged because of the Governor and Council powers for mass revocation of immigration statuses risks violating Section 7 by enabling arbitrary, politically motivated actions. Amnesty International, a coalition of other 300 organizations, etc., suggested that the bill should be challenged for potentially violating Section 8 of the Charter. For Bill C-2's similar provisions to Bill C-12, the federal government's charter statement asserts that any engagements are justified under Section 1 as proportionate for border security and safety. It also makes a bunch of other assertions and says everything is fine. Here's the thing. There is a vast gulf, a massively vast gulf between the legal lobbyists who don't want any sort of boundaries on the abuse of the asylum system because they are financially motivated to have endless appeals by a big glut of people coming in and abusing the asylum system, and what the Liberals are saying is going to be charter compliant. In fact, I was in Immigration Committee. I asked some of the department officials what they thought about the charter compliance of bills, the provisions in C-2 that are now in C-12, and they were fairly silent on the matter, which told me everything I need to know, that this is a Liberals' let the court sort it out later approach to a system that is massively broken, which will only further lead to abuse of the system without massive amendment and massive other actions to reduce the intake and incentivization of people to abuse the system. I can say one thing, though. This is definitely going to make lawyers and immigration consultants a lot richer. After the Liberals established a reputation for not challenging court rulings, as I said, the precipitation is now Bill C-3. The ruling that precipitated Bill C-3, an unmitigated chain migration bill, was never challenged by the Liberals. They didn't even challenge it. They didn't even bother to assert Parliament's supremacy on the laws that had been made in this place. They were like, nope, this is good. And now we have all of these other potential problems with Bill C-3. Now, after they refused to challenge that ruling, they're trying to say that all of these lobby groups and whatnot that are saying that this is not charter compliant, that they're somehow just going to magically accept that it is charter compliant and that this is going to somehow solve the problems, which I find ridiculous. The other thing, too, is that the Liberals have gone out of their way to eschew the validity of Section 33 of the Charter, right? So what they've essentially done with that is they said, okay, well, our history says not only are we going to challenge immigration rulings, we know that every other legal group in the country is saying this is going to review Charter. They've also said, well, we're probably not going to do anything about it. So what they are doing with this bill, mark my words, I cannot wait to come back to this in the House in a few years from now, or whenever it may be, if this bill passes, and say I was right. Because what the Liberals are doing is punting this issue to the courts while the system is going to continue to get worse. Now, Mr. Speaker, The Economist magazine recently published an article entitled "Scrap the Asylum System, Build Something Better, Rich Countries Need to Separate Asylum from Labor Migration." I agree. Bill C-12 is silent on several other measures that could restore order and fairness to Canada's asylum system right now. For example, the Liberals should immediately undertake a system of wide review of the benefits that asylum claimants receive, particularly bogus asylum claimants, those with claims that have been found to have failed, with an eye to reduce benefits that those bogus asylum claimants receive, especially when they are benefits that Canadians themselves do not receive. For example, did you know, Mr. Speaker, that bogus asylum claimants get taxpayer-funded vision care through the Interim Federal Health Program? I know a lot of Canadians who don't get that. Years of taxpayer-funded hotel stays for bogus asylum claimants while Canadians make ends meet serves as a draw for system abuse. These types of benefits must be reviewed, and where possible, they must be curtailed to prevent the abuse and further draw into the system. Also, why is Canada at this juncture still accepting asylum claims originating from G7 and other safe third countries? The Liberal government needs to give its head a shake if they believe that someone who is arriving in Canada after having reached the safety of the United Kingdom, Germany, or Japan is fleeing persecution in the spirit of the Refugee Convention and should be allowed to stay in Canada for years and years on a pending claim, receiving taxpayer benefits like free hotel rooms. Also, Canada's laws regarding the removals of people with no legal right to be in Canada need to be what? Actually enforced. Canada needs timely removals, anonymized but publicly released departure tracking, and we need to know how this is getting done within the CBSA. While hearings in immigration tribunals must be conducted in a timely and efficient manner to ensure claimants receive a fair process, those who do not have valid claims must be swiftly removed from Canada if our laws require them to be. Otherwise, it just keeps incentivizing people to abuse the system because there is no disincentive for them not to. This could mean ensuring the detentions of offenders attempting to enter Canada undetected when conditions are met. Peace officers must be empowered to carry out their duties set out in the law, and national security warrants must be issued and executed in a way Canadians expect them to be. We have seen reports that the Liberals have allowed foreign nationals with known criminal histories into the country. New rules are needed to ensure those with serious criminal convictions are rendered inadmissible to our country. The Liberals also need to get serious on closing loopholes and backlogs that further overload the system and cause frustrating delays up and down the immigration system. Applications failing to the physical presence requirements, false information, and endless rights to appeal need to be modernized to ensure the system works for the folks who it is intended to serve, the world's most vulnerable. The existing inventory of asylum claims should be reviewed on a last-in, first-out basis, while the criteria for making new claims must be tightly narrowed to prevent the system from being abused by economic migrants. The Liberals could be pursuing new rules and engagement strategies for countries with high levels of asylum claims, particularly resulting from bogus asylum claims made by temporary resident visa holders whose visas have expired. Educational institutions that have profited off of massive and unsustainable amounts of foreign student visas could be made to pay fines and be held financially liable when their students on these permits make bogus asylum claims. And when the asylum claim backlog reaches a certain number of claims or approval rates, an automatic review of the system could be triggered to ensure that officials are not incentivized to rubber stamp applications as opposed to making thorough and consistent decisions. Asylum claimants could be made to prove that their claims were made in a timely manner, as opposed to that responsibility falling on the government or reverse onus. This would prevent fraudulent claims from being made long after someone arrived in Canada. Additionally, there are many reports of unscrupulous immigration consultants aiding and abetting the abuse of the Canada asylum system. The College of Immigration and Citizenship Consultants, shame on you for rejecting a request to appear in front of our committee. Shame on you. We will be re-inviting you. It is absolutely shameful what some of these consultants are doing. The fact that their executives left under mysterious circumstances and they're not coming to our committee, I think it's about time that these consultants maybe actually report to lawyers after all. Also, the government should pause the acceptance of new United Nations selected government-sponsored refugees and use those spots to find room for highly persecuted persons who are already in Canada and who the government has already made promises to, like those waiting for news through the Hong Kong Pathways program, or Ukrainians in Canada who the Liberals made a promise to and have failed. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that there are hundreds of millions of people who want to move to Canada, but we do not have the housing, healthcare, or jobs to support them all. So our immigration system must be fair and orderly to make consistent and smart decisions and prioritize, especially in the asylum system, the world's most vulnerable persons. The Liberals have moved us far away from that. In that context, with regard to the asylum system, careful decisions must be made to ensure that our asylum system prioritizes the world's most vulnerable, that it is immune to abuse, and fixes the mess that the Liberals have created. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? 30 seconds. I would just say this. The Liberal immigration minister has not answered any of these questions. She's put this bill out. It's been massively denigrated by all sides of the public, and she has not come up with a solution. I have solutions here. I've put them out, and I hope the minister will respond to some of these things in her speech, so I don't have to keep doing her job for her.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had to do some quick research when I was the critic for immigration. I remember this, and I'd like to give the member a quote. And I quote, that the European Union is the #1 source region for asylum claims to Canada, that Canada gets 98% of Hungarian asylum claims filed worldwide, and that about 95% of those claims are abandoned or withdrawn by the claimants themselves or subsequently rejected by our fair and generous Immigration and Refugee Board. This is from the former Minister of Immigration, Jason Kenney, when she had the opportunity to work with Jason Kenney directly, Mr. Speaker. Not only did they fail to rectify all the problems back then when they brought in refugee reform in terms of how you can, where we can get asylum seekers, then she has the tenacity to try to give the impression that what's taking place today is all to blame with the federal government, when I'm sure she knows that's not the case. Can she explain to me what role does the provinces play?
Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, hello, 15 years ago called and wants its immigration debate back. 15 years ago, the asylum system had less than 10,000 claims, thanks to our Conservative government. What happened, Mr. Speaker?
Order. We do have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North on a point of order.
10,000. I believe it's closer to 60,000 back in 2012.
Not a point of order. That's debate. The Honourable Member resume her answer.
Liberals want to silence me, but again, I got this information right off their website. Do they not know how to use the Google machine? It was less than 10,000 when they took government. Today, it's almost 300,000 after they hashtag welcome to Canada every economic migrant in the United States. This is insane. For him to say, like, I wish we had our former immigration minister back. This never would have happened. This never would have happened. This bill never would have been here. So now today, these guys better not punt this back off to the courts, and they better fix the system.
Question and commentary.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the Standing Committee on Health, we worked on the toxic drug crisis, and many witnesses said that we need better framework around precursors to substances that help to make drugs such as fentanyl. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about Section 2 of this bill that gives additional powers to the Minister of Health with respect to precursors.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
A couple of things. I'm speaking to the immigration provisions in this bill, so I will say that the impact that, even though my colleague mentioned health, the impact that the government's completely bananas and unsustainable levels of temporary residence and letting the asylum system get out of control has had on our health system needs to be measured and it needs to be dealt with. With regard to fentanyl, I will note that the Canadian Border Services Agency this week issued a very important tweet about apprehending paper plates. I'm wondering what they're doing with fentanyl precursors.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to her speech, and yes, 8 years ago, this government, through a deliberate choice of the Prime Minister, blew up the asylum system, and this conflation between economic migrants and asylum seekers through a choice made by the Prime Minister began. It's been 8 years, and I sense in her, we've been in opposition for the tenure of this government. This government then tables a solution, or it purports to table a solution in this bill to a problem we've spent 8 years trying to explain and been called horrible names and horrible things over the year. I wonder if she could really tell the House just how much credit does this government deserve for finally at least even tabling something to acknowledge the problem that they created.
The member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, in Greek mythology, there's a character called Cassandra. And she is somebody who is fated to know the future and have nobody believe her. Now, I know colleagues on this side believed me when I said that tweeting #Welcome to Canada and then rolling out a literal, actual red carpet at Roxham Road and then instructing the RCMP to help illegal border crossers with their baggage was going to be a problem with the asylum system. They didn't believe me, but here we are today. The Liberals created this mess. This bill is going to punt stuff to the court. I guarantee you it will. I guarantee you this is going to incentivize more response. They need to amend it. There needs to be better solutions. And they need to stop the incentivization of the abuse of the asylum system so that we can protect the world's most vulnerable.
Comments, the member for Sanish Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and an honourable colleague for Calgary Nose Hill. I'd love to dive into some of the refugee questions, but I know her knowledge of this place, and I wonder if she would agree with me that the change from C2 to C12 still leaves us with an omnibus bill. She's chosen to focus on the refugee portions, which I appreciate. I'm very concerned about the refugee portions of both C2 and now C12. They're almost the same. They've gotten rid of the warrantless access to private information from Canada Post and internet providers, but not the concerning parts. To the honourable member, when we have an omnibus bill like this, it means that one committee studies the whole bill. And would she agree with me it would be better to split this bill up so the Committee on Immigration only can study and call witnesses on the immigration portions of this bill?
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Where I'll agree with my colleague is that what we've seen with the Liberals in their omnibus bills is that they consistently want to push a narrative to Canadians that somehow Canadians have to sacrifice their civil liberties in order for the government to fix messes of their own making, okay? I think that the immigration provisions that are in this bill, I think what the Liberals have done is they have purposely designed a bill to punt this issue off to the courts so that they can somehow skate through while the system continues to get worse. That's not going to help. I encourage people who have viewpoints on this issue, experts in the field, to either refute or support my hypothesis and also come up with constructive ways to help parliamentarians modernize the Immigration, Refugee and Protection Act so we can protect the world's most vulnerable people, restore order and fairness to the system, and stop the incentivization of the abuse of our once fair and wonderful asylum system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question on commentary. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point that I'm trying to get across to the member is that at the end of the day, there were changes that were made under Jason Kenney because of a serious issue back in 2012, 2011, 2010. And which happened to be the same time in which her leader was a part of that government, Mr. Speaker. The then government had to deal with asylum that hit 60,000 in claims in 1 year. Now, fast forward it. We have a situation because of a number of factors, some of them beyond the federal government's control, that dictate that we again make changes. Would she not agree? In order to protect the integrity of the system, yes, C12 will address the issue.
The member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Since we're going through history, Jason Kenney, bless him, had to impose a visa on Mexicans because of the level of bogus asylum claimants that we were seeking. What did the Liberals do as soon as they came into office? What did they do? Immediately reversed it. And now, after that, there have been over 60,000 asylum claims. Gee, whose fault was that? Was it Jason Kenney who reversed the visa? No, it was these guys. Come on. You know what? I am so tired of these guys trying to say that anything that they just try to absolve themselves of responsibility after 10 years of mess. No, Conservatives have better plans, better ideas to restore order, compassion and fairness to Canada's immigration system, and that's what we're going to do.
Question and commentaire, l'honorable député de Mont.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to customs officers, we need 2,000 to 3,000 more border agents in order to be able to properly protect our border. Does my colleague think that we have enough staffing to meet the requirements in the bill?
I am so glad my colleague brought this up because it gives me the opportunity to talk about the magical missing promised more border agents, right? These guys keep getting up, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are like, we're going to promise 1,000 more border agents. They keep making this announcement and they're not hiring anybody. I just, what an utterly inept and disastrous government. Canadians deserve something better. They deserve conservative policies that restore order, restore fairness, actually deliver on promises, and will, again, make sure that immigration is focused on integrating people into Canadian economic and social fabric at a pace that matches housing, healthcare, and jobs. Thank you.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will listen to the speech with great interest. I guess a quick question for her is, there are 3 million temporary people in Canada right now. Does this bill solve that problem, or is there something else that needs to be done, and what suggestions does she have?
Now, member for Calgary Nose Hill, an equally brief response.
Yeah, I cannot believe that the Liberals brought in 3 million temporary residents in such a short period of time. Absolutely bananas, insane, crazy, broke the immigration system. This bill doesn't fix that. Wow, what is a disaster.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with member for Davenport. Our government is determined to take all necessary measures to continue to protect our border. Bill C-12, Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act, is a crucial step in our ongoing commitment to protecting our communities, to fighting sophisticated criminal networks, and to modernizing our immigration system. Today, I wish to speak about the parts of this bill that will further protect our borders and will help us fight organized crime. Earlier, our colleagues used the term omnibus bill as if it was a pejorative term, but rather I would say that this matter is very complex. Immigration is extremely complex, and that's why we need to take a broad approach to try to address it. Thanks to our $1.3 billion border plan, we have already invested significant amounts in organizations that are fighting illegal fentanyl trafficking, as well as its precursors and other illicit drugs, that are fighting organized crime or that are trying to stop illegal immigration. And our measures are bearing fruit. According to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency, illicit fentanyl seizures and illegal border crossings have gone down since the peaks reached in 2024. Thanks to the hard work of our law enforcement agencies, we've already made a great deal of progress, but we are continuing to make a great deal of effort to continue improving the situation. This bill will contribute to these efforts. This is the next essential stage of our government borders plan and will enable us to better protect our borders, preserve the integrity of our immigration system, and fight the increasing complexity of modern criminal organizations. We will also be able to ensure that our law enforcement agencies and their counterparts can better exchange information. and that will increase the effectiveness of our fight against transnational crime. This bill will further strengthen the CBSA and the RCMP in order to further fight organized transnational crime, because we need to consider that these organizations are getting more and more sophisticated, and therefore our operations also need to get more and more sophisticated. This bill will increase the CBSA's powers. It will enable the agency to better inspect and seize, if necessary, goods for export in warehouses and transportation centers. And this will close a loophole that is used by criminals for various crimes, for example, auto theft. We intend to take strong action against that. The bill will also broaden the role of the Canadian Coast Guard, will enable it to carry out security patrols and gather information. These activities will enable the Coast Guard to strengthen our collective safety by carrying out monitoring missions in addition to its current information, and will also enable it to share information with its partners in the areas of security, monitoring, and our sovereignty. The bill will also enable the Coast Guard to use its ships, helicopters, sensors, operational centers, and land resources to collect, share, and analyze information that will enable us to better strengthen our activities. Thanks to all these measures, we will be able to better protect our coastlines, our waterways, especially in remote northern regions. Thanks to its huge fleet and great deal of maritime experience, the Coast Guard has all the skills it needs in order to significantly contribute to the security of Canada. It already operates from coast to coast on the Great Lakes, on the St. Lawrence. And as I said, this change will be particularly important in the Arctic, where Canada can and should be a leader in a region that is changing very quickly as geopolitical interests change, and at a time when maritime traffic is increasing, as well as security risks in the region. This bill also seeks to directly counter the opioid crisis. Fentanyl and other illegal substances are being trafficked, and we must act quickly to do something about this. C-12 will enable the Minister of Health and law enforcement agencies, as well as border agencies, to act quickly to prevent these products, these chemical precursors, from being imported. As they appear, measures will be taken. And this is a concrete policy that will save the lives of thousands of Canadians. We will also try to fight the illicit finances behind these activities. And in order to do that, we will significantly increase the funding that is currently allocated to this area in order to reduce criminal financing. This bill will also increase administrative sanctions and will improve data sharing among federal financial institutions in order to prevent these criminals from profiting from their crimes. This is a matter of integrity and a matter of fairness. Some may be concerned about certain measures here, but I can say very firmly that Bill C-12 will create the appropriate balance between our security and protecting our laws. We will give organizations the appropriate modern tools and ensure that all of these measures comply with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This bill seeks to respond to a number of immediate priorities, and it will have a tangible and immediate effect on the security of our communities and the safety at our border. This is a clear and deliberate measure that will protect our country and sends a clear message. Canada will not tolerate people using our borders to engage in criminal activity. Our immigration system rests on the principles of equity, integrity, and order. For all these reasons, I believe that this bill deserves unanimous support from all members in this House. We will be voting in favor of safer communities and a more solid, fairer immigration system. I will just repeat that all Canadians deserve to feel safe, and I would invite my honourable colleagues to unanimously and rapidly support this bill.
Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise on behalf of the great people of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford on the south end of Vancouver Island. And if I may take a moment to acknowledge a very special person, Winnie Seifert, who has completed 40 years of service to the City of Langford, including as a City Councillor, and it was my honour to attend a park renaming in her honour in Langford. My question is specific to Part 4 and the Oceans Act, and I was happy to hear the member opposite discuss operations, to quote, operations need to get more sophisticated, and quote, the Coast Guard has all the skills and equipment that it needs, now being tasked under the Oceans Act to conduct security and surveillance patrols. I previously was in charge of the Regional Joint Operations Center, and I intimately understand surveillance operations in the military. Presently, the Coast Guard has only navigation radars, civilian radios, and other than predator control, they're unarmed. So my question is, how do the Liberals intend to have the Coast Guard conduct these surveillance missions to collect, process, and disseminate secure tactical data, and will the Liberals be arming the Coast Guard to complete the missions and properly train them as per this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to state that the Coast Guard will be under the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, but also under a second department, and thus we will be able to evaluate the appropriate budgets to complete operations. We have full confidence in the current state of the Coast Guard. It has proven itself. It is capable of carrying out missions. If more equipment is necessary, we will ensure that that happens. That is part of the investments that Canada intends to make to keep Canadians safe. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. C-12 is a new version of C-2 with fewer irritants in it. And the reason we have C-2 today, C-12 rather, is that people were indignant in civil society about various problems in the previous bill. The fact that, for example, that police agencies could open mail and other problems. So C-12 is a lot more balanced. Irritants that bothered us, the Conservatives and civil society, were removed. And that's why we're looking at it again today. So does my colleague think that when the opposition bears the message of civil society and then changing the bill, does that mean that there's actually an advantage to having a minority government, this way of working on things? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Well, I would say that the work we do here definitely helps us improve bills. And in the Liberal Party of Canada, we are very proud of listening to civil society. We benefit from varied opinions. And when necessary, we improve our legislation. The measures that are not present in C-12 will continue to remain in Bill C-2. We believe they are necessary. We believe we need to take effective action against transnational gangs, the importation of illegal weapons, and drug trafficking. But we will do that while respecting the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We are the party of the Charter, Mr. Speaker.
Davenport, about 35 seconds.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say thanks to my colleague for his excellent remarks. In my downtown West Toronto riding of Davenport, the stealing of cars is a very big issue. Our government has put in quite a bit of investment to tackle it. We've seen great progress. If you can maybe talk to how this bill will continue to help us have the tools we need to continue to make sure that we keep our community safe and that these cars are not being stolen from our homes. Thank you.
L'Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 35 seconds, please. I'd like to thank my colleague for her extremely relevant question. Car thefts have gone down by 20 to 25%. Meanwhile, at the Public Safety Committee, we have heard from a number of witnesses. And what we heard from these witnesses is that we really need various stakeholders to collaborate. And that's exactly what C12 will accomplish. Everyone will have the relevant information, and only the relevant information. That way, they will be able to crack down on auto theft, which, as we all know, is a real problem in our country.
Debate. Please to debate. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a true pleasure for me to rise in this House to speak on behalf of the amazing residents and constituents in my community, my constituency of Davenport. And I'll be speaking today on Bill C-12, an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's borders and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system, and respecting other related security measures. Mr. Speaker, C-12 makes critical amendments that will keep Canadians safe and secure by providing law enforcement with the resources to disrupt increasingly complex criminal groups, strengthening border security and improving our immigration system while protecting privacy rights under our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And of course, this legislation builds on $1.3 billion investment in border security. Before I go further, Mr. Speaker, I just want to recognize that we're gathered today on the traditional and unceded territories of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Mr. Speaker, whenever I'm examining new legislation, I often ask myself a series of questions. So, who's going to benefit from this bill? How will this legislation improve our immigration programs and services for newcomers? And will it improve government services and support? In reviewing the proposed amendments for the Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act, which is Bill C-12 before this House today, I believe the answer, Mr. Speaker, is yes, yes, and yes. I believe this legislation strikes the right balance. It would improve how the government serves Canadians, newcomers, and those seeking Canada's protection. It would also strengthen our security and safety. It would support our economic growth with a more efficient and effective system, and it would improve communication and cooperation between federal, provincial, and territorial governments. The measures proposed in this bill are designed to improve our immigration and asylum systems to better meet the needs of our country and those needing our protection. It fits with our commitment to a more sustainable immigration system that is aligned with our capacity to absorb, employ, and house newcomers. Canadians want our country's asylum seeker to uphold our proud humanitarian tradition and to continue to be a beacon of hope and opportunity to the world's most vulnerable. At the same time, Canadians don't want our resources to be devoted to people who attempt to shortcut our immigration processes or abuse the generosity of our communities for their own personal gain. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, before us proposes a reasonable balance to managing claims for asylum, either at the border or in Canada, and appropriately refers claims to the Immigration and Refugee Board for a decision. The bill would improve the management of the asylum system with enhanced efficiencies in processing claims. For example, creating a single online application process, which would make applications simpler and help with information sharing across the appropriate departments and agencies. This would make sure that cases are decision-ready when they're referred to the Immigration and Refugee Board. That would benefit asylum claimants wanting to know if they're eligible for Canada's protection. Under the legislation, Mr. Speaker, the federal government would change how it manages specific asylum claims, including claims made more than 1 year after someone's first arrival in Canada after June 24, 2020. The claims made by those who are irregularly entering Canada make a claim 14 or more days later and effectively avoiding returning to the U.S. under the Safe Third Country Agreement. Mr. Speaker, people are always going to be able to submit claims. That doesn't change with this legislation, and also this legislation will not ensure that claims will be dismissed. But the claims would instead be referred to our fair and comprehensive removal process, which includes the ability to seek a pre-removal risk assessment. This all would help reduce pressure on the asylum system and protect it against sudden increases in claims while ensuring fair and fast consideration of claims of risk. These new rules, Mr. Speaker, would streamline the claims process that would benefit asylum claimants who right now are waiting way too long to have their cases reviewed and decided. Some of these people may have fled their home countries to live in a democratic and free country. They may have left to seek religious freedom. They may have come to Canada to live their preferred gender or identity. If they have made it to Canada and have made an asylum claim, we want their claims to be processed in a timely as well as a fair manner. Mr. Speaker, these measures in the bill would also support a closer working relationship between the federal government and the provinces and territories. Under the current legislation, the federal government shares some information, but gaps in our legal framework mean we often have to do so on a case-by-case basis. It means we will update sharing provisions to provide information on immigration, citizenship, and passport to clients sooner. This would help all orders of government and our domestic partners work together to get newcomers the services they need faster. I understand this has been a request from our partners for some time. We know that provinces and territories deliver so many of the important on-the-ground services that newcomers, including asylum claimants, rely upon. So in collaboration with the federal government and with our support, they provide much-needed access to health care and social programs. They are an important partner in the process of welcoming and integrating newcomers. Providing current and accurate information is essential for any productive partnership. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, I would like to say this bill would improve how we would work together to better protect Canadians. At the end of the day, a main priority of Parliament and all orders of government is the safety and security of our citizens and residents. In recent years, we have seen human smugglers and organized crime groups attempt to guide people across our borders through irregular points of entry. The legislation, if passed, proposes that those trying to shortcut our immigration process by crossing irregularly into Canada and making an asylum claim would have their claims referred to the CBSA and not the Immigration and Refugee Board. Mr. Speaker, there have been concerns raised that people are using multiple identities or different names to access benefits in Canada. This is simply not acceptable. By improving our information sharing among partners, we will help clarify the identity of anyone seeking to defraud our systems. The legislation also proposes that only hearing-ready claims will be forwarded for review by the Immigration Refugee Board. That will give national security and law enforcement the time needed to conduct thorough background checks, confirm identity, and examine any potential links to criminal history or activities. Mr. Speaker, together, these measures would reassure Canadians that our systems are effective and our borders are secure, and that will help improve trust in our immigration system. So, Mr. Speaker, I see clear benefits coming out of this legislation, benefits to our country's immigration system, including supporting the more efficient work of the federal government and all levels of government, and improving the services to Canadians and newcomers. It would streamline decision-making, it would reduce efforts to bypass our migration programs and rules, and it would improve the collaboration across all levels of government. Mr. Speaker, rest assured, this bill is a key part of the government's forward-looking agenda, and I urge my fellow honourable members from all sides of this House to join me in supporting this important legislation today. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Smilkini, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member across the aisle there for her words. I have a question concerning C-12. Right now, I represent the Smilkini, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and we have one of the longest borders along the United States and also most mountainous terrains. And we are having difficulty right now getting enough RCMP officers, meeting just the quota that we have right now. We're not able to get because Not enough people are applying at Depot. We all know they are not applying, so we can't get enough for the needs that we have right now. How does the member believe we are going to hire 1,000 more RCMP officers when we can't get what we need right now?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question. I think it's a very valid one. I will say to you that in addition to us wanting to hire 1,000 more RCMP officers and 1,000 more CBSA officers, we have put in an additional $1.3 billion. And I do think that if we can provide the right tools, if we can provide the right package, if we can provide the right opportunities, we are going to have an easy ability to be able to fill those existing roles. It's an important job. I know that Canadians will want to step up and help to protect Canadians. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire de la députée de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Questions and comments. We can always debate and discuss the best bills here, the best versions of bills. If bills are great in theory but cannot be implemented well, then they are bad bills. We need between 2,000 and 3,000 more border services agents to guarantee safety at our borders. Does my colleague agree with us that that must occur, so that this bill is more than just empty wishes?
To give a response, could I just ask her to take her cell phone and put it further away from the microphones? That would be much appreciated with the interpretation. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to apologize to our interpreters. I'm so sorry for doing that. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his very important question. I do think that this is an important question as well. Look, when we were first elected over 10 years ago, and my 10-year anniversary was yesterday, Mr. Speaker, so very much continues to be the honor of my life to represent the amazing residents of Davenport residents. When we first came in, the Conservatives had decreased by about $1 billion the amount of money that was going to our border officers. So over the course of a number of years, we actually brought that money back, and on top of that, we have $1.3 billion additional dollars. And we've introduced bills like this C-12, and we've done it in collaboration with talking with a number of stakeholders, including our CBSA officers. And so I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, this bill is formed with much of their feedback in mind. We have every intention of continuing to support them so that we can ensure that if this bill is passed, that it is enforced properly. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to pick up on that last question, the legislation is one very important aspect in terms of what our new Prime Minister has brought forward. But another important component is, in fact, the budgetary issue. Close to $1 billion in commitment, 1,000 new border security officers, and I'm wondering, and not to mention the 1,000 new RCMP officers, I'm wondering if the member could just provide her thoughts in regards to why it was important as a new government, a Prime Minister, to actually take this issue, provide not only legislation, but also budgetary response to the need.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
The Honourable Member for his excellent question. Look, I think, one of the things I've been listening a little bit to the debate this afternoon, and I'll say to you, one of the things that we have to make sure that we are reminding ourselves of, it's like the whole world has completely shifted. There's a new global environment. We have now increasingly sophisticated criminal organizations. There's now a renewed international focus on irregular migration and cross-border crime. There's a lot of new things that are happening, and I'll tell you, in these days where there's so many changes happening around the world, we have to be very effective with the dollars that we have, Mr. Speaker. So I will say to you, I'm very proud that our government not only over the last 10 years have invested about $1 billion into the border, we've now made a number of legislative proposals to ensure that there is the right legislation in place to be able to allow our CBSA and our RCMP officers to be able to do their work. They have provided input into this bill. We've invested another $1.3 billion to ensure that they have the resources that they need. This is good value for money, and we're working very closely with our international partners. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. La prise de débat. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course it's my honor to stand here today on behalf of the citizens of Saskatoon West and speak to this bill, C-12. I'm going to speak mainly about the immigration aspects of this bill today. And you know, the first thing that comes to mind when I look at this bill is, why are we here? What is it that is causing all this to happen? You know, the member in her speech was just speaking about these changes in her mind that have happened, and in reality, these aren't things that were imposed upon us so much as it created by the Liberal government. There are many, many things that are happening in our immigration system, at our border, and with crime in our country that can be traced directly to actions by this Liberal government over the last 10 years. If we go back prior to the Harper government, there were some very strong measures in place, such as mandatory minimums, such as consecutive police sentences. Police had the power to actually give consequences to criminals. And you know what? Crime was down. If you picture, Mr. Speaker, a V, when the Conservatives were in power before, violent crime was dropping, just like this side of the V, was dropping significantly. And mysteriously, when the Liberals took over, we got this, and violent crime went back up. Why? Because of all the changes that they made to the laws to be lenient on criminals. And these are some of the things that were done. It wasn't that it was imposed on us from an outside force. And these changes had real consequences for the people of Saskatoon West. And so now here we are with the government trying to fix something that they created in the first place. So don't be fooled by what you're hearing here today. This is cleanup of a mess that was made by this government. So I want to talk about immigration. And as I start, I want to just highlight something that I've noticed in online and in other communications that I've had with people and voters and Canadians. And that is a bit of a disturbing trend of attitude towards newcomers, towards immigrants in our country. And you know, as I said, there's a lot of problems for sure. Everybody knows that our immigration system has many, many problems. We have a lot of crime in our country in general. We also have problems at our borders. So there are lots of problems in Canada. And our immigration system is quite broken at the moment, for sure. But that doesn't mean it's the fault of newcomers to our country. And I think we all have to be reminded in this room and anybody that's watching that unless you're an Indigenous person in this country, we all are immigrants. We've all come from that background. I myself, my grandparents were new immigrants to this country, so I would be the, I guess, second generation born in Canada, which makes me, I think, the third generation immigrant in Canada. And I'm sure many of us have the same story. And it's really important to remember that what's happening in our country right now in immigration is not the fault of newcomers that have come here. It all started back in 2017 when Prime Minister Trudeau made his famous tweet that basically said, "Welcome to Canada." You know, that told people all around the world that Canada wanted everybody to come here, and guess what? They responded. Many people came. They responded by selling their homes, by leaving their families, by leaving everything behind and coming to Canada because Canada wanted them. The Prime Minister himself said that Canada wanted them. Well, in reality, the Prime Minister did that without having any clue as to how he was going to deal with that and how many people were going to respond and what would happen to those who responded. And so I come back to the broken system that we have. If a person is feeling anger towards immigration in our country, that anger needs to be directed where it belongs, and that is to the Liberal government that was in power and is still in power. They're the ones who had the chance to set the rules. They're the ones who, in some cases, chose not to make rules. They're the ones who set the numbers. They're the ones who decided how many millions of people could come in as temporary residents. They're the ones who invited people in peril, like people from Hong Kong, people from Ukraine, people from Sudan. They're the ones who invited them to come to Canada. In fact, just this morning I was reading a story about a family from Ukraine who has been here for a number of years through the QIT program, and now they're having trouble getting their visas, getting anything moving forward. And in fact, in the story, it says that the humanitarian compassionate stream, which is where the Ukrainian people would fit into, faces waits of up to 50 years. 50 years. It also says that for caregivers, it's up to 9 years. For the agri-food stream, it's 19 years. For entrepreneurs under the startup visa stream, it's 35 years. Mr. Speaker, these are ridiculous numbers. How can somebody that was invited to come to our country expect to wait 50 years to get some sort of, to get permanent residency in our country? It's part of the brokenness that we see in this system. And of course, the Liberal government created this mixed up immigration system, it used to be a very clean system where we were looking for people with skills to bring to our country, in addition to family members, in addition to asylum seekers and refugee claimants. It was based on skills primarily. And now that has been changed to include all kinds of other political things in those numbers so that people are admitted to Canada not just because of their skills, but because of other reasons that have nothing to do with their talents or their skills. And of course, we all know what has happened in our temporary resident population, whether it's temporary foreign workers, whether it's students. There were completely no checks on student numbers coming into our country. And as a result, people took advantage of that system. Colleges took advantage of that system. There were many unscrupulous immigration consultants that took advantage of that system. And ultimately, regarding refugees and asylum seekers, the system collapsed. There were so many people that were coming in that the system just could not handle it. Even with some increases that were done by the government, we end up with these ridiculous wait times of 4 years or longer for asylum claimants in Canada. And so this is the system that the Liberals created in Canada. And so anyone that feels any negativity towards immigration in our country needs to put that on the Liberal government. They're the ones who created this. Michael Barachewski McDonald from the Macdonald-Laurier Institute said this: "The explosion in asylum claims post-Roxham is the result of two simultaneous policy decisions. One, loosening the criteria for visa issuance, and two, allowing visa-free travel for potential asylum seekers. Our quiet asylum crisis is largely a self-inflicted problem." And of course, right on cue, the people looking to profit from these kinds of situations marched right in. So we have fake immigration consultants or immigration consultants who bent the rules to make a lot of money off of this situation. Human traffickers who are literally bringing people into our country to work to make money off their backs. It's human trafficking. Employers taking advantage of temporary workers. And colleges who were able to set up fake colleges and make lots of money off the backs of people coming into our country. And at the end of the day, this was all about money. There was a lot of money to be made through the messed up system that was created by this government. And so now here we are with C-12, which is trying to fix some of this, and it's fixing the big mess that was created by this government. Now, similarly, border security. Border security has become a big problem in our country. Everybody remembers Roxham Road. Roxham Road should have been a wall. People should not have been able to cross at Roxham Road. But instead, it was convenient because there was a road from New York and a road from Quebec, and so people started crossing at Roxham Road. And the government could have simply just stopped it. They could have put up a little fence. They could have discouraged people from coming across. But what did they do instead? They put RCMP and CBSA officers there and essentially asked them to help people come into Canada. They had this strange thing to say to them: you're not allowed to cross here, but here, may I help you come into Canada? I mean, how did that make any sense? And so they literally were helping people, carrying their luggage, bringing them across the border. Once in Canada, they were given pretty good treatment as asylum seekers. And in fact, in that area, it became very common for taxis to just drop people off, come across the road. And a whole industry propped up on the Canadian side of the border related to newcomers that were coming into our country. And essentially, our RCMP and CBSA officers became welcome to Canada greeters. And so guess what? More and more people came. Well, this is what happens when you have a broken system. And even on other parts of our border, tremendous lack of technology. We have technology today that can scan containers. We can find what's in them. We can see exactly what's there. And yet we have very little of this technology. We've not invested where we need to invest, and we don't have the people to do the checks that need to be done. And so as a result, we're seeing a lot of stolen vehicles coming into our country through container loads. We're seeing a lot of drugs, and also the precursor chemicals that are used to make drugs come in unchecked, because we are doing a very poor job of checking what is coming into our country. And of course, guns. We have a lot of illegal guns that are coming across the border that get used in crimes in Canada. And we should be checking more of those things, which we're not. And so we have this gap in our system that has not been corrected by the government, that needs to be. And we have a a fairly unorganized enforcement of our border. There's a lot of agencies. There's CBSA, Canadian Border Services Agency. There's the RCMP. There's the Immigration Department, IRCC. There's the IRB, the Immigration Refugee Board, and the Coast Guard, among others, that patrol and monitor our border. And, you know, it's not the members and the people, the hardworking men and women that work for these organizations that are the problem. There's a lot of disorganization in these organizations. There's a lot of lack of resources. There's a lack of information sharing even. You know, these groups are not really allowed because of privacy legislation to be able to share information from one organization to another. And so you end up with a lot of duplicated work that's needed in order to solve crimes. And so these are just some of the things that are missing in the system that we currently have today, and the system that has been created and fine-tuned by this Liberal government. And just last week there was a very funny tweet, I thought, because with all the problems of drugs and all the other things that are going on at the border, you know, the illegal guns coming across and even human trafficking, the Canadian Border Services Agency, what they're focused on right now, at least last week what they were focused on, is this, and it said this: we're taking action to protect our economy. CBSA is investigating whether certain imports of disposable paper plates, bowls, and platters from China are being sold at unfair prices in Canada, dumped or subsidized. This is the priority of CBSA today, given all these other things that are happening. That's embarrassing for me as a Canadian to see that. And of course, surveillance at the border is not happening to any significant degree. You know, the government made a big story about buying a couple of helicopters. Well, a couple of helicopters on a 7,000-kilometer border doesn't do a whole lot. And there's so much more that could be done with surveillance. And so what happens? Organized crime steps in. This is what the real negative aspect of this, because they see an opportunity to make money. So we have international crime rings and cartels that are using Canada as a base of operations for them to do all of their nasty things and make a lot of money off of us, and not just us, but off of the U.S. as well. We have drug smugglers that are smuggling drugs into Canada and then further, you know, into other countries from here. And I spoke about gun smuggling. That's a huge market that happens at our border, as well as human trafficking. All these things are things that we should be focused severely on curtailing and stopping. The RCMP Chief Superintendent and Director General of the National Serious and Organized Crime Program, Matthew Bertrand, said that we are aware that the cartels are a source of a lot of the illicit goods coming into Canada. These organized crime groups, whether they be in Canada or abroad, are using Canada as a transshipment point. Those groups are very much involved in crime impacting Canada. I think that says it all. That a lot of the source of our crime comes from our lack of properly defending our border. And of course, money laundering is another thing that happens in Canada regularly, because we lack the tools and the ability to really see what's happening in that world. So as a result of all of that, we have surging crime in Canada. We've heard this story many times. We have, you know, I spoke at the beginning about the violent crime that we saw under the Harper years, where it decreased, and then how under the Liberal years it has gone right back up again because of actions they've taken. Crime is up significantly under this Liberal government. Gang murders have doubled. Violent crime is up over 39%. And the actions taken by this government have weakened the laws and effectively protected criminals. And for example, Bill C-5, it eliminated mandatory minimum sentences. And as you look around and look at the crimes that are being committed in our cities, and I see it in Saskatoon all the time, there are very few consequences, if any, for committing crimes anymore. And this has emboldened criminals. It's emboldened gangs to get young people involved in crime, because they know that there are just no consequences to committing those crimes. And that's partly because of Bill C-5, where the mandatory minimums were taken away. And this is for significant offenses, Mr. Speaker. Human trafficking, drug trafficking, car theft, assault with a weapon, the list goes on and on. These are things that this Liberal government chose to take away mandatory minimum sentences for. And so as a result, we've seen increases in these kinds of crimes. Because I guess the Liberals wanted to put the criminals first and not Canadians first. We need to restore mandatory sentences to put consequences back into the system for those criminals who commit crimes. The other bill that made a big change in this was Bill C-75. That bill was basically promoting house arrest and essentially made it very difficult to put someone in jail, and as a result, people are out on bail. And so that's where we talk about people are getting bail instead of jail. And what we want to do is make sure that people actually see jail and don't always get bail. This is part of the catch and release problem that we have in our country, where people get arrested for a crime, they get charged with a crime, they get bail, they get out on bail, and they can repeat that offense. And we see that very often in many cases in many cities in our country. Repeat offenders simply walk free. They don't have any consequences. And as I said, it just encourages them to keep doing what they're doing. It encourages gangs to keep recruiting new members, and it doesn't stop new members of gangs from doing those crimes. And that's why we want to bring back jail, not bail. We want to make sure that, particularly for repeat offenders, there are consequences to those crimes, and that those folks actually do spend some time in jail to slow down the process of crime that's happening. And I just want to mention, you'll often hear the term from this government, bail reform. I just want to talk about that for just a minute, because you have to go back to what actually happened. Bail reform happened about 10 years ago when this Liberal government came in. They implemented bail reform, and these are the things I just described to you. And now all of a sudden they've finally realized, they've finally woken up that this is not working. Canadians have been telling them that for years. They're finally realizing this, and now they want to do, quote, bail reform. Well, really what they're doing is they're fixing the mess they made with bail reform in the first place. So what we're doing now isn't bail reform, it's correcting the system back to the way it was, to actually have consequences for people that are committing crimes. And then also, of course, drugs fuel crime, and that's part of the problem at our border. As I mentioned, drugs are flowing across the border shockingly freely, and so this has caused a big drug problem in our country. We all see it in our cities. I see it in Saskatoon. I'm sure other members see it in their own cities. And part of that is from the permissive harm reduction regime that's been promoted by this government. And in fact, from what I've seen, it creates a cycle of dependence, and in many ways is best compared to a palliative care kind of approach to dealing with people that have addiction issues. And it's not working. Safe supply has resulted in more deaths and more crime, and the number of people on the streets, the number of people that are involved in illicit drug use and in crime are just going up. And so we want to make sure that instead of encouraging drug use by providing free needles, by providing free hard drugs, and all the other programs that this government has done, I think, and Conservatives believe, that we need to actually allow drug users to have a recovery-based system of care. We need to be compassionate with these people. These people need help, and we need to move them forward on the continuum of care so that they can actually get out of the situation that they're in, not just allow them to remain there. So we need to make sure and bring home our safe streets and schools and communities. Well, Mr. Speaker, just to sum up, why are we talking about this today? Well, it's because of the failure of this Liberal government over the last 10 years, and now they're trying to fix the mess that they've created. They're trying to fix the broken immigration system, where we have backlogs that have exploded, where this focus on skilled workers has been lost, where the loopholes are wide open, where we've got consultants and colleges and employers who are taking advantage of the system that we have. We've had 7 immigration ministers in 10 years. It's crazy. The government's also trying to fix the chaos that has at the border, where they lost control of our borders, where illegal crossings are up and enforcement is down, where we're seeing more shipments of stolen vehicles, where we're seeing drugs and precursors to drugs coming across the borders, where we're seeing firearms coming across the borders illegally. And the surging crime that we're seeing in our country, where violent crime is rising and gang activity is rising, and the soft on crime laws are allowing offenders to walk free. So our plan, we have a plan, and that's to fix immigration, to speed up processing for skilled workers. We want to secure the border so that we will close illegal crossings, restore order to the border, and crack down on crime by reintroducing mandatory jail time, ending catch and release, and backing our police to make sure that we can keep our communities safe. That's our plan, Mr. Speaker, and I invite any questions. Thank you.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, International Trade. The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, Justice. And the Honourable Member for Regina, Louvain, Housing. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to pick up on the immigration issue because now we've had two Conservative members stand in their place and be somewhat critical of the government on immigration policy. You know, it wasn't that long ago where Russia invades Ukraine. Canada opened its doors, and I believe the Conservative Party at the time supported us doing that. And there was approximately 300,000 people of Ukrainian heritage that came to Canada because of the war in Ukraine. My question to the member is, does the member believe that the federal government or the immigration should allow for the extension of the work permits of those people that came from Ukraine?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I'm encouraged that the member for Winnipeg North recognized that I was being very critical of his government, so he's listening, so that's good. With respect to the Ukrainian situation and the people that were invited to Canada from Ukraine, this is the core message, I think, is that Canada said to people from Ukraine, come here, we will give you a safe place to stay. We will give you options. And so they came. And now the government is saying, we don't know what to do with you. We don't know what to do. You're going to be here, you know, in some cases 50 years. It will take you 50 years to get your paperwork through because we didn't plan this properly. We didn't, you know, even though we knew there were going to be 300,000 people, we didn't actually think there were going to be 300,000 people. That's basically what the government's saying. They're saying, we don't know what to do with you. You're here. That's great. So yeah, I think we need to be fair and compassionate to these people. We invited them to come to our country, and yet this government has not made a pathway for them to actually process their paperwork, and now they're stuck. They are stuck in limbo for potentially 50 years.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'Honourable Député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank our colleague for the speech. Now, I'd like to hear his thoughts on the implementation of these measures, reinforcing the border. I mean, I think we all agree on that. We could have disagreements on how to do it, but I think we agree that on the need to do it. Border agents that appear before committees of this House have told us at several occasions that they don't have enough staff to do the searches because they can search one container out of 100 at Montreal Port, for instance. So I agree with the principles stated here, but how can we put everything in place, these measures? Would my colleague look favorably upon the government investing more in border staff at airports and ports? And a secondary question: if his government forms, if his party forms government, would they be open to giving more funding to the border services?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. One of the problems that I've seen over the years from this government is that when there's a problem, the solution is throw money at it. We're going to add $1 billion for this and $100 million for that, and we hear this all the time, over and over again. We have a problem, the solution is money. And yes, we do need money. To hire more border guards takes more money, this is true, and I would be in support of doing what we need to get our security up to where it needs to be. But that has to also come with the ability to train and hire people. And that's not just about money. There's other factors at play there. And we have to also ensure that the laws that are in place are actually helping to achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve. So having laws is great, but if we're letting offenders out on bail all the time, that doesn't help. And so we need to have a cohesive system. We need the money, we need training ability, and we also need laws that work together.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last very short period of time, I think it's 3 years, the Liberals have allowed 3 million temporary residents to come into the country now, which comprise over 7% of Canada's population. We're hearing about the potential abuse of the asylum system by people who are on these visas. Their visas expiring and they're being canceled by unscrupulous immigration consultants to abuse the asylum system and to make false asylum claims. Can the member talk about whether or not he thinks the measures in this bill will be adequate enough to fix the mess that the Liberals have made after the disastrous #WelcomeToCanada tweet in 2017?
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. She's very right that there's been a big mess created in terms of temporary residence. That's over 3 million people in our country right now. And this bill will not solve that problem. It absolutely will not solve that problem. There are fundamental issues with the way that the immigration system is being run in this country. There's fundamental errors have been made by this government in terms of not monitoring certain numbers, for example, the number of students that were permitted to come into our country. And as a result, we have the problems that we all know about. We have a lack of housing, we have difficulty in accessing health care, we have problems with jobs, and our youth unemployment rate's very high. These are all things that are connected together. And these are things that the government could have managed. They could have seen the implications of decisions they were making and the consequences of those decisions and worked together to mitigate some of those things. But they haven't done that. And so as a result, we have this problem in our country today, and no, this bill will not solve that problem.
Questions and comments? Question on commentary. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
The honourable colleague from Saskatoon West. Again, probing the problem if this is an omnibus bill. Most of the debate this afternoon on C-12 has related to its immigration and refugee sections, but there are sections on multiple different acts, and I'm hoping he'll agree with me. It would be far preferable, given the complexity of immigration and refugee issues, if this bill was split apart and only the Committee on Immigration and Refugees studied the sections that are about immigration and refugee, and not the section on the Coast Guard and the Oceans Act, not the section on trafficking and drugs and so on. To my friend from Saskatoon West, what do you think?
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. You know, at the end of the day, I don't think Canadians really care who studies what. They want to see fixes, they want to see changes, they want to see improvements. And so from a technical perspective, the member is probably correct that, you know, how we deal with it in the House should be done according to who knows what about which area. But ultimately what needs to happen is that this government needs to propose solutions that actually fix the messes that they've created. And while this bill will fix some of those messes, it certainly doesn't fix them all. And so I'm looking for more from this government. Canadians are looking for more. They want to see changes, they want to see improvements that will actually solve the problems that Canadians are seeing every day in their lives.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member kind of sidestepped the question in regards to Ukraine. I'm a little confused in terms of whether or not they actually supported Ukrainians coming from Ukraine during the war. Maybe he can provide some very succinct explanation. Did he support that number coming to Canada? I think it's a reasonable question. The other thing is the province of Manitoba, whether it's the Chamber of Commerce, the provincial government, many different stakeholders believe that the province of Manitoba wants to keep all the temporary workers that they currently have. And I'm wondering if you could provide a comment on that if he doesn't know what to say about Ukraine.
The member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the question of Ukraine, of course, these are people who are fleeing war. Their houses may not even exist anymore, and we invited them to come to Canada. So they're here. They came here, and part of that deal, at least in their minds, was that there would be a path to permanent residency, and that has not been offered by this government. So I think, yes, those people need to be treated fairly, absolutely. And in terms of temporary people in general, we need to be very, very careful about how we manage the temporary residents in our country. We have to make sure that the policies that we have in place are good for our country and good for the residents that we invite to our country.
The member for Oshawa, about a 45-second question.
It seems to me we need just a few more moments, Mr. Speaker, to touch on the fact that as I watch this over the years, Liberals are very good at creating chaos and then pretending by throwing money at it that they're fixing what they created. We're supposed to trust them after they created the problem in the first place. So I wonder if the member could touch on a matter of trust.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that excellent question. I believe she said it very, very well, that this government creates problems and then they fan out money to try to solve them, and often those solutions don't happen. And I think that is one of the reasons why Canadians have grown very weary of this government over the last 10 years, why there is such high levels of angst in our country, why there is a lack of trust in government in general. We all feel that, and it's because of actions, I believe, taken by this Liberal government. And so it is important that we act well, that we make changes that are going to improve lives of people. And while this bill will do some of that, there is still much, much more to be done. Thank you.
Resuming debate, we're pleased to debate the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is always an honor to be able to stand in this place and speak on behalf of the great people of Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, as well as in my role as Shadow Minister of National Defence to reflect the concerns that are out there from the defence community, including the brave women and men who serve in uniform, about some of the changes that are taking place by the Liberals and the lack of interest and lack of investment in the Canadian Armed Forces. I'll be splitting my time with the great member from Oxford, and I do want to give a big shout out to the MPs from Kamloops, our Shadow Minister for Public Safety, the member of Parliament for Calgary Nose Hill is our Shadow Minister for Immigration, and the member from Saskatoon West who just spoke. Really put a lot of work into this bill C-12, on the immigration side, on the public safety issues, on border security. And it's through their good work and the amount of exposure that we've been able to do as Conservatives that we were able to mobilize citizens and civil society on Bill C-2 and looking at all the violations of civil liberties that were done by the Liberals in a real big power grab that would erode charter rights of those from search and seizure, done by Canada Post employees, done by invasion of privacy rights online and through telecoms, through banking changes that would all violate the civil liberties of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The Privacy Commissioner himself said that he was never confirmed or even consulted by the Liberals on the drafting of Bill C-2 and had a number of concerns about it. And, you know, we should never be bringing forward bills here that erode the civil liberties of law-abiding Canadians, and that's what these Liberals continue to do time and time again, is to go after those like law-abiding firearms owners rather than going after the gun smugglers and those that are using guns in illicit crime. They'll always go do the easy thing, make it sound like they're doing something, but at the end of the day, all they do is target law-abiding Canadians. So on C-12, as Conservatives, we'll do our homework. We'll continue to look through this bill to make sure that Canadians' rights are protected, that they're not bringing forward, the Liberals aren't bringing forward any, sneaky new laws, trying to breach the rights of Canadians through this, especially civil liberties and privacy rights. But we're concerned that there's things in here that aren't actually going to do anything to improve immigration or improve public safety or strengthen up our borders. Like there's nothing in the bill on bail reform. There's nothing on the bill to give powers to Canada Border Service agents the ability to police the entire border, not just ports of entry. There is an increase in sentencing provisions for those that are, are either smuggling in guns or trafficking fentanyl or other crimes that are being committed by transnational organizations. And there's still, with the Liberals, house arrest allowed for some of the most serious crimes and offenses, including those that breach the border. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to spend the rest of my time talking about the Canadian Coast Guard, Part 4 of the Act. We support the great people of the Canadian Coast Guard for the work that they've been doing for a long, long time. And we believe that we should expand their national security and defense mandate. And so we do support the idea of bringing them in underneath national defense. But we want to make sure it's being done for the right reasons and they're given the right tools to do the job that we're going to be asking of them. We are concerned that the Liberals are only doing this for creative accounting purposes to try to increase their spending to meet the NATO 2% target, which they have to do in the next 5 months. Here we are in the middle of October, and we still don't have a plan or a budget from the Liberals on how they're going to get to that level. The estimates that we have to date show that we are going to spend somewhere around $44 billion on national defense. But in reality, to hit the 2% target, they're going to have to spend $61 billion. Where is that money coming from, and what are they going to spend it on? And here we are with only 5 months left, and we know that the Department of National Defense and Public Services and Procurement Canada have had always a hell of a time in trying to spend money before the end of the year. And you just can't shovel this money out the door. And so there needs to be a plan on how they do that, and we just don't think that that's going to happen. And so that's why we're going to see some creative accounting here by bringing in the Coast Guard underneath national defense. And so we're going to get some extra spending, but not necessarily any new defense capabilities for Canada. Now, we'd like to see on every Coast Guard vessel new sensors and weapon systems. So not only can they do the surveillance that's been asked of them under Bill C-12, but they can also defend themselves if need be. As my colleague said earlier today from Cowichan, Malahad Langford had mentioned, like, the only thing that's currently on Coast Guard vessels that have any firepower is shotguns for actually protecting themselves in case they run against any predators. And you think about ice-breaking ships in the Arctic and polar bears, so they have a few shotguns with banger shells in there to scare off the polar bears. And they have another rifle that shoots beanbags, so they can actually, throw a rope and tether to another ship or come alongside another ship from that purposes. But no actual capability to defend themselves if need be. And we're going to give them, as the bill says, some security patrol capabilities or responsibilities without capability. So that is something that we're really concerned about. I want to make sure that Canadians understand, Mr. Speaker, in this House, that the Canadian Coast Guard to date has no interdiction or enforcement capabilities or mandate. Right now, if they encountered somebody illegal fishing, they have to contact Fisheries and Oceans to bring on one of their enforcement officers to actually make the arrest and levy the fines. We know that if they counted somebody in our waters that were smuggling guns or human trafficking, they would have to bring on board RCMP officers to make the arrest. So they don't have any of those availabilities at sea. Now, the current Coast Guard budget is about $2.4 billion. To date, they've only been able to include, in last fiscal year, $560 million out of that $2.4 billion budget. And so, again, with a stroke of the pen, the Prime Minister is trying to take the money from Coast Guard and move it under national defense without actually meeting the NATO requirement. And I'll just read what the NATO requirement says. And this is out of one of their fact sheets from June 2024 on the definition of NATO expenditures that have been in place since the 1950s. And so what they're saying is a major component of defense expenditure is payments for armed forces financed from within the Ministry of Defense budget. This might also include parts of other forces, such as Ministry of Interior Troops, National Police Forces, Coast Guards, etc. In such cases, expenditures is included only in proportion to the forces that are trained in military tactics, are equipped as a military force, can operate under direct military authority in deployed operations, and can realistically be deployed outside national territory in support of military force. The Canadian Coast Guard is a civilian operation that has none of those capabilities or training at this point in time. And that's why we need to make some changes. So when I look at, take aside the creative accounting and trying to find another $20 billion in the shell game, you look at the order in council that was done by the Prime Minister back on September 2nd, where he gave the powers under the Public Service Rearrangement and Transfer Duties Act that that Coast Guard would be transferred from Fisheries and Oceans over to National Defense. So that includes the Canadian Coast Guard and the Canadian Coast Guard Support Services Group. Now, the Oceans Act, and as we just heard from the Parliamentary Secretary to Public Safety, is that Coast Guard will still maintain its responsibility under the Oceans Act, because under the Oceans Act, Minister means the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, and Coast Guard services include, and this is under 41(1)(a), services for safe and economical and efficient movement of ships in Canadian waters through the provision of aids to navigation systems and services, marine communications traffic management services, ice breaking and ice management services, and channel maintenance, the marine component of the Federal Search and Rescue Program, response to wrecks and hazards or dilapidated ships, marine pollution response, and support the departments, boards, and agencies of the Government of Canada through provisions of ships, aircraft, and other marine services. So we already know that now Coast Guard is going to have two masters. They're going to have Department of Fisheries and Oceans and National Defense. So how is that going to work, and how do you capture all of this, which has no paramilitary or border security role or mandate out of the Oceans Act into national defense spending? So even though in Part 4, page 11 of Bill C-12, it says in 41F in Part 4 that they were going to add security, including security patrols and the collection, analysis, and disclosure of information or intelligence. It doesn't go on anything else beyond that. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll just say this, that we support the move to the Coast Guard, but let's make sure that if the Coast Guard is coming under national defense, we give them the tools, the capabilities, and the training so they can actually do the job that they're going to be accounted for by these Liberals in their own budget.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, interesting enough, the member himself was a part of a government where we saw cutbacks to Canada border control, and yet now you contrast that to Canada's current Prime Minister. Not only are we committed to bringing forward legislation which is going to be helping in securing our borders, the Prime Minister and the government has made it very clear that we are going to provide financial resources. And a good example of that is 1,000 new Canada Border Control agents and people working within CBSA. Does the member not agree the contrast between the Conservatives and the Liberals is quite extensive, with the Liberals definitely showing goodwill in getting things done and protecting our borders?
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, I'd like to remind the member from Winnipeg North, who, you know, has the most words spoken in this House, but has said the least in every intervention that he does. But I'll just remind him that it was under our government that we actually made the CBSA officers, moved them from being civilian agents to being paramilitary, and that we trained them and armed them up. We actually had at the Defense Committee the former Deputy Commissioner for Operations of the Coast Guard, Chris Henderson, just a few weeks ago, and he said, my strong recommendation is to provide new legislation, the Canadian Coast Guard Act, that would enshrine its national security role, and that it be given a law enforcement mandate to protect Canada's interests anytime and anywhere on a huge expanse of maritime territory. So, you know, they can talk about 1,000 new border agents, which we need, but give them control over the entire border. But let's make sure that we turn Coast Guard officials and agents into actual officers so they can do the job of protecting Canada.
Question and commentaire. Député Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree that we need to increase the effectiveness of border controls. We need new measures. Now, with C-12, we have the new version of C-2. C-2 led to a great deal of concern in civil society because many people outside of this parliament and also in the opposition here felt that with the excuse of protecting our borders, the government was going to violate our right to privacy, and that all of this was contradictory. Earlier, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety told us that the government had removed parts of the legislation that were unacceptable for civil society and the opposition. And that then they tabled C-12, which we agree on more, but the Parliamentary Secretary said that the unacceptable measures are not going to be given up on by the government, that they still want to bring them back to Parliament. For example, police officers being able to open mail. So I'd like to hear from my colleague. What measures were in C-2 that are not in C-12? And what measures would he like to see in further legislation?
Interlake Eastman.
Well, I want to thank the member for his question, and I can just say this, that in C2, giving the power to employees of Canada Post to seize and search mail without having any warrant is a complete violation of our charter rights. Everybody's entitled to jurisprudence, and that was actually undermined by the Liberals. In C2, they were also going after the seizure of information through internet service providers, telecom companies, that we also know is again a violation of privacy rights. And finally, I would say that under C2, where they want to limit the use of cash to under $10,000 a year, undermining our legal tender in this country is ridiculous.
Questions, comments, now member for Calgary Crowfoot, about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So is the member concerned that our NATO allies will see right through the accounting trickery of shifting a budget for the Coast Guard from a civilian budget to the Canadian Armed Forces without actually improving or enhancing our defense preparedness?
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
My friend and colleague from Calgary for his question, and I have there's no doubt in my mind that the Liberals are strictly making this change in C-12 to the Oceans Act to make sure that they have the ability to declare that they now have given the security and border control mandate to the Coast Guard, and that should be counted towards the 2% and now actually the 5%. And I can tell you that you won't fool anyone at NATO with this trickery, as my colleague said, because at the end of the day, they have to be, according to their own definition, the ability to provide military, tactical capabilities, and the Coast Guard currently does not.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we marked a very dark milestone in Canada's history. 10 years of the Liberals. A dark time. A very dark time. We used to have a country that was safe, was secure, the envy of the world, a country that worked for Canadians, a country that protected Canadians. And they might say they're a new government. They might be, I know they're heckling right now, they might think that this is a brand new government. It's not. It's the same MPs, the same Liberal member of parliaments, the same cabinet ministers, the same failed Liberal policies. And I know they're not happy with what I'm saying, but it's their policies that have hurt Canadians every single day. Under their watch, we've had the fastest shrinking economy, the fastest shrinking, where Canadians are now lining up at food banks, where crime, chaos, and drugs are running rampant right across our country. Record numbers in crime. Drugs are now being sold in our streets. Our kids are losing their lives. Under their watch, in their 10 years, 50,000 Canadians have lost their lives to drug overdoses. 50,000. That's more than the Second World War. We've had a homelessness crisis. Encampments are popping up in my riding in Oxford County, but also across our country from coast to coast to coast. Canadians are suffering. They're suffering from their failed policies. On immigration, we had one of the best immigration programs in the world. It was the envy of the world. We brought in the brightest, the best, people that could achieve their full potential, people that filled major needs in our country, that were able to raise their family. But under their watch, they broke that too. They broke our immigration system. And then they started hijacking our institutions. They started censoring Canadians. They started telling Canadians what they could do, where they can go, what they can say, what they can see. It became about control. All about control, Mr. Speaker. And again, with C2, when they first brought that in, they talked about public safety. They talked about immigration. But it was another attempt of attacking Canadians' freedoms, their privacy. They wanted to attack their way of life. And it was because of the Conservatives and other parties and Canadians who raised their voices, who objected, who said no to their policies, that we now have Bill C-12 in Parliament today. Now, if you look at immigration, Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud son of immigrants. My parents chose Canada in the early 80s. They came for that Canadian dream. They worked hard, played by the rules, were able to earn a decent living, raise a family under their watch. But guess what? We don't have the system anymore. They have broken that system almost in all aspects. Let's take a look at the asylum system. We have over 300,000 folks lined up to get asylum. Many cases are bogus, fake asylum claims. A system that is now full with fraud, with abuse, with an average wait time of almost 44 months to process in our country. And this all started because of their actions. You might remember, Mr. Speaker, it was this government that put out a famous tweet when Trump was voting the first time saying, everybody's welcome. And guess what happened? You think that was the best tweet? They think that's the best tweet ever. That tweet brought in over 100,000 illegal border crossers to Roxham Road. It put pressure on our system. Many of those cases were bogus. But you can't fix stupid, Mr. Speaker. That was a dumb move by this government, a dumb move by that former Prime Minister. They're making policy based on tweets. That's how they run this government. It is their failures that have led to the trouble we're seeing today. And so I find it ironic when they put policy forward saying they're going to fix this system. It's a new government. It's their own doing. They did this. They broke it. And this is going to continue, sadly. And we saw it at the border as well. Canada's U.S. border, one of the longest borders, an important hub for economics, an important hub for security. You know, $2 billion of trade cross-border every single day. We have a massive economic opportunity. Most of Canadians live 100 kilometers away from the border or within the border. So it's an important transportational, logistical hub for us to have a system that works for both Canada and the U.S., where we could have strong economic ties. On security, it's even more important, you know, to keep Canadians safe. Under their watch, we've had record numbers of crime. One of the highest, gun crime, homicides, all have gone up. And if you look at the border, we've seen a massive rise in guns being smuggled in. And while they might believe that it's lawful, law-abiding firearms owners that are the problem, they're not. I have been a firearms owner for over 15 years. I love going to the range. I'm a sports shooter. Folks like myself, farmers, hunters, are not the problem. It's their weak border policies, their open border policies. Toronto police, law enforcement across our country have made it very, very clear. 90% of the guns that come into our country are illegal guns. The criminals are not using guns from lawful gun owners, they're smuggling them in through the border. And those guns are now in our communities. They're being used for organized crime. They're being used to kill children. And if you can't secure the border, if you can't stop that from happening, we're going to keep on losing Canadians. We have cartels now that are operating in a country. Seven, under their watch, under their soft on crime policies, open border policies, failure to secure our border. We have 7 cartels that are operating, that are illegally moving around drugs, money laundering, pushing guns, and yet they have the audacity to stand up in this House and say, oh, we're going to fix the problem. They are the problem. It's them, their failed policies. And it continues. Drugs keep being pushed in. In Oxford County, we are on the 401 and 403. It has become, sadly, a hub for drugs being brought into our community. I was talking with a family member who lost a loved one because their son got addicted to drugs. Illegal drugs that were brought in to our community through the 401, 403 corridor. They lost their son. They have real life consequences for their failures. Human trafficking, another huge part of crime that we're seeing in southwestern Ontario. Again, you know, the minister responsible for public safety just puts his hands up and says, you know, we're not going to, you know, enforce the border. He was asked about hiring more CBSA officers. He said, it's not my job, because we know how Liberals do. They keep over-promising. They keep recycling the same photo ops. They keep announcing they're going to hire new personnel. But the minister, when asked how many did he hire so far, the answer was 0. They haven't hired any frontline officers. And when asked, when will you do it, or why haven't you done it, he put his hands up and said, it's not my responsibility. Well, whose responsibility is it? He's the minister responsible. He owes it to every single Canadian to do his job. But sadly, It is these Liberals that have broken our system. Canada's Conservatives will always stand for law-abiding Canadians, will invest in securing our borders, will ensure that repeat violent offenders that commit crimes are locked up, put behind bars, and will make sure we fix the broken immigration system so that all Canadians can achieve their full potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question on commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite, did it all in terms of reflecting on the Conservative tough on crime policy and amplified the idea that Canada is broken. And I say to the member opposite that Canada is in fact not broken. And we continue to work with provinces to deal with issues like bail reform, because it is shared responsibility. But the question I have for the member opposite is very telling. He sits right behind the leader of the official opposition, and the leader of the official opposition did something despicable over the last week. When he called RCMP officers, and in particular the head of the RCMP, despicable. The RCMP is an institution that is recognized around the world as something positive. Does he believe that the leader of the Conservative Party should apologize?
A member for Oxford.
You should resign.
It is their policies that have destroyed almost every single aspect of our country today. It is their failures, it is their mismanagement, it is their negligence, it is their incompetence that has led to our country to be in the state we are today. And I'm proud to say my Jail Not Bail Act had the support of police officers, law enforcement from all levels, and I'm very excited that we're going to keep this conversation going, and we'll always stand with law enforcement on this side of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question on commentary. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So during my colleague's speech, he made reference to the tweet that resulted in the conflation of economic migrants and asylum seekers. And when he mentioned this tweet that single-handedly broke the asylum system, he was heckled by the Liberal benches. One of the members in the Liberal benches, in fact, called it the best tweet ever. So it would seem that this Liberal government has learned nothing, and it's certainly the members of its benches. But I thought I should bring it to this member's attention and see if he had any comments on that.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, it's this type of behavior that has caused the crisis we see today. That they're making policy on Twitter. They're making policy on a paper napkin, but it has real consequences for Canadians. And that 100,000 folks coming across our border put pressure on our system, has broken a system that was once the best in the world, that actually helped those that are being persecuted. But what do you get with these Liberals? They heckle, they mudsling, they try to distract, they try to deny, they try to obstruct. That is the Liberal way, and in the last 10 years, that's the way they've been doing it, but it will change under a Conservative government when that happens soon.
Questions and comments? Question on commentary. L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the speech. Earlier, I raised the problem of investment. There is insufficient staff to conduct business in airports, so I raised that. There is also an issue related to the enforcement of these provisions. Can my colleague share his views on what we should do to improve border security and safety? Does he feel that rather than passing bills upon bills, we should really get boots on the ground and make sure that things are working?
Honourable colleague for his great intervention. I think he raises a great point. This Liberal government is wasting over $700 million in a gun grab scam. That money should be put towards frontline officers at our borders with the RCMP. Put the money on the ground where the boots are going to be on the ground. Put it where we could actually enforce, where we could actually protect Canadians. The Liberals in the past have put money in bureaucracy. They've put money in nice office towers in Ottawa. That money should be put on the ground, on where people can actually do their job. We need more scanners. We need more CBSA officers, frontline officers. We need more security. And again, they're heckling again, Mr. Speaker. They're heckling again because they can't handle the truth. It's their fault. We're going to fix it.
Resuming debate. Please to debate. The Honourable Secretary of State combating crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And recently, I just wanted to start by one of an experience I had. I went to the Canada Post mailing facility, and it was our government, or the Liberal government, I should say, in 2019 that was the first government ever to put scanners in place in our mailing and courier facility, which is now resulting in many weapons, drugs being seized that are coming into our country through that postal center. And so, as we've done there, we've done at many ports as well, and we'll continue to invest in. And that's why I'm so happy to stand today and talk about Bill C-12, because this bill is strengthening Canada's immigration system and our Borders Act. It's a crucial piece of legislation that addresses the evolving and complex challenges of crime that our country faces. This bill is about protecting Canadians, securing our borders, and equipping our law enforcement agencies with the modern tools they need to combat sophisticated criminal networks. As honourable members will recall, this builds upon Bill C-2 and has been introduced so that we can accelerate key legislative changes. These changes are focused on 4 primary areas that will significantly bolster our fight against crime. Under Bill C-12, we'll secure our borders against illicit goods, we'll combat transnational organized crime, we'll disrupt illicit financing, and will enhance information sharing between law enforcement agencies. Mr. Speaker, our borders are the first line of defense against illegal goods and criminal activity. BC 12 introduces key amendments to the Customs Act that will modernize our border security framework. Under these amendments, the Canada Border Services Agency, CBSA, the officers will be given new authority to access warehouses of transportation hubs to inspect goods that are being exported. This closes a critical gap in our enforcement, preventing criminals from using Canada as a launching point for their illegal activities. The Customs Act will be amended in order to obligate transporters and warehouse operators to provide access to their premises to allow for export inspections by CBSA officers. Furthermore, amendments will require owners and operators of certain ports of entry to provide facilities for export inspections, just as they currently do for imports. These changes will strengthen CBSA's ability to detect and seize contraband for export, including illicit goods such as fentanyl and stolen vehicles. We'll also further expand our maritime security. The Oceans Act will be amended to allow the Canadian Coast Guard to conduct security patrols and intelligence operations. This will strengthen our sovereignty and surveillance capabilities, particularly in remote regions like the Arctic, to better detect threats to our country. Finally, Bill C-12 will further our efforts to tackle auto theft by targeting vulnerabilities in the export process. This bill will help curb the flow of stolen Canadian vehicles out of our country. Mr. Speaker, international organized crime networks pose one of the most significant threats to public safety in Canada. Bill C-12 directly targets these groups in several ways. First, it aims to stop the flow of fentanyl. The bill amends the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to accelerate the scheduling of precursor chemicals. This will give the Minister of Health the power to rapidly control chemicals used to produce illicit drugs, allowing law enforcement and border agencies to act swiftly and shut down illegal manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of my speech, I forgot to member that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Trois-Rivières. First, it aims to stop the flow of fentanyl. The bill amends the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to accelerate the scheduling of precursor chemicals. This will give the Minister of Health the power to rapidly control chemicals used to produce illicit drugs, allowing law enforcement and border agencies to act swiftly and shut down illegal manufacturing. Second, Bill C-12 includes measures to disrupt illicit financing and money laundering. It increases maximum penalties for violations of Canada's anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing regime. Mr. Speaker, money laundering supports and perpetuates criminal activity by allowing criminals such as fentanyl traffickers to benefit from their illicit activities. Strong and effective anti-money laundering controls are therefore a critical component of a secure Canada-US border. This bill proposes a comprehensive set of amendments to help ensure businesses and professionals are effective in detecting and deterring the money laundering and organized criminal networks that support and perpetuate fentanyl trafficking and other economically motivated crimes. Mr. Speaker, Bill 12 also aims to improve the capacity of law enforcement to respond to complex criminal challenges. It enhances the RCMP's ability to share information on registered sex offenders with domestic and international law enforcement partners. Currently, registered Canadian sex offenders are required to report any international travel 14 days prior to their departure. Once reported, the RCMP conducts a risk assessment and provides notification to the destination country that the individual is traveling to when warranted. As currently written, the threshold for sharing this information is high. Adjusting the legislative threshold will enhance the RCMP's ability to share this information with key law enforcement or government partners, including the United States, to prevent or investigate crimes of a sexual nature. Addressing these issues will strengthen the RCMP's ability to protect public safety both within Canada and abroad. Mr. Speaker, we owe it to Canadians to do all that we can to keep them and their families safe. The government has taken and continues to take action, and we know this legislation will help us to further reduce crime. Bill C-12 is a proactive response to modern crime, providing border agents and police with the tools they need to disrupt criminal networks. By passing this legislation, we are strengthening our borders and protecting our communities. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I am done my speech. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot from the Liberal speakers today, and a simple question is are they actually talking to Canadians in their riding, or are they stuck in this echo chamber where they believe, talking to themselves, they're going to find these answers? Because I was in the members' riding yesterday, and over 1,000 people from Brampton came out to the crime town hall, and they've had enough. They lined up out the door to give their testimonies and to give their complaints, and they're sick of extortion, guns, crime, drugs, fentanyl, as she mentioned. But I've seen them all stand up and give us lip service. Are you actually speaking to people in your city?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, we've brought forward several pieces of legislation that address the issue of crime. It is exactly because I'm speaking to people in my community. I'd like to ask the same of the member who was just in Brampton the other day. One of the big issues that we're seeing is organized crime, committing extortions, home invasions, auto theft. This bill helps support law enforcement, give them the tools that they need. But I also have a question. The reason we needed to bring C-12 and amend it from our previous bill that was tabled is because the Conservatives fed into TikTok rumors and misinformation and didn't allow us to bring forward lawful access, which would further help solve and investigate a lot of these serious crimes. That is what law enforcement is asking for.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette Madawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Secretary of State for their speech. So, for the customs forces to have the means they need, they will need to hire people, and the union is saying that they need 2,000 to 3,000 border agents. Now, when you look at the Liberal Party's election platform. They were saying that they were going to hire 1,000 agents to the RCMP and 1,000 agents to the CBSA. But well, they referred to the RCMP agents in the speech from the throne, but not the CBSA agents. But the union is saying that they need 2,000 to 3,000. Will the government hire more agents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have heard the union refer to this number. It's not a number that I've been made aware of ahead of time. Of course, there are vacancies, and we look forward, and we have every intention to fill needed vacancies in positions that are important. And these 1,000 new officers would be above and beyond any current existing vacancies, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To pick up on the question that was just posed, what I like about the legislation is that the current new Prime Minister, along with our new Minister, actually, and I congratulate her on her appointment to Cabinet, have done a fantastic job in presenting a more comprehensive approach at dealing with the issue. Because not only is it legislation, but there's a budgetary commitments, RCMP officers and border control officers. I'm wondering if she can just provide her perspective why it was important to have a holistic approach at dealing with this critical issue.
Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I've done my travels throughout the summer talking to law enforcement across the country, they have made it very clear that, of course, when you bring in new officers, those officers also need resources and tools and systems in place. And I was really happy to see the Finance Minister announce today that the upcoming budget will have further investments on cracking down on financing crime. That's very important. We are facing astronomical losses through cybercrime and crime in the finance sector. And so those investments will be coming forward in the budget along with these investments for the new officers in the RCMP and CBSA.
Questions and comments? We have time for a short one. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quickly, the member opposite mentioned security patrols and intelligence operations, yet the Coast Guard does not have the equipment and capability to do this. And it will take significant amount of time to do a cultural shift and to retrofit military-style equipment and systems. Do the Liberals intend to equip and arm the Coast Guard to meet the mandate and taskings that they're giving them in this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Secretary of State in 25 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, that's a great question. This government is in place to do things differently, to do big things. That is why we have historic investments at our border and in our defense capabilities. This is one part of that piece of the puzzle. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to underline that we're meeting on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Today I rise to refer to the proposed legislative modifications in Bill C-12, and this will maintain our humanitarian tradition and law enforcement while putting the emphasis on those who need assistance and strengthening our asylum system. Canadians expect a solid and effective immigration system. The modifications that we are proposing will reinforce and simplify the asylum and immigration system of Canada. They contain new rules. Asylum seekers will be referred to the IRB for a decision, but there will be changes to the way these requests are received and assessed. The federal government will no longer send the files to the IRB. The following situations: requests made a year more than after the person made the initial filing, or if they made an illegal entry between two border crossings. These changes aim to protect our system from an increase in the number of demands, as well as the people who want to use the asylum system to extend their stay in Canada when there are other mechanisms that they should be using. Let's be clear, Canada's asylum system is not a shortcut. We don't want to use this bill to refuse the applications of people who are fearful of being sent back to their countries. So there's a risk-based assessment before anyone is sent back to their country of origin. Of course, people need to have a justified fear of being subject to persecution, torture, or other severe situations. This way, our asylum system will remain faithful to our promise of being in solidarity with the most vulnerable people of the world. And this also respects Canada's international obligations on human rights and refugee rights. This is a well-established mechanism that works within a larger system. And people are given the opportunity of demonstrating that they are faced with the risk of persecution if they were to be sent back. A risk assessment request will require, of course, information on the conditions in the person's country of origin and the conditions. There could be political or economic upheaval, armed conflict, or ever-changing social dynamics. The person's personal situation will also be taken into account, because these can increase their risk of being persecuted if they were to go back. With this approach, all of these factors will be examined in depth before a decision is made to send the individual back, and trained agents will meticulously look into the credibility of the proof that's presented. This is a rigorous procedure that is based on an in-depth understanding of the risks involved and refugee rights. We, of course, have to underline that this process is important, without which there could be irreversible harm done to individuals. The risk assessment procedure before people are sent away from Canada will allow them to present evidence, and each case will be handled seriously. This procedure requires a lot of data and information on the conditions in the country, and trained agents who will be able to assess these cases with the necessary sensitivity towards the circumstances. This shines a light on the importance of this process to maintain Canada's reputation when it comes to protecting refugees. This risk assessment process also allows legislative modifications to our asylum system, and we make sure that people are not subject to unnecessary harm. And decision makers will be able to modernize many aspects of our immigration system, and we are trying to simplify initial asylum decisions, reduce the backlog, and modernize pathways to protection. The risk assessment is an essential guarantee that gives us the necessary level of confidence so that we can innovate within the system with responsibility. This is not a tool to delay legal sending of individuals back to their countries. Every case will need to be assessed based on the most recent and available information, including the risks that the individual could face and whether or not they could find themselves in a dangerous situation. So, our duty is to make sure that Canada's immigration and asylum system reflects our values of compassion and equity. But we have to also take into account the ever-changing global circumstances. Canadians are faced with increasing pressures. The risk assessment process strikes this balance, and it assures Canadians that we're taking the necessary measures to strengthen our immigration system, but we're doing this without compromising our commitment to life and human dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've just finished reading for the past couple of hours emails after emails of people that from my constituency and everywhere that are concerned about their rights and freedoms being eroded. They're concerned that the bills that the Liberals are bringing forward are being used to suppress their rights and also to increase the power of the state. And this was brought forward in our debate with C2, and we're seeing where Conservatives are concerned about this bill also. I wonder if the Minister of the Liberal member could speak to the fact that Canadians feel that they are being criminalized for even as law-abiders, and they're also not standing up against real criminals. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, our colleague could take some time to read the text of Bill C-12, because what we are doing here is that we're putting into practice what we heard from Canadians in this bill. There are some aspects that need to be studied furthermore, and that will be done. But there are things that Canadians expect from us to put into place right now. This is what we're doing with this bill. Canadians expect to have safer streets and that our Coast Guard fulfills their responsibilities and that our immigration system is used properly. Questions and comments?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the comments from my colleagues, very well thought out. And the question that I have for her is more of an issue of process. Of a lot of the questions and comments that we hear coming from the opposition, in particular from the Bloc, have been fairly supportive, but wanting to have more dialogue on the issue. The question I have for her is that, going through second reading, and then after second reading it goes into committee, where members are afforded all sorts of opportunity to ask questions, debate, listen to stakeholders, and so forth. I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards how important it is that legislation of this nature actually pass through the system.
Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Colleague, for this great question. Actually, the Liberal Party is the party that does listen to people, that listens to consensus, that is not afraid of going back to a project and making sure it is as strong as possible. And this is why we're moving forward with C-12 and removing from it the part that the members from across the aisle have asked us to study further, which is what we are doing. And we're moving forward with the project that brought consensus across the aisle with other parties. And we need to implement this as soon as possible. The other side continues to talk about crime, and we are putting forward many projects to deal with crime, and we keep getting blocked by the colleagues who apparently say it's their biggest issue, but they're not at the table to make it better. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of people from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola. My colleague across the way, I thank her for her intervention. She talks about blocking things on crime. Well, earlier this morning, I tabled a bill, or I had second reading of a bill, on intimate partner violence, the most groundbreaking change in intimate partner violence that this House has ever seen. And the Liberals will not signal support for it. Bailey McCourt's family was watching and was appalled by the behavior from the Liberals, and I know that because they told me. How, on one hand, can she say we're listening to Canadians, and on the other hand, do something that is so blatantly contrary to Canadians' interests? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to what the opposition continues to say, and trying to put forward slogans that We are actually doing action. We were elected to take action, and we have taken action. And we will continue to take action to protect Canadians, to protect our streets, to protect gender-based violence. We are doing that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to rise on this bill and talk about what our government is working on. The Prime Minister has already outlined 7 priorities for our government, and one of them is being able to attract the best talent in the world to help build our economy while keeping our immigration levels in a sustainable way. And today I rise to speak on that, to support Bill C-12, the Strengthening of Canada's Immigration Systems and Border Act. This bill is about getting that balance right. It strengthens our immigration and asylum systems and improves information sharing and ensures that our borders are ready for the realities of a changing world. Immigration has for so long been part of our country's story. It has been part of our past, it has been part of our present, and will continue to be part of our future. It fuels our workforce, it builds our communities, and keeps our economy growing. But as the world changes, we need systems that keep pace. We need systems that are fair, that are fast, and that are firm. We live in a time where migration patterns are shifting and conflicts are driving displacement. Technology is changing how people move across borders. Fraud is become more sophisticated. Organized crime and human trafficking networks have been more active. Bill C-12 will ensure that Canada's systems stay strong, they stay credible, they stay compassionate, and protect both our humanitarian obligations and our national interests. The first set of reforms modernizes Canada's asylum system, making it faster, fairer, and more transparent. And right now, multiple departments often handle the same files, duplicating work and creating backlogs. So Bill C-12 fixes exactly those issues by creating a single intake system for asylum claims. That means we're going to have less red tape, faster decisions, and no more confusions about who's responsible for what in getting through these systems. Under the new system, only hearing-ready cases will go before the Immigration and Refugee Board, and which means background checks and identity verifications will be completed first. This will reduce unnecessary delays and ensure that decisions are based on full information for the people who are making those decisions. This bill will also provide the board authority to remove abandoned and incomplete claims. If someone stops responding or no longer wishes to pursue their case, officials can actually close the case and focus on those who truly need protection. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-12 repeals outdated measures like designated country of origin regime, a policy that no longer reflects the realities of modern migration. Together, these changes create a faster and more complete system and a more efficient asylum system, one that protects the integrity of the process, but at the same time, one that would uphold Canada's humanitarian tradition. Mr. Speaker, this bill strengthens the integrity of our borders and makes it clear those who deliberately delay filing a claim or who try to reset the clock by re-entering Canada will not be able to bypass our laws. It introduces new eligibility rules, such as claims filed more than a year after arrival may be deemed ineligible, and those who cross irregular between ports of entry or avoid safe third country agreement will not be referred to the Immigration Refugee Board. This means that it will protect our asylum system from being overwhelmed and will allow Canada to focus resources on people who genuinely come here and are looking for protection. It's about protecting compassion with order. We as a country will remain open to those who are most vulnerable. Our borders will remain open for those who are truly fleeing persecution around the world. That's who we have been, and that's who we're going to continue to be. But we must do so in a way that keeps our borders more secure and processes very credible. And third, Bill C-12 brings out our immigration system into the modern age of data and technology. For too long, different departments and provinces have worked in silos, and information gaps have slowed down processing, creating unnecessary duplication and adding unnecessary cost. Bill C-12 will enable secure, modern information sharing across federal departments, provinces and territories, and trusted partners with strong privacy safeguards built in. This means that newcomers can access housing, healthcare, and settlement programs much sooner. It also means that law enforcement and border officials can better detect fraud and identity theft. Mr. Speaker, it also means fewer delays for people waiting to build their lives here in Canada. All privacy protections will remain robust. The framework was reviewed by the Department of Justice and the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. Every agreement will be written, every safeguard explicit, and every disclosure accountable under the law. Fourth, Bill C-12 gives the government tools to respond to major or unforeseen challenges, whether that's humanitarian crisis, a surge in irregular migration, or even a global emergency as we have in the past experience. It will allow immigration documents like visas, electronic travel authorizations, or permits to be temporarily suspended or canceled only, and I repeat, only when it's within the public interest. For example, in cases of widespread fraud or security threats, and this will not be an overreach. It will be about remaining robust in protecting Canadians and in remaining prepared. We will ensure that Canada can act quickly and responsible when situation demands it. These powers will be exercised with transparency, with oversight, and respect of due process. Mr. Speaker, we have to act now because the pressures are real. The world has seen a record levels of displacement. In 2023 alone, more than 110 million people were forcibly displaced worldwide. Irregular migration have increased, and the systems we built 20 years ago were not designed for the scale or the speed in which we're seeing today. So if we do not modernize, we risk losing both control and compassion. Canadians have an expectation of their government to manage immigration responsibly, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to uphold fairness for newcomers, confidence for citizens, and through Bill C-12, we are sure that it's going to accomplish exactly that. It will replace outdated frameworks with a smarter, more adaptive model, one that serves people and protects Canada's borders with integrity. Mr. Speaker, it is fair to say that there are concerns about how these reforms will work in practice. Advocates have asked that we preserve strong pathways for people facing new risk after arrival. Those voices completely matter, and we are listening. And in committee review, there will be an important part of that process where we can listen and we can take the amendments, we can take the advice that we're hearing from experts and make sure that this bill is ready and prepared to do exactly what the spirit behind it is. But let's be clear, Bill C-12 does not weaken Canada's tradition of protection. It strengthens it by ensuring that the system is credible, that the system is efficient and able to deliver on its promises. A broken system helps absolutely no one in Canada. Not claimants, not Canadians, not those who need urgent protections. A strong system, however, serves everyone better. Immigration is not only a humanitarian issue in Canada, it is an economic one. Our economy has often depended on attracting skilled workers, entrepreneurs, and families who contribute to our communities. But when the system is backlogged, confidence drops and opportunities are lost along the way. Bill C-12 ensures that the immigration systems continue to be a driver of growth for everyone involved, while at the same time protecting our integrity, the integrity that makes Canada's approach the envy of the world. For employers, it means predictability. For newcomers, it means clarity. For Canadians, it means confidence that immigration remains both fair and beneficial. Mr. Speaker, this is not just about processing applications or updating databases. It's about modern governance, government that learns, adapts, and delivers for its people. So Bill C-12 embodies that principle. It makes government work smarter, focusing on resources, on what matters most, removing duplication, strengthening our accountability, and it reflects a new way of governing, one that combines compassion with discipline and policy with delivery. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-12 is about making our system work better for people. It will make asylum processing faster and more efficient. It will strengthen coordination across all departments. It will improve the integrity of our borders, and it will uphold what defines us as Canadians. I know that in this House, many colleagues came through this country, became Canadians, and are able to serve the communities that have hosted them, the communities that have given them a second chance at life because of our system, because we Canadians trust our immigration system. Right on. And how much better is it that we all work together in this House to strengthen the same system that all of us, many of us, including myself, are so proud. A system that works, a system that allows a child who was a refugee surviving a genocide to become a member of parliament in this House. That's what we're talking about. Canadians are good people. Canadians are compassionate people, and they want this system to work. And the polarization around immigration is not beneficial for Canada. Right. In fact, Canadians want us, members of parliament from all parties, to work together to address issues when we see them. And I think that this bill will do exactly that. It will uphold what defines us as Canadians. This is a thoughtful and forward-looking bill that manages immigration in a way that supports our economy and protects those who seek safety here, but at the same time in a way that upholds our values and who we are as a country. It's about building a system that Canadians can trust, newcomers can count on, and I truly invite the many members of this House who I know have been beneficiary of this system to stand up for this system, to work together to fix it, to stop talking down on Canadians and our institutions, and to believe in this country that we have called home, many of us, for many years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are pushing their so-called Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act. Yet illegal border crossings have surged under their watch, and the system has never been more out of control. Federal health care spending for asylum claimants has now ballooned to nearly $500 million a year, covering vision care, home care, and assistive devices, benefits that millions of hardworking Canadians aren't even covered for. Meanwhile, hardworking and law-abiding families in Richmond Hill can't find a family doctor and are waiting months for basic treatment. Canadians are compassionate, but they also expect fairness. Why does this Liberal government believe that illegal border crossers deserve gold-plated health care that Canadian citizens themselves don't even receive? When will this unfairness finally end, and when will they finally put Canadians first?
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
I'm not sure if the member opposite was listening to my speech, but I don't think he has, because he looks like he's reading a question that he prepared way before I made my speech. But maybe I can ask the member opposite on why he's so intently on attacking our systems. Recently, he put forward a motion to deal with DEI, for example. Perhaps he can start with DEI on his side of the aisle, and when he works on that system, he can come back and tell us, the rest of Canada, how we can deal with DEI.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague was saying in her speech that this bill will do what it needs to do. And among other things, will keep our borders secure. Now, whatever the good intentions may be here, a bill is only a good bill if it can actually be effective on the ground. There is a gap between how many border agents we have and how many we need, 2,000 to 3,000. Will my colleague's government take action to actually make sure we have enough staffing here? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader. That's an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. And from the speeches I've heard from his party, my colleagues in the Bloc agree with us that we need to improve the system. I was in Windsor this week, announcing a suite of measures in order to hire more border officers throughout the country. That's something we announced last week. The Prime Minister is very much focused on this. And I think that when it comes to making sure this bill is effective, I think we can raise this at committee to make sure that the situation is improved.
The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the many words that my colleague Fred has put on the record. The question I have for her is just recognizing that through time there is a need to make changes. And whether it was through the pandemic or other situations, such as the demands from post-secondary institutions to have international students, there's at times a need to bring forward legislation. And we have a Prime Minister that was just elected back in April. And he made a solemn commitment to bring in many of the changes that we're bringing in today and in the days before us. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to how this legislation is a reflection of what it is the Prime Minister has been talking about.
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is actually a very excellent question because it dives deep into what I was talking about. Immigration system, just like the many systems that we trust and believe in this country, they evolve with time, and we have to be willing to evolve with them. And this bill is addressing an issue that we've seen change over time. He talked about the pandemic. He talked about the different issues that we have experienced, whether it's through international students. And this is something that we have to continue to monitor. That's why we're here. That's why we are elected to legislate these bills and to make sure that they're up to date and they can evolve with time. I talked about technology and how technology plays a role into this new bill. And it's just another show of how we have to grow and we have to adapt to what's happening to the external world around us and keep Canada as strong as it needs to be.
All set.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite stated C-12 does not weaken our system of protection. In the spirit of the Blue Jays in Game 7 and the three strikes you're out rule, I'll ask my question for a third time. Will the Liberals equip, train, and arm the Coast Guard to meet the mandate in the new mandate in the bill, or will they change the mandate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the member was in the room when I was making my speech because I saw him standing a couple of times with his notes. He had his notes prepared again before I made a speech. But in my speech, if you listen intently, and in my answer that I just gave to my opposite colleague from the Bloc Québécois, I talked about the fact that we have increased our border agents and we have hired, we're investing in hiring more. And there'll be more information for the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, through budget 2025 on November 4th. But we are committed, we are the government that is committed to hiring law enforcement that we need to meet the needs that we're asking them to do. If we're going to ask them to do something, we're going to invest in them, and we're going to make sure that they have the right resources, the right tools, and that they have the resources of personnel that they need to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right on.
Before I go back to questions and comments, just a reminder to all members, we're back from a constituency week. We cannot refer to the presence or lack of presence of a member or lack thereof of a member in the House. So whether a member was in the House during a speech or not during a speech, we can't make reference to it. With that being said, questions et commentaires, questions and comments, le député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. C-12 is a lot like C-2, but it has been improved. Some parts have been removed, including the provision that would enable mail to be opened without a previous warrant from a judge. So does my colleague agree that it was a good idea to take that part out? And if so, how is it that her own government initially proposed that idea, warrantless mail search?
Actually, one of the stories that I could share with the member, je m'excuse, je vais adresser mon collègue.
I'm sorry, I will address my colleague in French. What I wanted to say was that last week, in my writing, I spoke with an RCMP officer who said that at one time he had been working in a community where previously there wasn't a great deal of fentanyl use. But then after a single piece of mail, there were 800 cases of fentanyl use almost immediately. And that's a good example of what can be achieved by checking that piece of mail. Then 800 cases could have been avoided in this small community. So that's why we had initially included that in the legislation, because that was being asked for. But now here we have C12, which is different. And in this bill, we do trust our enforcement officers. They will be able to make judgment calls. And thanks to cooperation with law enforcement agencies, we will continue to protect our systems here in Canada.
Le député de l'Épée d'en haut.
The Honourable Member for l'Épée d'en haut. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to ask why it's so important to bring forward what we're suggesting in C12 versus C2, which we had originally. The Honourable Deputy House Leader. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As I was saying a little earlier, I'm sorry, I'm struggling a bit in French today, but the advocates asked us to review the legislation, and that's why we decided to split the bill. But the spirit of the bill is the same. We want to protect our borders. As I was saying, last week in Windsor, I was making an announcement on behalf of the Prime Minister, an announcement that we will be hiring 1,000 further officers to staff our borders and to ensure that Canada remains safe. That's something that we promised during the campaign. We're here to debate this bill today. Then at committee, it will be further debated. And finally, we will reach a consensus. We will ensure that we have the right bill.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start off by saying that I will be splitting my time with a member from Smilkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Mr. Speaker, it is always a privilege to stand in the House representing the wonderful people of Abbotsford South Langley. Today, however, I rise to address many serious issues affecting my community, something I wish I didn't have to keep doing over and over again. Bill C-12 fails to adequately address several key issues within our immigration system and at our borders. While the Public Safety Minister claims that the legislation will make Canada safer, the bill ultimately falls short on delivering on those promises. In my community of Abbotsford South Langley, a major border crossing and hotspot for illicit drugs and arms smuggling, this failure is very real with real consequences. I've stood in this chamber numerous times to raise concerns about extortion and the rising wave of gun violence that's occurring as well, terrorizing our neighborhoods and communities, calling for stronger border security. Yet once again, the Liberals have turned a blind eye, ignoring urgent need to secure our borders, toughen crime laws, and prioritize safety of victims over the interest of gun smugglers, gangsters, and violent criminals. My community should not have to live in fear, wondering if they will be the next victim of a drive-by shooting, or worry that their children might get caught with a stray bullet while sleeping in their bedroom or playing at the park. Securing Canada's borders and being tough on crime means giving our citizens peace of mind that illegal firearms and harmful drugs are not flooding our streets. Why don't the Liberals understand these basic measures? The Liberals' track record says it all. They are not serious about securing our borders or keeping our Canadians safe. According to Health Canada and the latest figures, there were a total of 49,000 opioid deaths reported between January of 2016 and June 2024, many due to drug ingredients trafficked from China and Mexico. The Washington Post reported in December of 2023 that fentanyl super labs in Canada are producing mass amounts of drugs as well. The super labs that police are finding in Canada differ because they are synthesizing the drugs and chemicals sourced primarily from China. In Langley, British Columbia, in my own community at home, police recently uncovered a super lab containing enough fentanyl and material to kill 95 million people. Langley authorities also reported on how this super lab was capable of producing multiple kilograms of fentanyl on a weekly basis. Yet this bill still lacks the mandatory prison sentences for fentanyl traffickers. This is just disgraceful. To make matters worse, with so many lives lost, Liberals continue to push for safe consumption sites near schools. Conservatives urge the Liberals at the Health Committee to shut down fentanyl consumption sites located near to schools and for children's safety. However, the Liberals and the Liberal Health Minister refuse to rule out approving even more sites near schools and daycares, despite admitting these locations have become hotspots for rampant fentanyl use. In my riding, they're planning to slap a safe consumption site right across the street from a school. I've spoken with many parents and the parents from Abbotsford Traditional Schools and the PAC that is also responsible for the school, who are genuinely concerned for their children's safety and finding that what is happening in our communities, this is troubling. And I myself, alongside them, I'm asking the same question. This is truly concerning for our communities, for our children. Is this the Canada that we came to and our children should be brought up in? If that wasn't bad enough, the Liberals' own public safety minister admits he won't even do his job and keep Canada safe. He stated that he's not responsible for hiring 1,000 new CBSA agents. So seriously, why are Canadians paying him right now at this time? His role is to protect our Canadians and by securing the borders, and right now he's failing at that. See, we're not expecting him to go and do job interviews himself, but we expect him to follow through and conduct what his job is supposed to be doing and hire these agents accordingly. The fact is that fewer than 100 agents have been hired, so simply, this is unacceptable. To make matters worse, gun crime under the government has risen by 116% over the past 9 years, and the Toronto Police Association reports that 85% of gun crimes involve illegal firearms trafficked from the United States. Yet this Liberal government will still allow some of the worst criminals to receive house arrest. How is this exactly supposed to make Canadians feel safe? Canadian agencies have identified 350 organizations of crime rings inside our country, including 63 linked to international groups from China and Mexico. The Liberal government allowed multiple ISIS terrorists into Canada, including one caught desecrating a body abroad, who was later charged with planning attacks here in Canada. In 2022, a senior Iranian officer was banned from entering Canada due to human rights abuses and terrorism, yet several investigations into Iranian agents on Canadian soil remain open. We know that this government has lost 600 foreign nationals with criminal records, and over 400 of those evading the government are convicted of serious criminality right here in Canada. The government has openly admitted that it has lost track of how many people are living in Canada illegally. In my own riding, a sergeant from the Abbotsford Police Department reported that in my community there have been 60 incidents involving border jumpers just on one road alone. It is obvious that in my community there's urgent need for our border security, and it remains insecure. Yet this bill fails to adequately address these concerns, and in the end serves nothing more as Liberal empty promises. Conservatives are focused on making sure we prioritize Canadian safety. Conservatives force the Liberals to retreat from Bill C-2, which threatened Canadians' freedom and privacy, as we believe wholeheartedly that the law-abiding Canadians should never be made to pay for this government's failures on borders and immigration. We will continue to defend Canadians' privacy and demand that the Liberals become tough on crime and their soft on crime sentencing for serious repeat offenders, put a stop to drug trafficking that kills record numbers of Canadians, secure our porous border that kills and risks this country's very own fabric, and to put criminals behind bars where they belong. Mr. Speaker, it is my duty to stand up for my constituents and to hold this government accountable. I will continue to fight for meaningful action to restore the safety that every Canadian deserves. The minister opposite may claim that the border is secure, but it's easy to say that when you ignore the evidence and the statistics that my colleagues and I will continue to bring forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-12 is a substantial piece of legislation to make our borders secure. It is complemented by literally hundreds of millions of dollars of commitments, increase in terms of Canada Border Control officers, increase in terms of RCMP, and the member spent a great deal of his time talking about the need for bail reform. And the good news is that there's going to also be bail reform that's coming very, very soon. The issue that I have with the member, and in fact the Conservative caucus, is that they have this persistence on not allowing things to get into that committee stage on specifically dealing with crime-related issues. I'm wondering if he can explain to those that might be following the debate, why is it that the Conservative Party is so resistant to allowing things to go to a committee in a timely fashion where the Canadians and stakeholders will be able to have direct input to members where they can continue the debate at committee.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. See, the truth here is that Canadians are off worse now more than ever. There is extortions happening in my community, in Surrey, in British Columbia, in Abbotsford, that is happening repeatedly, and the crime rates are higher now than ever. We need to make sure that we can take care of our communities now. We are bringing forward legislation and not watered down legislation from the Liberals. Conservatives are bringing forward, 3 strikes you're out rule on what we need to implement safety in our streets, in our communities. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the Standing Health Committee, we studied the toxic drug crisis for a year. All experts told us that we absolutely had to crack down on underground labs. We especially need to counter precursors which are used to make illegal drugs. This bill would allow the health minister to better regulate precursors. I'm wondering how my colleagues feel about Part 2 of the bill.
Abbotsford South Langley.
See, the truth is that the health minister has allowed drugs to be poured into our country. In my home riding alone, I give an example of how there is going to be another safe supply housing that's going to be opened up across from a school, which is going to allow illicit drugs to be smuggled around the area. This is what we see as concerning. This is what we see as the whole problem. We should not be allowed to have these safe consumption sites in our communities, in Canada overall. So, what Conservatives are going to do is eliminate all these challenges that are that the government's putting forward, and make sure that we can take drugs out of the picture for everyone.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola, and my colleague from Winnipeg North just talked about how Conservatives don't want crime legislation to go to committee, which is completely misguided. But I find it quite rich that earlier today, I tabled a bill, or I spoke to a bill on intimate partner violence, the greatest change in intimate partner violence that this House has ever seen. In fact, the aunt of an intimate partner that was murdered saw his conduct, and I'm paraphrasing, but was disgusted by what was said and the notion of the Liberal argument on this point, also made by the parliamentary secretary. So how can the Liberals say on one hand that we don't want things to go to committee, and yet on the other hand stand against a bill on intimate partner violence?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
I want to thank my honorable colleague for raising concerns, and he's absolutely right. On this side of the house, we are really concerned, and families are reaching out to us, concerned now more than ever, as we are affected by intimate partner violence, by these big drug dens that are affecting our communities, and as of now, we want to make sure that we can be here, raise their voice of the people of our communities, because this government is just giving us big scenarios that are, big mouth words that the Liberals always do and never deliver what the people need, what our people from our community need. So thank you to my colleague for raising the concerns.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise again on behalf of the people of Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay to speak to Bill C-12, an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's borders and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system. This bill is of critical importance to my constituents, especially those living in border communities along the BC-Washington state line. We have 6 crossings, including Osoyoos, Midway, Roslyn, Grand Forks, Coston, and Rock Creek. This is a very mountainous and one of the longest borders in Canada with the United States. Our entire riding is on the front lines of serious challenges: cross-border crime, drug trafficking, and illegal weapons smuggling. Crime rates in communities throughout the Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay have soared in the past decade. Sadly, the federal government has been slow to respond. Conservatives have long pushed for concrete measures to strengthen border security and disrupt criminal networks. For years, the Trudeau Liberals chose to look the other way. Now, Bill C-12 is an improvement, but only because Conservatives and Canadians pushed back against the original version, Bill C-2. I received so many emails about Bill C-2. People extremely concerned about Liberal overreach again. We argued as Conservatives that this had much less to do with strong borders and, of course, much more to do with government overreach. Let's be clear. If the Liberals had passed Bill C-2 unopposed, they would have granted themselves sweeping powers, including letting Canada Post open my private mail and yours without a warrant, allowing warrantless access to Canadians' personal data, and forcing tech companies to re-engineer their platforms for easier government surveillance. These proposals were not about protecting our borders. They were about infringing on law-abiding Canadian privacy. That's a victory for Canadians and for democracy, but vigilance is still required. Let's examine this government's track record. Since 2015, there's been 632% increase in U.S. Border Patrol encounters involving people illegally crossing from the U.S. into Canada, many of whom are linked to drug and firearms trafficking. In Canada, 350 organized crime groups have been identified. Yet instead of targeting gangs and smugglers, the Liberals have spent millions harassing licensed, law-abiding firearm owners with arbitrary bans that do nothing to make our communities safer. Meanwhile, gun crime is up 116%, and 85% of gun offenses involve illegal firearms from the United States, from that porous border for the last 15 years, decade. Our border is dangerously understaffed. Mark Weber, National President of the Customs and Immigration Union, says the CBSA is short 2,000 frontline officers. And while the public safety minister keeps re-announcing plans, I've kind of lost track now how many times he's announced it, to hire 1,000 agents, when asked why none have been hired yet, he replied, "I'm not responsible for hiring." Well, if he's not responsible for hiring, who is? Mr. Speaker, what's the point of a minister who can't deliver on his own promises? Even if hiring begins today, the CBSA is treading water. Thanks to sharp questioning from my colleague, the member from Oshawa, we learned from Mr. Weber that the agency trains just 600 officers per year, exactly the same as the attrition rate. Do the math. In Mr. Weber's words, I don't know how we'll get those numbers up. And hiring 1,000 RCMP, the border communities in my riding don't have enough RCMP as it is right now due to lack of people applying to depot. How is this government planning on bringing 1,000 more when we can't even address the needs that we have currently? If the government truly wants to support border enforcement, here's one easy step. Please renew the lease of the Penticton Shooting Sports Association, which is in my riding. This facility, the Penticton Shooting Sports Association, has 400 members and has provided firearms training for law enforcement for years. Often, for 40 years actually, often the only option in southern British Columbia. The RCMP wrote a public letter supporting the club, and the Liberal Minister for Kelowna recently called for its lease to be renewed in a public letter. The lease expires in a matter of months. We're asking this Liberal government to find a way for this 40-year-old club to survive. Mr. Speaker, this can be a bipartisan, common-sense decision. Don't shut down critical RCMP, CBSA, and prison guard training infrastructure, and support this very important community club. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw attention to a key section of this legislation, Section 2, which amends the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to give the Minister of Health a faster process to restrict precursor chemicals like fentanyl, like deadly fentanyl. That's so overdue, but granting the power is not enough. Will the minister use it? Will she act fast enough? People are dying on a daily basis in our communities. Just this month at the Health Committee, I asked why she won't revoke, the Health Minister won't revoke, that Health Canada exemption that enabled a pilot program of hard drug decriminalization in BC. BC Premier Eby has now called the policy a mistake, and a Liberal MP recently admitted it was a terrible, quote, a terrible policy decision. This exemption clearly states that the minister can end it at any time. When asked why she hasn't, she deflected, suggesting that BC must request it. Let me be clear. British Columbians want it ended immediately. We just had a member from across the aisle here mention that she was telling a story about an envelope full of fentanyl that was distributed throughout her community. And think of all the people that were hurt by that fentanyl because the Canada Post couldn't open the envelope. Well, I want to know how many ministers, how many MPs in this room right now would like to join this pilot program, and fentanyl will be decriminalized for your hometowns too. This experiment has gone horribly wrong, and it has increased drug availability and public disorder while failing to connect addicts with real treatment. Why do you think no other provinces have joined this program? The minister should act today and end this program immediately. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-12 is a major improvement over its original form, but only because Conservatives held this government to account. There is more work to do, and we will continue to push for common sense changes like strengthening our borders, protecting civil liberties, targeting real criminal threats, and giving our border communities the tools that they need to stay safe. Thank you.
I have to inform the member, since we are about to hit 6:42, she will have the balance of her time for questions and comments when the chamber next takes up this legislation. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. Adjourn proceeding. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise on adjournment proceedings this evening. And I'm pursuing a question that I initially asked. It was in September, not that long ago, September 26th, that I was raising in this House in question period a really extraordinary experience I'd had earlier in the week, meeting with very brave Guatemalan Indigenous women who had come to Canada to ask for our help in dealing with a Canadian mining company. Not an unfamiliar story. We know that Canadian mining companies have, unfortunately, a record of, and not all of them, not a broad brush, but certainly Canadian mining companies have been associated in the Global South with human rights abuses, with abuse of the environment, and that in response to this, over the years, through the work of many people, particularly the former Member of Parliament for Gilwood, the Honourable John McKay, who worked really hard to try to get through legislation to hold mining companies to account. In any case, when I met with the women from the Xinca community of Guatemala, and I raised their issues here in the House, and I asked if there was, at this point, action on something that was created some time ago. It was created in response to this pressure that was coming from many sides, civil society, and as I said, from people within the House of Commons, and legislation that almost passed in different times. But something was created with some fanfare, the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise. Now, the current position of the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise is vacant. And I asked at the time in question period whether there would be a person appointed to this position. Certainly, there has been a lot of criticism that once it was created, after all this effort, the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise really had no useful tools to investigate complaints. The idea was that if Canadian corporations or Canadian activity of different kinds was occurring in places around the world where we were complicit in human rights violations and environmental damage, that there would be a way for Canada to intervene, to improve the situation, to put pressure on Canadian corporations to do the right thing. In any case, we never gave the office of the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise any kind of tools to do the job. Now there's no one in that position to do the job. We now have something called the National Contact Point, which I think is somewhat lacking, and certainly it's not very descriptive, is it? But we now know there's a Canadian National Contact Point for people to make complaints about the failure of Canadian enterprises to follow responsible, sustainable business practices or respect the international norms to protect human rights, as the Xinca people who came to Canada complained that the Canadian silver mine in Escobal, Guatemala, was violating their rights. Where do you go with these complaints? The World Bank created an inspection panel many decades ago to actually hold to account those that took funds and investments, loans from the World Bank. So there was a way to track, are these dollars being used responsibly? Are human rights being respected? Well, Mr. Speaker, in the 20 seconds I have left, I really want to ask the Honourable Minister, now I did initially put these questions to the Minister for International Trade, where are we on these multiple challenges? When will this government appoint a new Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise, and will the office be funded?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her dedication and engagement on this important issue. The government remains firmly committed to promoting responsible business conduct by Canadian companies operating abroad. Strong RBC practices not only drive business success, but also foster a better world for everyone. And Canada has been a strong global leader in that space for decades now. Since the launch of CORE in 2019, Canada has significantly strengthened its responsible business conduct policy framework. We introduced a ban on the importation of goods produced with forced labor under the Canada-US-Mexico Agreement. We also passed the Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act, transparency legislation that requires Canadian business to report annually on their efforts to prevent forced labor and child labor in their supply chains. Through the Responsible Business Conduct Abroad strategy, Canada provides clear guidance to companies operating internationally. A key pillar of this strategy is the support offered by Canada's Trade Commissioner Service, a network of over 1,500 dedicated trade commissioners working from offices across Canada and at diplomatic missions around the world. And those are my former colleagues. I've worked very closely with them, and I know how dedicated they are to this issue. This strategy balances prevention, regulation, and dispute resolution. It includes advisory services for Canadian companies, legislation targeting corruption, transparency, and forced labor, and access to effective dispute resolution, not only through the CORE, but also through Canada's National Contact Point for responsible business conduct. Established as part of Canada's membership to the OECD, our National Contact Point is a top-tier dispute resolution mechanism that promotes the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises and helps mediate concerns related to Canadian companies abroad. Canada actively participates in the global network of 51 national contact points, sharing best practices and strengthening our collective approach to responsible business conduct. We play a leadership role in this multilateral space, with the OECD serving as a vital platform for member countries to explore and implement new responsible business conduct initiatives in response to an evolving global landscape. All of these measures are designed to enhance transparency and responsible business practices that prioritize the rights and well-being of workers and communities impacted by Canadian companies abroad, while helping companies manage risk effectively. In light of these developments and the shifting global context, the government is considering how all parts of Canada's RBC framework, including the CORE and a national contact point, work together. We are also closely monitoring international trends to ensure Canada's approach remains effective, relevant, and aligned with our global commitments and peers. Looking ahead, Canada is committed to advancing our RBC policies, deepening their application across diverse industries, harnessing innovation, and driving meaningful change through global partnerships. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for answering, but I'm hoping no one on the government benches is surprised that I'm very disappointed by this. To point to modern legislation to say we're against slavery, forced labor, and child labor is hardly to say that Canada's in the lead. Yes, the same member of Parliament I mentioned before, John McKay, was very involved in bringing forward the legislation against forced labor. So was a member from the other place, because there are a lot of very active senators on this point. I have 30 seconds left to say this. Please answer my question. Will this government commit to continuing the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise? Will that position be filled? And will that office be given the tools required to investigate complaints such as those of the Xinka people? Will they have the rights to ensure that testimony is actually required and that we can investigate properly and call our institutions to account?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As mentioned earlier, Canada is firmly committed to being a global leader in responsible business conduct through a mix of robust policies, initiatives, and legislation. I do want to take a moment to highlight the role of Canada's National Contact Point for responsible business conduct. As an OECD member, Canada is required to maintain a national contact point, and ours stands as a world-class non-judicial dispute resolution mechanism. Aligned with those of 51 other countries, the National Contact Point promotes compliance with the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises. It was established in 2000, and the NCP has facilitated constructive dialogue between companies and complainants. It's helped resolve issues in a meaningful and impartial way. Notably, it handles complaints across all sectors. We strongly encourage Canadian companies operating abroad to take full advantage of the government resource available to them through the Trade Commissioner Service and to embed responsible business conduct.
For Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great privilege to rise on behalf of the people of Elgin, St. Thomas, London South to ask the government once again to address a critical issue facing not just the communities in my riding but across the country, and that is the rampant lawlessness that exists on streets across this wonderful nation, and specifically when we're talking about drugs, people that are responsible for unleashing vast quantities of lethal toxic drugs and still find themselves able to partake in the revolving door bail system that this Liberal government has allowed to blossom over the last 10 years. And I want to give, just to set the scene here, a couple of the very staggering statistics here. We know that fentanyl accounts for nearly 2/3 of opioid fatalities in Canada. We know that since 2015, when the Liberals took office, there have been tens of thousands of opioid deaths, a 255% increase in opioid deaths since the Liberals took office. We know that the Liberal government has rejected Conservative proposals to treat fentanyl kingpins like the mass murderers they are. When I first rose to ask this question of the Justice Minister, the public health officials in my riding had released an advisory that carfentanil, a substance multiple times more fatal than fentanyl, was being found by authorities with greater and greater frequency in the community of St. Thomas and in surrounding areas. People are dying, and the people responsible are walking free. And we cannot look at this issue in isolation from the other crime and justice issues that have been allowed to fester under this Liberal government. Now, I have no doubt that the Minister of Justice has sent a representative to address these questions with a prepared statement, and no doubt the government will talk about this forthcoming bail legislation that they've been promising for months. But the more we learn about it, the more we learn this does not deal with the root of the problem. It does not undo the principle of restraint, which the Liberal government embedded in the Criminal Code in Bill C-75, and it is a provision that law enforcement officials have told us, including, by the way, every week as we investigate this on the Justice Committee, has directly caused the early releases of repeat, often violent offenders, and yes, drug traffickers on bail, because this Criminal Code provision says that they must be released on the earliest opportunity and under the least onerous conditions. There is no meaningful bail reform if the Liberal government does not commit to repealing the principle of restraint. And that is the commitment that Canadians who are looking at rampant criminality on their streets, that is the commitment that Canadians deserve to hear from the Liberal government. And the reason this is so important is because crime has victims. Even nonviolent crime, property crime, is a menace to communities. Businesses dealing with the consequences of people addicted to drugs who deserve treatment and support. Absolutely. But this cannot come at the expense of looking at public safety as the first priority. So my question to the government, Mr. Speaker, is will the government once and for all put public safety first and repeal the principle of restraint to fix Liberal bail?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to address the concerns about public safety in our justice system. Canadians expect this government to act decisively to keep communities safe, and that is exactly what this Liberal government is doing. After a productive summer in working closely with provinces, territories, and frontline law enforcement, the Prime Minister announced last week that our government will be introducing new bail and sentencing reform legislation this week. The bill will aim to end conditional sentences for sexual assault offenders and introduce a tough reverse onus bail provision for major violent crimes. This means that repeat violent offenders will now have to prove in court why they are not a risk to public safety and worthy of obtaining a release, rather than to have the Crown prove the contrary. The bill will also provide consecutive sentences for multiple offenses committed by repeat offenders. Canadians can count on us, Mr. Speaker. We are delivering on our commitments by taking strong actions to keep violent and repeat offenders off our streets. Our government is assuming a responsible leadership, one where it listens to law enforcement, victims, survivors, provinces before drafting laws. And while our government is working in collaboration with police, prosecutors, survivors, and families of victims to develop serious bail reforms, what is the Conservative leader doing? He attacks our brave men and women who put their lives at risk to protect them and all Canadians. Last week, the Conservative leader called the RCMP, quote, despicable, and accused them of covering up for supposed crime committed by a former Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is dangerous, and it puts in question our rule of law. Even a top aide to Stephen Harper called those attacks made by the Conservative leader, quote, reckless and Trumpian. It is time for the Conservatives to take bail reform seriously and rise above the politics of division. So instead of smearing institutions that keep Canadians safe, the Conservatives should join us in strengthening them. Conservatives like to talk tough on crime, but the record tells a different story. Let me remind this House that when they were in power, they introduced more than half a dozen crime bills, and every single one of them have been struck down by the Supreme Court of Canada. The most recent, Mr. Speaker, the Hills decision in 2023 made it clear that their approach was not only unconstitutional, but ineffective. Last April's Canadians clearly rejected the failed Conservative divisive agenda at the ballot box, and they continue to do so today. Mr. Speaker, our reforms are tough but fair, rooted in evidence, and developed in collaboration with the provinces and territories who are responsible for the administration of justice. We are not chasing headlines. We are building a safer, stronger Canada grounded in the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, this new government is laser focused on keeping Canadians from coast to coast to coast safe. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
You know, it's rich for a representative of the party that claims it wants to rein in and regulate misinformation to peddle so much of it in such a short period of time. But in the interest of the fact that I only have a minute, I will say, Mr. Speaker, that the law enforcement officials that the parliamentary secretary claims to be respecting are the ones that have been sounding the alarm about what the last 10 years of Liberal policy has done to handcuff them and prevent them from doing their jobs as effectively as they want. The greatest respect in this House for law enforcement comes from Conservatives who have been calling members of law enforcement across this country to the Justice Committee who have been all saying the same thing, which is that the Liberal government has failed them and by extension failed Canadians. So enough of this bloviating from the government about how it's going to be the saviors of the problem it created. Will they repeal the principle of restraint, yes or no?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite may have missed what frontline law enforcement had to say about the Prime Minister's announcement last week on our upcoming bail and sentencing reform legislation that will be introduced by the Justice Minister this week. Allow me to share with him the news. The Toronto Police Association called our plan, quote, a step in the right direction. The Canadian Police Association, the Association for Police across the country, said, and I quote, should be a moment for collaboration, not division, urging all parties to pass this legislation quickly to strengthen public safety and rebuild confidence in our justice system. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask the member opposite, what does he know that police officers do not know? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to redress some of the questions I had about a month ago or about housing starts, Mr. Speaker. And I watched a very interesting interview with the housing minister on one of our local political panels. I think it was this past weekend. When he got asked the question is, why won't he just take the GST off of all home building? And he stuttered and he stammered and he said, well, we don't want to make big changes. That's a really big change. We're gonna nibble around the edges. But in this very same breath, this party ran a campaign on building faster than the speed of light, building faster than anyone has ever seen houses be built. So I went back to Stats Canada. I see in July, housing starts rose by 3%, honest numbers. August, they dropped by 16%. So, well, the member across is shaking her head, but I can read it right here. Housing starts dropped sharply in August. Housing starts in Canada declined 16% in August 2025. It's Stats Can. So I know they're not big on actual numbers and factual information, but that's what it says on Stats Can right here. And housing starts did go up by 14% in September. So if you take it up 3%, down 16%, up 14%, that is not as fast as you've ever seen housing starts being built, Mr. Speaker. So when the Prime Minister talks about big major projects and getting stuff built, but his minister is very, very concerned about moving too quickly on certain policies. I know imitation is the finest form of flattery, Mr. Speaker, and I know they stole some of our campaign ideas, like taking the GST off of housing at $1 million and below, $1.3 million and below. That's a good policy. Like our leader said, he said, we're happy if you steal our good ideas. We want to make Canada a better place to live for Canadians. So take all of the good ideas from our platform that you want, Mr. Speaker. But how does this Secretary to the Housing Minister reconcile her minister's inability to move quickly with the Prime Minister's desire to get things built as fast as they've ever been built? Because those two sentences, Mr. Speaker, do not go together. And another thing I'd say is, how does this parliamentary secretary have faith in her housing minister, who was the former mayor of Vancouver, who left housing in Vancouver, the highest housing market in North America, possibly the country, the world, I think, actually, one of the highest housing markets in the world, Mr. Speaker. He left the Vancouver housing crisis a dumpster fire. So why would he do any better for Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just start by saying that actually the facts are clear. Housing starts are up, not down. Housing starts are up 10% year over year. In Montreal, it's 32%, and in Vancouver is 46%. So with that said, let me reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada is committed to solving the housing crisis. We've put forward the most ambitious housing plan in our country's history, and we are creating positive change in Canada's housing system. I'd like to remind my colleague that the last time the Conservative were in power, they lost 800,000 affordable homes and built 6. We're building on our successes, making historic investments in new housing and working to lower housing costs for Canadians. As the member opposite should know, we just launched Build Canada Home, a new agency to speed up the construction at a pace not seen in generation, with a focus on affordable home across the full continuum of affordability. To restore affordability and meet the demands of a growing Canada, we need a drastic increase in housing supply of all types. Through Build Canada Home, we're building new homes to drive up supply and bring housing costs down. We're also taking action to help first-time home buyers with measures like the tax-free home savings account and home buyers plan to help Canadians save for their first home. Additionally, we are eliminating the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes at or under $1 million and reducing the GST on new homes up to $1.5 million. We expect the Conservative to get on board with this and help provide nearly $4 billion in tax cut to first-time buyers. Together with our partners in the private and nonprofit sector, Indigenous communities, municipal, territorial, and provincial levels of government, we're removing the barriers to new home construction, to increasing the supply of affordable housing. Through targeted investment and financial measures, we're helping to restore affordability for Canadians. We need to build more homes, and we need to build them faster. One of the programs we've used to do this is the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is removing barriers to housing developments. We've signed agreements with more than 200 communities across the country to cut red tape and streamline the development process. We're also making significant investment in affordable housing through programs like the Affordable Housing Fund. As of June 30th, 2025, over 50,000 new units have been committed through the Affordable Housing Fund, and more than 30,000 of these units are under 80% of the median market rent, with rents expected to average $717 a month. Another 175,000 units have been repaired or renewed through this fund, with 135,000 of those units falling under 80% of median market rent. We're taking bold, decisive action to build homes across this country and to ensure that every Canadian has a place to call home. I hope the opposition can join us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, forgive me if I don't trust the government who bought a pipeline, then cost an extra $38 billion to build a pipeline, and it had time extended on how long it took to build that pipeline. This government, these Liberals have never seen a problem they didn't think government could fix. I don't believe building a bigger government bureaucracy is going to build more homes for Canadians. I do see, though, 30 mills closing, having a shortage of lumber being a problem to build homes. I do see 106,000 people out of work, many of them in the construction industry, an issue with building homes. So if you don't have the people that can build the homes, you don't have the materials to build the homes, because the softwood lumber industry is in a crisis because these Liberals can't get a deal done and mills are shutting down. How do we expect them to believe their government bureaucracy, more bureaucrats? I've never seen a bureaucrat pound a nail. I don't think more bureaucrats are going to get homes built for Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada is committed to solving the housing crisis. We're focused on delivering meaningful results for Canadians, not slogans, by creating transformative change in Canada's housing system. To lower our costs for Canadians, we need a drastic increase in housing supplies of all types, including affordable housing. To reach that goal, we're moving forward with Build Canada Home, starting with 4,000 homes on day one, and tens of thousands more to come. We hope the Conservative Party will stop playing games and help us do the work Canadians sent us here to do. I encourage them to join us in supporting Build Canada Home so we can get more homes built faster, and support Bill C-4 so that we can deliver $4 billion in tax cuts for those young, first-time buyers trying to get into the housing market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.